Yo, what if I came back and my voice is just suddenly like this now? That's just how I talk from here on out. How you know, guys? Yeah, no big deal. We're good. We're back from COVID. Everything's great. Yo, let me see here. Welcome back and oh well, thank you so much, Pendra. Yeah, we're good. Still kind of dealing with some of the ick, you know. Not really like 100%, but we're getting there. Most of the like COVID symptoms are all gone. You know, like I mean, there's still like I think I got like the last of the stuffy nose last night, right? But there's still like you're even after being sick, your body still needs time like to recover from recovering, right? God, it sucks. It lasted like 3 weeks. Fiance's lasted a week. Yeah, oof, I'm definitely ready for it to be done. And yeah, still not the longest I've really been out sick like that, but yeah, it's got Vason partly because of my video. Oh, awesome! With the first adventure, Dance of Dreams with your wife, and feel like this might be the new Call of Cthulhu for the future. Hell yeah! Well, congratulations, and you're welcome, and thanks for the comment. That really made my day. Now, I've already shown this preview off over to the Discord servers. If you're not over there, you're probably going to be wondering what the hell is going on with Vagabond right now. Because if you've only been catching up over here, you haven't really heard what I've been doing during COVID. One big surprise, I haven't really put this out publicly other than on the Discord just yet. The Rune Keeper is in Vagabond now. I had the idea for it this morning. Everything clicked. I just kind of like went with it, took off, ran. The current state of the game is going to be another thing where some people are going to be like, I'm not sure what's happening anymore. Because, yet again, if you haven't really seen, or you're not over in the Discord, you're not really up to date with the biggest change that happened in the last 2 weeks. Subclasses are entirely gone from Vagabond. This has been a worrying point for some people, right? Understandably so. Anytime that there's something that you like that gets a big change like this, you're in unfamiliar territory. I get it. But I will assure you that this is better for the game. So, subclasses are entirely gone. Couple reasons for this. I don't think that subclass variety is really offering the level of modularity. What is it? I don't like the balance of modularity to accessibility that happens with all that, right? The rest of the last couple days on Twitter, hope you're. Oh well, shucks. Hey, thank you so much, Tom Beans. You'll do it better. Thanks, Onyx. Thank you. They had to drop everything. No. You can watch the VOD later. Yes, it is an excuse to make more classes. So there's a balance that happens here, where you have your subclasses versus your accessibility, right? You have modularity rather versus accessibility. And subclasses are a thing that feels kind of fun in theory. As someone that wrote a lot for 5e, I get it. I absolutely get it. I wrote for that game for like 5 years, 6 years, 7 years? When was that? 2017? Jesus Christ. Maybe it has been. So I have... Wait, your problem with subclasses is you want a pet wolf while also being able to detect portals. The game says you can't do that. It does say you can do that. Yes, it does say you can. You're going to have to go through perks now for that, though. Not only can you do it, you can do it earlier than you could before. Are there going to be multiple classes with sneak attack like mechanics to make up for the loss of subclasses? There don't always need to be. I'm dropping one of your favorite classes in the game. You can't miss this shit. So a couple of things here. subclass variety, if we're talking about like, okay, so with the rogue gigs originally had a lot of fun ideas going on with them. Assassin, thief, yada yada yada. I have tried to take those ideas out of the rogue and put them into perks to where if you wanted to play an assassin alchemist or bard, you could, right? I wanted to take that away from just this one rogue gig and give it to a lot of people that could build different builds out. This is actually opening up a lot of character expression, not reducing it, right? So if the idea of what is cool for you or what is appealing to you is that it's exclusive to you, the only thing I know how to say about that is if you want to play Vagabond, you're going to have to get over that. Because I like the idea of opening this up to the people that want to engage with that. Now, on the flip side, I am also dating a person who has notorious decision paralysis. Amanda is my first time user experience person. So anytime that I'm about to implement some big mechanic into the game, I always call her in and be like, hey, can you tell me what your take is on the way that this mechanic sounds? And if she's got a problem with the way that it sounds, I'm like, oh, okay, so we can tweak this in some way to make it more clear, right? So with Amanda though, one of the things, whenever we were playing D&D 5e, one of the things that Amanda hated most was picking out feats. Suddenly, you're adding in maybe 1 or 2 paragraphs on her character sheet that she's just like, I would rather just hit stuff and like play the game. And I'm like, okay, I get that. But you still do need to have a little bit of mechanical oomph to your character, right? So what I've done in Vagabond right now, this is probably like the biggest kind of change. Originally, this was going to have a lot of, you GM 2 D&D campaigns for your group for a long period of time where you didn't play anything besides that. Also ran a club for teens as part of your job where we ran the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. That one burns you out fast. You start seeing only numbers instead of the story potentially moved to on other RPGs. Yeah. Oh yeah, the new Wii Folk art, yes. This is the new goblin. Or no, new goblin, new gnome. Yada. Right. And let me see here. And I'll delete that so you can just see the artwork. Right? Oh. Now. The quotes are still in. You had to remove them because of possible legal. I had to remove the ones from the subclasses. Yeah. Well, I mean, because the subclasses just aren't there right now, right? I don't know if the quotes are going to be able to exist, but one of the some of the legal advice I was getting was like, be prepared to cut them. So they might have to get cut, but yeah. So, where was I at? Also, thank you guys for taking it slow with me because I don't think I got hit hard by the brain fog or anything, but yeah, halflings are medium. In Vagabond, small and medium are okay. So small is actually tiny from 5e, and small and medium in Vagabond are the same thing. So medium-sized characters like halflings that were originally small in something like 5e are now medium. Goblins are medium, right? Humans are medium. And this is all a size category that kind of refers to like that general area, right? This is a thing that they were doing with Dragonbane, and I thought that this is incredibly elegant. And it removes so much of the fiddliness that comes with like, well, small size characters just seem to have nothing but downsides. But like they can like ride a dire corgi if they want to, I guess. And that's kind of cool. And then they can squeeze through like tiny stuff, and that's all right, right? But like, who cares about the specifics of that? And I've just decided to go on ahead and like start doing a little bit of squishing where I just don't see a need for the distinction to happen, right? So in areas like that right there, it's gonna get over into leveling. Okay. this is the big thing. Are there any small size ancestries at all? There will be the pixie. Yeah. It may not be in the core rulebook, but they're in the future. Yes. Also, by the way, I'm trying to rein in a little bit because we're at a point now where I'm going to have to start talking with publishers, and they're going to need a page count from me to know exactly what these books are going to cost, right? Are there any large size answers? No, not right now. There could be in the future, but no, not right now. Large size is also something that is like much bigger in Vagabond. And I'm also gonna tell a lot of people, like, this won't have the, like, I'm not gonna really lean in on the monster party style thing that like 5e does. So like, I'm trying to present it with some base character options, because as I was going through, this is another thing I talked about with the Discord server, as I was going through and trying to get art commissions done, get things lined up for like what we needed for the game, everybody was requesting commissions of like very specific non-traditional like fantasy characters, right? So a lot of the artwork that we have right now is for like beast folk, and this isn't a furry game, right? There's a lot of character art that is for some very like specific kinds of like almost anime fantasy in a way, and it's causing a little bit of a tonal dissonance. So what I've said was, like, okay, here's the big example, right? We have used a ton of money from the art budget. Basically everybody who has gotten back to me in time and has not forfeited their fucking commission, we have 2 more pieces left to go out, and we're done. So to let you know about that, nobody got a dwarf, so we didn't have an iconic dwarf. So I'm gonna have to take money out of my own pocket and do that, right? We still don't really have just like an iconic elf. We did get a lot of people that were getting elves, but we needed those for like iconics for classes, right? We don't have an iconic orc. We got a goblin, right? But like, we're very low on humans. We're very low on just basic fantasy races. We got a lot of people that wanted to get some very specific anime as fuck characters, but we did not get some of the base races that we're needing to get covered. So as of this point, that's what I'm kind of looking at doing right now. Pike, huh? Yeah, if you need a new art commission for the Rune Keeper, don't allow me to if you don't want another rabbit. Yes, can people still donate for specific art? It depends. If you wanted to just donate to like the art budget, you absolutely can. For something specific, that's probably gonna have to be paying for at least 2 commissions. But if that's something that you're interested in doing, you can hit me up over on Discord and we can talk about that. Ironically, human is my favorite race. Actually, right now, this, like, wait, doesn't that tell you that people might just be less interested in those fantasies? Maybe they are, but, like, the vast majority of people aren't. And it's not really the kind of game that I want to make. So, like, yeah. Like, I'm trying to hit the pulp fantasy vibe, and I'm not going to completely change the tonal, like, character of the game because the art commissions weren't there. I'm just going to figure something out. Yeah. Doesn't Gunslinger have orc art? Yes, it does. But that's one that I commissioned. Yeah. Do I think your community in general, people have different interests? I mean, yes. Like, are you saying like my community? Well, yeah, of course, because my community is like very hyper specific, like in a niche. But whatever the case, I'm still trying to hit. If the game is going to be a pulp fantasy game, I've got to hit these classic themes. I will say this: the fact that it's a pulp fantasy game and there's no iconic dwarf is a problem. You know, yeah. Yeah, just because most people want to play beast races doesn't mean you can really cut orcs, humans, and elves when the rules are supposed to be more general. Yep, exactly. Bestial race love is allowed minority. Yes, by the way, this is just in reference to who got commissions for artwork. This is not everybody who's been playing, right? I'm not saying that this is like the whole big on like the demographic of the community or anything like that. Yeah, this is the people who commissioned artwork for the game. So there's still like Draken, right? Dungeon Mesh. No more anime. That's the other thing. There's plenty of commissions that came through of people that were wanting anime artwork as a part of their character. That's not what this game is. So, like, this is a whole other thing that's kind of happened where I was like, cool, well, it's a pulp fantasy game. And then I opened it up for commissions and people are like, oh, well, we want, like, anime characters. And I'm like, well, but that's not what this game is. And, like, yeah. The sample size is definitely skewed. Yeah, well, it's only about like 25 people. You know, there were 600 people that backed the Kickstarter, and there were 26 that were art commissions. You know, Karen really did say no anime. I don't mind if there's an anime influence, but whenever something just clashes with the entire game and is like such a hyper specific thing, like if someone was like, literally, I just want you to put Cloud Strife in the artwork, I'm going to be like, no, I can't. I'm not doing that, right? I know that's not anime. It's Square Enix, but come on. Now, okay, to talk about the, I guess the big shakeups here, right? Because this is the stuff that I haven't like publicly updated. Because I got rid of the subclasses, there's a couple different things that happened as a result of that. Whenever you level up, here is the thing that I don't think so many people have really considered. Leveling gains. Each time you gain a level, you'll gain each of the following. 1. New and improved class features. 2. Increase your max health. 3. Increase a stat by 1, or take a perk. Actually, this needs to go like this. Because if you increase your might, I just want the order of operations to be like boom, 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 right? Okay, so increase the stat by 1 or take a perk right here. What this means is, as far as I have like chewed on the numbers a little bit, this is meant to completely replace all of the milestones and then all of your subclass features. Now, if you do this and you just take stats, you have a pretty stacked character at the end of it, right? And you don't have to engage with one of the more complex areas of the game. This is the thing I was talking about with Amanda, right? Challenge you to make a game and chose a music game. On Monday, you wrote an article about how you could make that work in your game, not the same way you did, just went my, oh, hell yeah. And it's saying me not to go, to not like high HP. Yeah, I am, yes. So, if people don't want to engage with a slightly more mechanical, like, aspect of the game, they can just keep taking stat increases. And this does keep their character relevant, and they're going to perform better, right? Like, in general, this is a mathematical improvement right here. It really works for multiple ability score dependent characters too. Yeah. So if you wanted to plan a build around to be able to do this, remember all the stats are maxing at 7. So if you do just decide to go super whole hog into your stats, I think the spread that this wound up with was like 7, 7, 7, 7, 6, 5, 4, 4. 7, 7, 6, 5, 4, 4. That would be 6 different stats, if I'm remembering that right. And that's if you're getting all 9 of those invested across, right? You'll include so much anime you can't stop. Dude, we gotta have a pulp fantasy game. Is that you messaging me? See the game. Oh, well, shucks. Thank you so much, Bifey. Hang on. I don't need to be incredibly short on this, but there you go, wifey. Thank you so much. Does that mean that perks are now about as powerful in the +1 as stat? Now, the intent is that they will be. They will be giving you a mechanical lift that should be about that strong, right? That's going to be the intent. And I think that, like, if you're getting training with 2 different skills, that's definitely worth a +1 in a stat. That's super, super good. Yeah, either beefed out stats or ability variety. Yep, you're getting the trade-off at every level. There are literally 0 dead levels. And this still looks way cleaner than 5e classes do. I want you all to keep something in mind real quick. This book right here, this is not an 8.5 by 11 size book. This is a 6-inch by 9-inch US trade. So these pages, I mean, there's not a whole lot of huge heavy mechanical weight going on, right? Now, if we go over into the classes, they're still not taking up all of the entire page. I am trying to, I don't want to just make a game that delivers on the same mouthfeel of something like 5e or Pathfinder or whatever. I'm trying to do something that addresses a lot of the hangups I've had with games like that and is able to still deliver the same punch. And I over the year of the development on this, I think I've finally figured out what my, like, light at the end of the tunnel is with this thing. And it's that this thing needs to be this fucking lean. I love that it is this reduced. I love that the classes, you can actually put all their features onto one character sheet. Not a bunch of different pages or anything like that. You did not think the book would be that size? Yep, guess what? Oh shit. It is the exact same specs as the Merkborg book. Right? So, Jesus Christ, the turbulence out here is insane. Merkborg has, what was it, like 100 and some odd pages? Hang on one sec. Even more reasons to risk one's life. 71. It's about like 80 pages. Vagabond, if we split it up into 2 separate books, Vagabond's going to have about 140 pages in the players, on the player side. Yeah. Your ideas for 5e. Oh, shucks. Thank you. Will there be perks that are building off selecting certain ones earlier than as a fan of subclasses? I don't really have anything like that baked in because I just don't really see a purpose for it other than somebody would like the mechanic, right? I think that would cause skill tree, and I would like to keep it as, like, open as I could. I want to keep the modularity available. Yeah, if the idea is just like, I think that the tree is satisfying, then that's not really enough of a selling point to me. The fact the print is going to be the size is so satisfying, going to be, you need to take the friend's place for game night. That's the intention. I also have, there's 2 other things I'm currently working on. I wanted to do a version of this where it is kind of like riffing off of the basic expert, where it is an 8.5 by 11 print, but it's just, you know, rogue, well, I guess Luminari now, wizard and fighter, and kind of just, you know, kind of elbow at that idea, because I think that book would only wind up being like 30 pages or whatever, and then we would just have it, right? But I also thought about having the LM screen, and then I thought about having a solo adventurer screen, where you have the screen up, it's got the tables you need to like do world generation and whatever. And so it's not just a screen for the game master. There's a screen for people that just like playing solo as well. Yeah, basic party, right? So couple things. The class that is actually giving me the most hang up right now with this big shakeup is actually the dancer. Now whenever I say that some people are not going to like this shakeup, dancer fans may feel like they're getting the shaft here. Now, before really big reactions, because I've seen this, I've been having to answer this. Yeah. We talk about a few things. Number one, anytime anybody was playing a dancer, they didn't give a shit about the dance flares. They cared about getting this right here. Because Step Up is a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah, right. The dance flares do not really mesh well with the current state of Vagabond. They are a fiddly thing that just doesn't really hit well with the current projection of the game. But I still think that we can get across the meat of what people really liked about it. Basis. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to refocus this on Step Up and making Step Up cool. And then however people want to flavor whatever else is going on with their character, they can get that. But this is going to be something that's going to be like kind of a quirk in the core gameplay loop and take this dancer away from the like warrior it currently is and move it over closer towards like one of the experts, right? So Step Up is getting moved to first level. Once per round, you can use your action or skip your move to perform an enlivening dance and choose a being that saw you. The target can take an action if they've already used their action this turn. So, you are exchanging either your action or move, or realistically, if you're skipping your move to do this, you're getting your whole entire party an additional action during the round. It's sick nasty already. Yeah, 100% agree with this assessment. You were only ever interested in Dancer for Step Up. It was the only cool mechanic to it. Everything else was so video gamey. Like, I mean, looking back at my designs these days, it works for 5e because 5e is very high power fantasy where everyone's kind of like expected to do that, you know? Everyone's expected to have a bit of Saturday morning cartoon to their character, but not so much in Vagabond, right? Yeah, Step Up is the iconic dancer feature from basically everything that has one. Yeah, exactly. There's another game that also convinced me to get rid of the dance flares. Those of you that have played Slice and Dice will know exactly what I'm talking about. The dancer die is... This is so funny because people keep asking me, like, how does the dancer work for a fantasy TTRPG? And I'm like, literally check it out in Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy, whatever. Dancer, Slice, and Dice. I'm sorry, I still look like hell. Let me get their dice up real quick. Or their die. Ah! Are you gonna show the dancer? Trapper is a really, really good one too. I thought about incorporating somehow into the game. Okay, so you got Dancer. Do the upgrade real quick. Oh. Yes. Okay, here we go. Damn! Holy shit, his Dancer is jacked on here. Okay. So this was like the super, super fun one. You see where I'm going? Suddenly very excited. Hey. Alright. So, this was another game that was like, yep, this is how dancers need to be. Right? So if you look, the dancer right here has got their daggers, their daggers, their daggers, dodge. They've got this whirl thing. But they're one of the very few orange dye characters, which are like the rogues, that get a reroll. This is step up right here. Every single time I keep seeing a dancer show up in a fantasy game where it's available as a player class, it always has to do with generating action economy. And I'm like, this is the way it's got to go. This is what people are going to be expecting. Anytime people are looking at like what a dancer archetype is, especially in like Vagabond or mine in D&D, the moment they see step up, they're like, yep, I want to play that. So that's what we're going to lean into, not spells with an asterisk. Because that's what they're doing with 5e or 6e or whatever. And we're not doing that direction, right? So, I think step up is so good to have in the core. Are dancers going to be experts or warrior/expert now? I am not totally sure just yet. But it will be something in that direction. I think more likely than not, I think they're probably going to be akin to what Hunter gets, more so than where they're currently sitting. More so than a fighter, right? Or a rogue. So, like, if we go over here to Hunter, and we do have a scaffolding that is, like, way easier to include. Oh, yeah, Hunter also got a buff. They no longer have to, oh, yeah, slice it. Yeah, I've been hooked on it. Yeah, it's so fucking good. Hunter got a buff in this one. And it's another thing that's supposed to differentiate it from Gunslinger. Hunter's crit is going to just apply, and it does the reduction immediately, but it won't stack like what the Gunslinger is going to do. But it's going to be way easier for a Hunter to crit, not just because, you know, because Gunslinger's got this berserk state, they've got this other, like, generating resource and yada, 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 right? Hunter, they apply the Hunter's mark, this lowers their crit range. It's an instant, as long as you're focusing, starts reducing crit range. If you're using a bow with this Hunter as well, bows also all got, or they all have the keen property, and they now all have the finesse property as well. Yeah, it made Hunter so much more attractive. Yep. What does step up do? Okay, so going back up here. Step up. Once per round, you can use your action or skip your move to perform an enlivening dance and choose a being that saw you. The target can take an action if they have already used their action this turn. So you're generating resource, or you're generating action economy for them. You're giving somebody an action at the cost of either skipping your move or your action. So what this winds up doing is if somebody has an effect on them, like the Barbarian having Berserk, and a spell that's cast on them or whatever, somebody's focusing on a spell and they need to get more out of it, somebody needs to get to safety or whatever, that's what this is here for. Somebody put themselves into a bad position, somebody needs to get the most out of something that got cast on them, this is the thing that you can do with that, right? Now, because we're doing the exchange, right, an action or skip your move, they can take an action or whatever, you're trading off your movement for somebody else getting another attack out there. Sick. Somebody else getting another cast out there. Sick. Right? You can give others a second wind. Cool. I guess you can think of it like that. Because you're thinking of Action Surge from 5e. And if that's the case, then yes. Did the feature say even if they have already used their action, or does it require them to have used an action already? It requires them to have used an action already so that we don't have hangups like that right there. So if they've already used their action this turn, this way they're not tracking anything else. It's just they know that they have it, right? Plus we're in, or always remember, we're in group initiative, not individual initiative. Never played Fighter, forgot the name. Yeah, you know, it's all good. So with that, one of the things I really, really loved with Rogue was I came up with this feature called Quick Reflexes. And it makes sense because dodging and disengage is going to cost you speed in Vagabonds, not like part of the action economy, right? So because it's costing you your speed, this was a really, really cake feature to add for any midliner. The first time you disengage or dodge on a turn, it doesn't cost you speed. Cake, right? It's got oh, right on. What up, Quizzical? Now from there, break a leg. This is boring. I thought this was cute. Whenever I first wrote this for 5e, it was cute.
Dwarf goblins.
It's just, yeah. Bongo Jajo. Hey, welcome. Great name. I don't know what the hell that is. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, we're almost at... Guys, look at this sub count, by the way. 18,954. Jesus. Like, we're so close to 9,000. Or 19,000. Wow, 9,000. Now... Break a Leg I thought was really, really cute in 5e because it was like the ribbon that you could carry their core with, right? This game is not written anything like 5e anymore. This is an okay feature, but it's very meh. Is it a K6BD angel name? Wait, I was curious. Why were there so many people that had joined up on Discord that had like a 2-digit number in brackets in the last like month or whatever? Yeah, wait, see, like this right here. 7165. What's going on? A6VD angel name? Is it just a coincidence or like what's the story there? You two have to know each other, right? And now you all are going to go quiet on me, aren't you? It's a comic, but it uses a naming style like this. Oh, okay. This is not a coincidence. Oh. My girlfriend. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, kill 6 billion demons. Oh, okay. He doesn't know. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. Now, okay, so what it needs. Expertise. It could get the expertise and that's fine. But this class does not function like an expert. This class functions like a support. How dare you not know how angels are named in this webcomic? Yeah, what a loser. Couldn't even name the love interest of these two characters on Homestuck. Get out of here, nerd. Oh, man. Now... we don't necessarily need it. If we do something like this, well, if we give them a speed increase, it's not terrible, but like, ugh. Yeah, but support isn't like a role, right? Support is a concept. It's not like an established archetype in the game. I'm turning this one the fuck up. I feel like I haven't heard this song in weeks. Oh. So... yeah, dude, Oliver Buckland's so good. Wait. Oh, wait. ENnie type meat, they used it in ENnie. Oh yeah, druids are gonna be very happy with this new druid. We'll get into that later. Yeah, they're gonna have that later. Yeah. Druid improvement. Yeah, Druid did get a buff. That's right. They're getting Infiltrator here. Wait, 3rd and 6th. When did it come online for the Hunter? If that's at 2nd and 6th, that needs to change. Wait, why did it do that? Look, just get in line. Yeah. Alchemist improvements win. Alchemist did get a buff. That's interesting. Bifey, I don't know if you're still in chat, but I'll hit you up later on. Because yeah, I don't know. This is just a general tip to anybody out there. If you really want to support creators and stuff, super chats on YouTube are actually one of the worst ways to do it, because YouTube takes like over 30% of every super chat. It's pretty rough. Oh, okay. So, Alchemist changes. Here, let me turn this down, because now that we're done with that one. Yeesh. Okay. So, what happened to Alchemist? Doesn't YouTube take the most compared to other platforms? Yeah, well, no, Twitch takes the most at like 50%. The best way that you can help out like creators and stuff is to donate through stuff like they'll either like post up links of their own or whatever, not actually donating through anything like a super chat or yeah, it's complicated, but if they have a means of you donating any other way, I would ask that creator how you would like, hey, I want to send you a tip. What's the best way for me to do that? Or like, what's your preferred way? They're donations, but they go through YouTube ad revenue. I say YouTube ad revenue. They get paid out whenever you get your AdSense payout from YouTube, and YouTube takes a cut. So, yeah, it's not great. Okay, back whenever all the OGL shit came out, and I read like OGL 1.1 here on the channel, that next day I got like over, I want to say it was over like $800 or something in super chats, and like I got paid out like $400 from that. It's bad. It's very bad. So if you all wanted to know just how fucking rough that split is, there you go. Yeah. Okay, Alchemist. So there's a usability issue going on with the Alchemist and their alchemy feature that has been addressed in this one. There's also some other shakeups going on with how some features are kind of spaced out in the class, right? Now, it's the YouTube server says they highlight your message. Yeah, but they're putting the cost on the YouTuber, not the service, right? Or not the like. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of it. Plus, whenever there's other ways to go about doing that, yeah. If someone's like, "Hey, I wanted to donate for an art commission for like helping out your game," okay, cool. So like, me getting an art piece, let's say they wanted to donate like $100, right? Okay, well, cool. Well, that could go a long ways. We can put that $100 towards a lot of stuff. But if they donate it through YouTube, I get like $70 out of that. That, that doesn't really cover the full cost of a piece, like something like, it could if it just went straight through my PayPal. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Now, alchemy. So this needed a usability increase. It needed a little bit of basically spelling things out for people rather than directing them towards like other subsystems in the game. So with alchemy right now, this got originally nerfed and I have undone the nerf. So you only need to provide 5 silver of materials to craft alchemical items you could otherwise craft in a single shift. This is not really telling you how buffed this got. This right here is huge because it's not restricted anymore to the 2 gold, 50 silver. This is, if you have a craft of like 6 or whatever, this is discounting those really expensive ones, right? So this is a huge buff for the Alchemist here. You can also do so by using coins and other wealth, such as gems and silver pieces, rather than raw materials. This is the usability buff right here. Now, if you don't want to go around and like scavenge a bunch of the raw materials and do whatever, I've already had people telling me they don't do that anyways, and they just spend the gold pieces out of there, and I'm like, alright, fuck it, whatever. So if that's what they're going to do, they're going to use gold, and fine, like that's fine. It's a money gun now, yes. Any item you create this way is highly volatile and goes inert if not used during the same scene. We're not fucking up the economy. There we go. Now, further, your attacks with alchemical items can be made as craft checks, right? Yeah, it costs $700,000 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds. Now, other side of this. Lab rat. Actually, this needs to change. Bam. Lab rat is in here. Whenever you study, you gain 1 additional studied die. The number of additional studied dice you gain when you study increases every 3 levels you take in this class hereafter. Additionally, when you craft an alchemical item with the use action, you can spend a studied die to cover up to 5s of the materials. Now, boom. If you don't have the gold, you have this right here. And all this is asking you, it's not to go forage. This is a way for you to get your study die to have a eureka moment, to have that one that you don't have prepared. Right? Yeah, the whole equivalent exchange thing being folded in this. Yeah, there you go. So, the other thing, potency is no longer at 8th level. It scales starting at 3rd. Your damage and healing rolls with alchemical items gains 1 additional die, and gain another die every 5 levels in this class hereafter. Bam! The free alchemical items, incredible. They will go inert. They will go inert if you're using it with the catalyze thing. But yes, essentially free. Yeah, it costs 5. Yeah. Combustor, the damage and healing rolls of alchemical items you create explode. Bingo bango, right? Premium materia, this is still getting you the Philosopher's Stone. It's getting you at 9th level instead. Now, if you look right here, this is telling you where everything is getting dished out. Lab Rat in particular, you're getting the +1. So +1 die right up in here. +2 dice at 4th level. 3 at 7th, 4 at 10th. So you're just shitting out a bunch of alchemical items like crazy, right? You have 5 uses of studied die to just not even have to think about spending gold or doing whatever to make the alchemical items you want to make. It's not using the same seed. Yep. Yep. Now, if you take the time to like craft them during a scene task or whatever, at that point I don't care. If someone's like, hey, Taron, I fucked up your economy in solo play because I just spent several shifts making nothing but alchemical items and selling them because I used the half. I'm like, I don't fucking care. I guess if you had fun, go for it. Like, have I considered the usage of the Philosopher's Stone in a vial shot bullet? Are you shooting a corpse with it? Is that what's happening? Or like, is there a certain interaction in that I should be aware of? Yeah, at that point, my boy, you're just an entrepreneur. Yeah, I'm like, I guess if you're doing life simulator with the game, then cool. Like, whatever. But yeah, this is very clearly meant to be like, this is how you're going to do Alchemist as a tactical war unit. Yeah. Yeah, if there's an interaction that I don't know about with Vial Shot Bullet, please let me know. I would love for that to remain a thing because I want the Tears of the Kingdom like shit to go on with that. And it's been great. I love it so far. But if Philosopher's Stone has some kind of fucky thing with it, it provides up to 50 raw materials suitable for making an alchemical item. These raw materials disappear after 1 week after their creation. So what's the fuckiness? I guess you shoot it, and then you're saying that the narrative of oh shucks, hey, thanks for the dono. Yeah, thank you so much. You could just use that to create raw materials in someone's chest cavity. If you shoot your Philosopher's Stone at somebody to have it blow up in their chest cavity and just shit out a bunch of raw materials, I'm gonna let the DM figure out how the hell they would want that to negotiate. Me personally, I'm like, you just blew up the thing that you got with your 9th level feature. This thing could keep you immortal. It could bring someone back from the dead, and you used it to fire a shot off into an elephant and blow up its chest cavity. I'm like, whatever, go for it. Absolutely sure. Just yeah. Oh, right. In my own play, I've given myself a +3 katana of god killing. I'm max level, and I have a portal into the lands of King's Treasury for infinite gold. Yeah, I broke your game. Exactly, right? Oh, kilos of arsenic into a dragon's heart. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you're using the Philosopher's Stone in that way, like, I don't know what I interpret these materials as. To me, I'm just sort of like, it's a innocuous fluid, I guess, that, like, this provides materials that you can, like, put into bottles and be like, this is now a healing potion because I say so, because I'm that kind of alchemist right now, right? But if you're like, no, this is going to be like scrap from Lethal Company, and whenever I shoot a bear with this thing, it's just going to blow its head up with a bunch of bolts and shit, I guess go for it. Like, And yeah, honestly, if it was like you use it as an insta kill shot on something, I guess, right? Yeah, you decided to use Primordial Arcane Artifact as an explosive round. Yeah, go. Guys, you think we should shoot the Holy Grail at this guy? Boy, that would have been a really cool way to kill Hitler, though. I'm not gonna lie. Do eternal change. Yeah, right. Okay. So, um, I was trying to remember if there was anything in particular that I was like, oh yes, that's the thing to go back through. Oh yeah, expertise. Vigilance. Cool. Okay. This is the other odd thing with the dancer right in here, is like, I think with double time, this is where I would say like you can target 2 allies with it, right? That's about it. You talked about how it's not a problem in solo play, but what tools does the Arbiter have? What, as in like keeping people from just taking this, crapping out the potions, and then selling them to a merchant or something. Tell that GM like don't allow them to do that, or like have the conversation with people. This is like, hey, that thing is intended to be given to you in a way to where like it allows you to live out the fantasy, but like if you're using it to like just take the piss out of the game that I'm trying to run here, then I'm not down with that, right? It is meant to give you some limitations on that. But yes, this is another instance where I'm like, this would be a talk to the people at your table kind of a thing. So far, I just straight up, this does not happen at the majority of tables. If somebody is engaging with the game like that, they already were looking to figure out a way to break your game in other ways. Only times I've ever dealt with someone like that, it wasn't because they got a hold of some homebrew or what the hell ever. It was that person wanted to come to the table to be a fuckwad. That was it. You know? And you can't really fix fuckwad, right? So like with this also does not say that you can sell the items you make. You sense a bag of rats is stupid conversation brewing. It doesn't break bag of rats. So like bag of rats is different though, because bag of rats is a proof against exploitable features. So like bag of rats is a good testing ground for the practicality of a feature, right? English false advertising, bro. Ah, shit. I'm sorry, Ked. How are you doing, man? The bag of 20 rats is the best item in the Truly world breaking. Okay. So, I don't actually didn't really want to get super stuck on working on a class right now. But okay, so Druid. I told people that we would take a look at this one, so we will. First off, spellcasting and everything has gotten cleaned up. You'll probably also notice Druid is not a full caster. This is because they're getting Shape Changer at the same time that they're getting all of this right in here. Druid is a Gish. In a way, a Druid in this game is going to feel closer to the idea of a pugilist, where you shapeshift, turn into the animal, go up and fight the thing, bare knuckle brawler, right? So, what they're getting with Primitive is they are getting the casting, they are getting their mana, yada yada yada, right? So they do have the ability to do all this. It will not be as good as somebody who just goes in just for the magic. But I know people are gonna want to shape change with it. So that's why this is still in here. There's a difference between a badly designed exploitable mechanic and a person looking to it. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, bare knuckle brawler. Yes, right? So with this one, shape change is going to be the main way that you're going about doing that. Now, here is the thing that you can really see the difference in Vagabond design philosophy versus something like D&D. Wild growth. While focusing on a right, you regain 2 health at the start of your turns, and have a +1 bonus to armor. These numbers each increase by 1 every 4 levels you take in this class hereafter. This is fucking good. So fucking good. This system does not use Vancian magic. No, it is non-Vancian magic at all. This is a new boutique system, inspired by Errant and Neoclassical Geek Revival, and then I feel like something else was involved in all that. COVID Brain. Chalk it up to COVID Brain. Wait, one of which must be polymorph. Must be polymorph? Must be. Oh, thank you for that catch. Thank you. Vancian kind of sucks. Yeah. So yeah, no more Vancian magic at all. You will be able to customize everything about your magic. And I try to give you the boundaries to where, like, if you wanted to make a fireball, you can. As a WoW fan, seeing a feature called Wild Growth gets me going. Yeah, I was an old Hearthstone player. I didn't really get into World of Warcraft, but this was how you did ramp Druid. Wild Growth was a fucking stupid. I almost called it Innervate, honestly. I still think, actually, I need to get rid of... Ooh. Wait. Can I do that? Maybe get rid of Cleanse? Because Cleanse I just pulled from Slice and Dice. Innervate could be the thing. Because that already has a more nature-y... Ooh. Look at that. That just looks so much more like Druid-y. Cleanse? Ah, fuck it. Who cares? Black, get that out of here, right? Yeah, Cleanse feels priesty. Innervate, this is like... Rejuvenate? Rejuvenate... Actually, Rejuvenate could be the difference for Force of Nature here. Let's do this. Actually... Right? And then Force of Nature. You can use your Rejuvenate feature as an action. Oh, I thought we were going to get rid of that orphan. I guess it's not really so much of an orphan as a widow. The Druids have like 9 to 10 mana at turn 5. Oh, you're talking about Hearthstone. Yeah. Okay, I was like, wait, what? Yeah, ramp Druid. Innervate, Rejuvenate, Force of Nature. Right? Oh. I know, ooh, could I call it Rampant Growth? I mean, Wild Growth is like classic feel. F in Force of Nature isn't capitalized. Yes, it is. That's what the lowercase f looks like. Is that first use is free a common feature? Rampant Growth is a Magic the Gathering card. Ah. There is already Rampant Charge. Yeah, that's right.
Too many rampants.
Ah, fucking shit, Ked. What are you doing?
I'm drinking coffee. I'm supposed to be working my own damn book, but the hot bean juice is having a hard time waking me up today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. So how you been?
Better than you, apparently.
Yeah. Dude, it really the only rough thing right now has been the it feels like my lungs are sunburnt.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
right. Yeah, it's like that sort of a like, oh shit, like yeah. But other than that, it's good. Energy's all right. I can still sell my throat is like whatever. But yeah, it feels like the skin on my lungs is peeling off. This virus sucks, dude. Like this sucks.
I don't know how I haven't had it. I've literally had people I live with have it. I have
Dude,
not.
Josiah hasn't either. Dungeon Dad?
Yeah.
Yeah. You hate the way you described it. It's accurate, but God, yeah, no, dude, it sucks. It really does feel like your lungs are sunburnt. It's weird.
I've gotten lucky or something. Yeah. Maybe I'm just immune. Who knows? It's like the chicken pox or whatever. Like no one in my family had ever had it. Like we're all just immune to it naturally.
Dude, I didn't like what's the virus now? I had COVID. I don't have COVID. I had COVID last week. Yeah, I even worked at I worked at a private school, worked at a public school, tested for it once and got it whenever I was working at the private school because a student went on a vacation and came back and did not test before coming back to school. I know, right? Great. Just fucking super cool. So everyone in my class got sick, and that was the first time that I had tested for it and actually got a positive result. But I didn't get any symptoms that time. Now, this time, holy hell, dude! It felt like I got hit by a truck. I was only the worst of it was like over in 3 days, but whoa, screw that student. No, that gets you in bigger trouble.
Okay, we're gonna mute that later. No, things are good. We moved Lily's granddad, and he survived the move.
Nice,
which was good because the doctor wasn't sure. And he's got a few months left. We're giving him a really good few months, taking him wherever the hell he wants to go and doing whatever the hell he wants to do.
Well, hell yeah. Yeah, I know. You're wondering if the Rune Keeper stepped on the Magus's toes too much. Like, Magus can amplify. You don't get too much mana, but you don't know. So I don't know if I was doing it anyways. I think that they provide a different sort of play style, and that's what I was really looking for there was like, as far as a numerical balance goes, I am still not incredibly confident on the damage structure at the moment. I have a good idea as to what I like it at, where I really want it to be. Because I want it to be compatible with all the like OSR adventures and stuff. Because if it is, then I don't have to write a whole lot of shit for it. There's already going to be modules and stuff that are out there that people already own that are going to be compatible with it. So I like that, but I also think like the more interesting thing to do with that is figuring out how are they, with an asymmetric game like this, are they bringing something new to the table that differentiates itself enough from something else? Now, stepping on something's toes, that's completely subjective. I mean, someone could say that, like, well, a fighter steps on the barbarian's toes, and I'm like, sure, I guess. Those aren't really arguments that I ever really entertain, because I don't think that they actually, like, really add anything to the conversation, right? It's another character option, it's doing something different. I think for some people, it's gonna hit different than, yeah. Asymmetric, yeah, okay, so asymmetric design means that, like, these classes aren't all engaging with the game in the exact same way. So, like, they're all gonna have different mechanics, for what they can do within the game. This is like establishing different core gameplay loops for the different classes. I was trying to think. Okay, in 5e has some asymmetric design going on because, like, Barbarian plays different than what a fighter does. A fighter's going to specialize in the attack action. So is the Barbarian, but the Barbarian's got their setup first of rage and then go in. Now, if you have a symmetric game, everyone's essentially on the exact same playing field. Either we're all playing like very similar characters, and essentially the only thing that really distinguishes us is like the equipment in our bags or whatever. But whenever you're literally giving people different ways to engage with the game mechanics, you've got asymmetric design happening.
Like examples of symmetric design would be like simple systems like Fate, where everyone's sort of the same thing, or even like 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons to a degree, because everyone kind of played the same.
So Powered by the Apocalypse games are symmetric. I still think that yes and no. So like, okay, so asymmetric. Are a wizard and a barbarian playing the game the same way? No, they're just not. So we have an asymmetric game occurring there, right? At least these are two asymmetric character options. That's about it. Like, I mean, yeah. So like, we're not doing things like, okay, well, this character gets this D6 for this stat. This other character gets a D4 for that stat. And whenever this one's going to make a check against this guy, it's got to roll this higher number, and that's what tells you it's better than the other guy. I've never really been a big fan of that style of... well, okay. I'm okay with it in the sense of, like, Kids on Bikes. But Kids on Bikes is not supposed to be a big, heavy, clunky system. That is a pretty light load for any kind of TTRPG. I was just thinking of, oh shit, I just had an idea and it just like got away from me. God damn it.
COVID brain.
I know. It like, dude, it hit Amanda a lot harder than it hit me.
Oh yeah, how's the lady doing?
She's good. I think we are going to get her tested for sleep apnea. Cause she...
Oh, you know she has sleep apnea.
Oh, I mean, I know. We just got to figure out how to get it treated, you know. And since American medicine is just leagues above your goddamn Canadian social system up there, now we have to wait until we can figure out how to get her in somewhere.
Yeah, my stupid social system where I don't have to pay and the wait's not as long as you'd actually think.
I know, right? Okay, yeah, no, you did see a muscle wizard subclass. Yeah. Okay. Now, other thing. I changed the name of the cleric over to the luminary. So cleric to me, yeah, this kind of came from a couple different areas. Cleric to me has a very specific kind of an idea to fantasy. A cleric is almost more of a war priest. Now, I know that that's not exactly what they mean in a game like 5e, but literally everywhere else I keep seeing clerics, they're like heavy armor priests. They're not like, you know, robe wearing theurges or anything like that.
Which is weird. Like, I feel like with every edition of D&D, they've like tanked them up a little bit more each time and went further away.
This is supposed to feel like a divine wizard now. I want the luminary to not feel like a cleric. And there's a couple other ways in which I've kind of shaken that up. Hey, what up, Phil?
So it's more about being spiritual and accepting the divine energies type thing.
Yeah. I personally, I don't have a problem if it would have been, hey, what up, man? What up, Logomancy? So I personally would not have a problem with a class being called a priest. But I also like keeping this as something that doesn't require religious buy-in in order to play a divine healer. This could just be like a philosopher and just keep it at that. Channelers of this is even where I'm trying to write it out with the flavor text in here. Channelers of the magic of creation, luminaries are philosophers, muses, and healers of the people. A luminary may be a deadly theurge, a guardian of the rightful passage of souls to the afterlife, or even a necromancer in their own right that corrupts sacred resurrections for nefarious purposes. Now, luminary reflavored to using ley lines. Like, I just wanted it to not always go for the buy-in of religion right up front.
I mean, I have a friend that swears that essential oils can cure cancer. So like, this is perfect.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You were about to say philosopher could be a good name. Well, I would disagree, only in the sense that philosopher doesn't tell me divine magic. Like, that doesn't click for me, right?
No.
Maybe in certain worlds it totally works, but like, philosopher could also be something of like a subsect of scholar or whatever. For me, the name has to click that I'm like, I understand in reading that why that has magic. Luminary. Oh yeah, divine light. I get it. All right, like I get you. Couple other things with this. Actually, while I've been sick, I did get the opportunity to play. I actually caught up a little bit on my like to be played while I've been sick. Chat will be happy to know I've started playing Undertale. I haven't gotten far, but I did start it. Let me see here. I replayed Hylix. I replayed Chrono Trigger for like the 7th time. And there was an observation that I had about Hylix that I thought was super, super cool. And okay, so in Hylix, there's an interesting fix for a thing. I will be playing Undertale a little bit more. Yeah, it was good. Amanda was not a fan though, so.
Oh, really?
Take that up with her. Yeah. Oh, she gets so bored if she has to read the game.
Oh.
Where did I get in Undertale? I not very far. Not far at all. I've really just basically started. Okay, Hylix. There we go. Let me see if I can pull up an example of this. I really, really dig Hylix, and there are some actual cool game mechanics to appreciate out of it. Okay, so in Hylix...
it's April. Why is it going to snow today?
That's rough, my guy.
Yeah,
dude,
that's what I get for living in the Kanekistan.
I would kill to get some snow right now.
Yeah, you do like the snow.
Dude, I love the cold.
I like the cold, but I'm a cripple and I can't shovel.
Well, fix that.
Just fix it. The doctors are trying, my dude.
Yeah. Okay. So in Hylix, there is a very smart design decision that the creator made. I think it's Mason Lindroth. Did I meet Toriel to go? Yes. Yeah. So there is a very smart design decision that was made regarding the use of one of the abilities in here to heal. Let me see if he's going to use it here. By the way, this is Vinny Vine Sauce. Go fucking... if you want to know like where some of my goddamn like sense of humor comes from, guys like Vinny and like Northern Lion and Germa is like my shit. Okay. How fast is this going? Normal? Really? It's just like a highlight. Okay, there's that. So okay. Not hypnosigils.
I don't know this game.
You don't know Hylix? Dude, you should.
It looks like a Monty Python sketch.
It is a trip and a half, dude. Like, boy, like a lot of Troika was... I don't know this for a fact. I am fairly fucking certain, though, Troika was basically inspired by Hylix.
Oh. Looks like the Monty Python cartoons. Hylix.
It's all stop motion animation and clay that he's processed into pixel art. It's so cool. Oh man, dude, this game has got such a cool vibe. All right, I'm trying to find this magic in here. Yeah, it uses a frozen burrito. Where's it at? Okay, so this is gonna be a highlights reel. I'm trying to find the damn healing magic. Oh well, okay. So one of the interesting things that they do in here is that in Hylix, there are plenty of times where, because it's a turn-based game, you will there's a bad rhythm that can happen where you're playing whack-a-mole with your health. Where, like, okay, if we're doing turn-based, you hit me, I hit you, you hit me, I hit you. If I have to exchange one of my I hit yous for a cure on myself, I leave myself open to just basically get stuck in a cure loop, right? The easy thing that they did to solve this over here in Hylix is whenever you cast the spell that cures yourself, you guard at the same time. So, like, you reduce any damage you take in by half. And this is a really, really easy fix on this. Like, you know that you're doing this exchange in the turn or whatever, and this is a really common problem across all kinds of, especially like JRPGs. I noticed this really bad in particular with Chrono Trigger. I don't think I played that game ever since I really studied game design. I think the last time I played through Chrono Trigger was like whenever I was maybe 20. And playing through it now, whenever I've been this critical on game design, there's parts of that game that I think are actually pretty rough. Chrono Trigger is a legendary game. Absolutely legendary game. I don't think anybody can make the reasonable argument that every encounter that is put into Chrono Trigger is justified being there. It is a fairly fucking brutal game too. Like, your character can or your whole party can wipe, and you are not informed as to what you should be doing going into the situation. It's older, you know, all that, but yeah. Working with Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event at your college camp. This kid will say, "Oh, shucks. Well, have a good day. We'll see you later, Tin Can." Yeah, no game is perfect. Yeah. Tried playing Final Fantasy VII, never gonna touch another active time battle game. The thing is, Chrono Trigger is way more active than Final Fantasy. Because the entire time that, like, you're still figuring out your inputs, the enemies already know what they're doing, and they're gonna take their turns. So if you're menuing too much, then, like, you're just gonna fall behind in the overall exchange in combat. So, like, you know, if you know what's going on, yeah, but Chrono Trigger is one of... It's just a little on the rough side. Now, yeah, and going through and playing it, I did notice a couple of times where Chrono Trigger does have this problem, where you keep getting into the heal loop of, well, okay, so this time we're going to cast Aura. We're going to do the Aura Whirl. So now I've used Chrono and Marl's turns to use the Aura Whirl, but that healed 3 of my characters, not just 2, right? Oh, but the enemies are still throwing out a bunch of different barrages, and this other character, it's not as effective because the things that are really effective are the combos, and I'm going to have to wait for Chrono or Marl to get back up in order to use this other technique I was going to use, right? Like, if I'm going to use AoE, I've either got to use this magic that doesn't hit quite as hard, or I can use one of these combos that is just an absolute devastator. But the trade-off of that is the healing, and I guess I could just keep tapping into my mega elixirs. I just don't really feel like the amount of menuing required for Chrono Trigger is completely justified. And I also just don't really think that it's super fun. On this other playthrough, like that I just did, it's like, yeah, I think you could probably cut out over half of the encounters, and Chrono Trigger is still going to be a great game. But
I mean, it's a product of its time as well.
For sure.
And okay, I don't mean this to sound bad, but Japanese games tend to have I want to say more clunky or convoluted user UI and UX than games from, say, like Sweden or something like that.
You talking like JRPGs? Or just
yeah. Well, even some other games. I don't know. For some reason, it feels like a lot of the games that come out of like core Japan that aren't like the big international ones. It's like the programmers are making the UI rather than having like a UI UX specialist.
Yeah, like what was a game that did have good menuing though? Remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake did have good menuing.
Yeah.
I think that the menuing that they did for that was a brilliant compromise on like people want the old school. Like, I don't know of anybody that looked at Final Fantasy Remake and was like, because it isn't the exact same thing that Final Fantasy VII did, I don't want to play it. I think they managed to make it feel really good. JRPGs are very clunky. UI hasn't changed much in decades, and it shows. Like, I was gonna say Dark Souls has decent menuing. No, I get confused every fucking time I open up like Elden Ring's menu. Honestly though, like I don't know what some of the commands are that I need to like, hey, how do I swap this item? How do I remove this item? It feels like it changes every fucking time I open up the menu. I will also say it makes zero sense why you can only sell shit to the blacksmith and not the ball-bearing ladies in Round Table Hold. I've never understood why they did that. You're here. You're in the same fucking location. Why not just let me sell to this merchant so I don't have to go run arbitrarily to the other side of fucking Round Table Hold, go sell this shit, and then come back over here? Like, I've never understood that. What was the last Western RPG I played? I mean, oh, with a good menu? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. What was one that had good menuing? You know, actually, I might have one.
Oh, okay.
Sweet. Minecraft. I think Minecraft has great UI UX.
It's straightforward. It's simple. You see what you got.
You know exactly what everything's going to do. It's very intuitive. Most of your commands are either left click, right click. It works with your hotbar.
And it follows the rules. Whenever you're doing like UI UX, they always say if you're getting 3 or more levels deep into the user interface, people are going to get lost.
Yep. Minecraft crafting menu isn't good. I mean, I think it's all right. You want to see the worst though? Yeah, let me pull up a World of Warcraft raid, and you all tell me what the fuck is going on. All right, let's see.
I thought there was a lot of really nice little tweaks and advancements in Enshrouded, actually.
I still haven't played it yet.
I mean, it's kind of like Minecraft with like the bar at the bottom, but there's like some very simple keys, like your ranged weapon. You just like hold down Q, and your ranged weapon pops out.
You didn't like crafting in Minecraft? Always had to use a wiki to know what to make? God, I don't know. I personally never had a problem with it. All right, here. This is horrible UI UX. Look at this shit. This is World of Warcraft in the middle of a raid with what I believe is 3 guilds or maybe 2. I have no idea. But like, look at this. This is how many different abilities does this guy have ready to go? Right? There's all these different timers that are up for all sorts of different effects. And whenever they get into the middle of this raid, it gets worse. Who the fuck? Like, who is keeping track? What? Why are these numbers scrolling down? What does any of this matter?
Yeah, like old school MMOs. I used to be really into EVE Online, and that one got intensely bad at points too.
Yeah, I'm like, what? You believe they're using UI mods to make things readable? Really? This is
there's
helping
definitely
that?
mods here.
This is helping? City of Heroes UI UX is extremely customizable. Huh. You never seen an MMORPG that didn't look like a total cluster? You know, not an MMO, but I will say, as far as MOBAs went, Smites was pretty good. Let's see here. Like, everyone hates Smite 2. I had no idea. Get me into a game. Show me, like, how about who's Rexy, maybe? Okay. All right, sweet. Here is Smite's UI UX. Everything right down here on the bottom, these are your abilities. You have 4 different abilities. Rarely some gods are going to have maybe 8. But that is going to require you switching between 2 triggers. All your items are listed over here. You're only going to have 6 here. You have consumables right down here, and then there's 2 relics right here that you use for things like cleansing, crowd control, or whatever. So knowing what all these mean, you don't have to pay attention to these over here too much. Most of the time, you're going to be playing the game, and these items are going to be a complete afterthought. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's the thing I got to pick up after I get my gold. Go back there, pick the item up. You don't have to look at that side ever again. You have that item? Cool. That's what you know. Literally everything else is just stats for what all is going on in the game. You have the map right here. You have some ability timers right down here. This is just letting you know your character. This is who's on your team. I don't see the enemy. Oh, that's the enemy right there.
Actually, you want an MMO with like a relatively clean user interface, even though it's kind of failed. New World.
New World?
The one that Amazon made. There's like 4 little healing boxes. Like, it was kind of made, I think it was made to like play with controller or whatever.
I really do like this overhead banner up at the top. Oh, Christ. Diablo ruined this for people. I cannot stand item pop-ups like this, these tooltips like this.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, 485 damage. Oh, sweet. This number means nothing to me. You never liked Smite or LOL? Smite was fun, but I other than that, I never got into MOBAs. That Smite was literally the only one.
Played Dota 2 for a while, but it's just angry. It was just angry people. I learned a lot of Russian swear words out of that game, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're not exactly super fun games insofar as dealing with the communities. Yeah, you know what? This is a fine UI. Ooh, actually, wait, I take this all back. You know which game had the best UI I have ever seen? Breath of the Wild.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Gets out of your way.
Yep. Let's just look at hang on. Look at Zach Scott games. Sure. All right. Dude, there are so many bits of brilliance about Breath of the Wild's UI UX. Dude, this fucking stamina wheel is a game changer. Like, you guys have no idea. Like, unless you're really into UI UX, this goddamn thing, holy shit. Ability to customize your WoW UI, you can do something clean like this. It requires work.
There's a reason it was blatantly stolen by like Pal World and Genshin Impact.
Yeah. Hang on. Let's see you using it. Come on, use the stamina. Okay. Use it. Use it. I got something. I want to drop a fun word. Use your stamina. Okay. So, in like so many other games like Dark Souls, stamina is represented by a bar, right? So you have this bar that goes up here at the top left, but the problem is, with a game like Breath of the Wild, they wanted everything to kind of get out of the way for you in order for you to just kind of enjoy what all you're seeing, right? So whenever it's not particularly important for you to know what your hearts are, what your stamina is, whatever, the UI will fade out, right? But whenever you're climbing, it can be a little bit confusing to tell how much stamina is getting depleted, how much is currently being used, whatever. What they do is they use this little indicator called a delta. And it's that like very slight bit of the, whenever it's going down, you see something is depleting and it'll blink. And it's not like the whole stamina bar is blinking. It's this very small segment, right? That's delta, yeah. Now, this, maybe not exactly the menus, but insofar as the UI UX for exploring the world right here, having that change to the stamina alone, it's such a huge thing for the UI UX. The hearts get bigger, swell or something when you get hit, or are you misremembering that? I'm not totally for sure. Maybe. Have you tried shooting a monster arrow in Tears of the Kingdom? It's bad. Have I tried shooting a monster arrow? Have I tried shooting a monster arrow in Tears of the Kingdom? It's bad. I'm not incredibly sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what that... I mean, I personally love the fusion shit that they do in Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, yeah, okay, so you see this little segment right here? The little segment of the yellow and that flashes like red, that's your delta. Yeah. That's telling you that shit's getting used up. It's about to be gone. The overall amount that's shown, if I'm recalling this correctly, is what gets used in half of a second. So the size of the delta is the amount of stamina that's getting used within the next half a second. Because I guess the research was showing that that's the good feel of the good feel for time for like, oh, I get a good response to knowing that's how much I have left. Gotcha. And I can respond to that better. I don't feel as cheated maybe or whatever. Fusion arrows can obscure the screen because some parts are too big. You mean like the arrow itself or the UI UX? I've just never really had that problem. I mean, me personally, I don't know. If you have, that sucks. But yeah. Inventory, and if you have a lot of stuff, it slows down gameplay. Oh, well, I mean, then you probably just don't use it, or like if you do use it, get it ready and go. I mean, like I beat Tears of the Kingdom. This was not really a thing I really ever felt. Okay, maybe I didn't feel it because I just felt like that mechanic was so fucking cool. It was never a burden for me to use. I was always so down. I was like, yeah, bomb arrows, 100%. That's what we're doing right now. It was the arrow itself, but it was a really minor issue for you as well. Well. The menuing to me was probably like the biggest hurdle of all that, but yeah. I don't know, it was so cool that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna attach a fire fruit to my arrow, and now everything's on fire. I just thought that was so fucking cool. Yeah. I will put up with bad UI UX if the experience is fun enough.
Yeah.
It's not an end-all be-all, but whenever it's good, it's really fucking good. Actually, another good example of great UI UX is the reddened peripheries in Call of Duty. Whenever you get hit, you see your vision going red. That's a great indicator without giving you a health bar. You know?
It's true.
I mean, that's not saying anything about the quality of Call of Duty. It's just saying...
Yeah, I don't play the fish game myself.
Make him fly super straight with almost no drag. Yeah, like, it's cool. I always love that, like, yeah! And that's such a great little, like, fantasy. Like, ooh, it's just sick that you can put this thing on an arrow and it's like, ooh, cool. I don't know. I love that. One game you've always felt mixed on their UI is how FPSs treat their UI. Some just don't make sense, or some integrate it into the experiences. I can't remember. Ken, did Overwatch have really good or really terrible UI?
It was all right. It was simple. I mean, you got your couple of abilities, and
yeah, I remember it felt clean, but not exactly like. I should really not open up Overwatch and Google Images here on stream, huh? Yeah, Taron, you should have known better than that.
Yeah.
Their UI UX is okay, but yeah.
Standard FPS type stuff.
Yeah.
Like the finals type, same type of thing. Fairly straightforward.
The health bar trick is something that would be cool to track in TTRPGs. The trick is the trick where the health at the top of the bar is easier to lose and the health at the bottom of the harder. You probably stuck in the digital realm though? Absolutely not. Actually, we just looked at one that was doing that with Daggerheart a couple weeks ago. But I think the game, correct me if I'm wrong, Ted, first time I really saw this was in Spyhander, where it was doing the damage threshold thing.
I mean, I don't know where the first time you saw it is.
No, it's well, I guess. Okay. Do you know of another game where that might have come from?
Damage thresholds, and then just like doing like
you have like
it's not a new concept. I'm pretty sure one version of getting them all mixed together. I think Cyberpunk 2020 kind of did something similar. I've definitely played other RPGs that have done something similar to that, though. It's not new. Now they like, I think Spyhander maybe did a little bit better of a job, like clarifying and explaining it and stuff compared to some. Oh man, I have a love-hate relationship with the Helldivers UI.
Oh my god, people are gonna hate me for this. I played Helldivers for like 30 minutes and immediately uninstalled.
What? You're wrong.
I refunded
You're wrong.
Probably. I don't know. I was like, all right, well that's what this is, and I was like, I'm good. I also wait, by the way, I also was not a big Gears of War fan. So I know where some people are like, yeah, but it's Gears of War. I'm like, yeah, and I didn't play that much either. This wasn't really my bag. But
yeah, I like the ridiculousness. Like I bring out like an eagle bombardment, and I'm holding it, and then my buddy throws a grenade, which knocks me over. So I drop the eagle bombardment at our feet, and I just look down at sadness, and well, we're all going to die, and we just laugh our full heads off.
Yeah, I am all here for the like goofy ridiculousness of it in the memes. I think that Starship Trooper shit is super goddamn funny. But yeah, I don't know. I am always like way more into first person shooters than I am third person shooters. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I was able to get over it because of Red Dead Redemption. Because Red Dead Redemption, once someone was like, dude, it's literally just Grand Theft Auto, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. And yeah, but like, I don't know, whenever it's like shooting is 99.9% of the game, I've got to have an FPS. It's weird.
No, I get that. Like I part of me enjoyed like Aliens Fireteam Elite like more than Helldivers just from a gameplay aspect for sure.
Yeah.
Because like first person, it is a little bit nicer when you're playing a shooter. The thing I really hate about Helldivers is I'm dyslexic, so having to input like 6 or 7 different arrow key combinations to do your ability sucks.
Oh god, yeah. I remember trying to do that and just feeling like I'm never going to use this ability.
But at the same
like, you
time,
have to.
It's there for a reason. It's purposely complex and convoluted because it's supposed to be stupid, because you're just some regular Joe Schmo that was thrown onto a battlefield and you have no idea what you're doing.
Like, sure.
But I hate it.
I just,
I
yeah.
hate it at the same time.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm like, okay, well, like, someone could have a shitload of fun with this, but for me, I'm more like, Balatro, you know?
Yeah, I've gotten deep into Balatro.
Let me see here. Okay, so I guess back on Vagabond. Okay. Meow. What else has changed? Oh shit.
I should find that clip where I remember yelling at you, being like, "Hey, I want to do a thing," and you're like, "Oh, don't worry, Vagabond's not going to have any more dramatic, sweeping changes to it." And that was like 8 months ago.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you said that. You're like, "Don't worry, we're just cleaning it up now." And since then, you've like overhauled some large stuff. I'm like, God damn it, man.
Yeah, that Taron guy's a dirty, filthy fucking liar. I don't know why you ever listened to him.
It's been good changes though. I'm actually all for the removal of the subclasses and stuff, because I like playing games with like traits systems or talent systems or whatever the fuck you want to call it, where you can just like mix and match and customize and stuff.
Yeah.
The only downfall that happens with those sometimes is some people get choice paralysis pretty easily if they start getting too many choices.
Yes, I agree. Like, I know that some okay, so the reaction that I saw some people have to this was like, mostly I'm just, I know I'm making an assessment here, but I heard a lot of complaints about this. There were a lot of assumptions being made about what this meant for the game, and not people actually seeing how it was being incorporated. And I was like, wait, you know, like, this doesn't mean that this thing you originally could make in the game you can't make anymore. That's people are like, oh, we got rid of all of the things. No, you didn't get rid of anything, and they're still organized by category. Correct. It's, yeah. Are the health values still going to be super low? I don't know about super low, but they are lower than they are on average in a game like 5e. You get choice paralysis often, if not character building, but in gameplay. Reason why I can't play full casters in 5e. Yeah, I'm like, there is, if you wanted to just build a character that was just like, I'm not engaging with the perks and I'm just going to take my class. If you wanted to just play a like straight up like rogue for 10 levels and not get any other perks or what the hell ever, you can do that. And the game isn't going to punish you for not engaging with perks. You just go and pick up stat improvements instead, and that improves your character. So if you don't want a subclass, if you don't want that level of customization, you don't have to go that route.
Mm-hmm.
That's the trade-off here. And by the way, the game doesn't punish you as a player now for doing that, or for not doing that, right? You like Souls games where you can choose base stats and then build your class out of it. Yeah, I really like that too. I really wanted the class to give you like a base kit loadout. And I really like that in Dragonbane. But yeah. I also do like gaining levels in a class. There's just something about that fun to the fantasy that I really dig. And that's, yeah, kind of what I was going with here. Well, there are some identities that got removed entirely, not many, but some. If there was something that got removed entirely, like, if there was something that got completely scrapped, it's probably because there was already a way to do that. Good luck balancing those perks, you man. I mean, that's what I signed up for. Like, I mean, yeah.
There are plenty of systems that do it, and it's
yeah, it's like it's not that big of a deal. So we just have to. Usually, the things that are going to be a problem jump out pretty quick. For anybody that's really only coming from an experience with like 5e or Pathfinder, those systems have so many moving parts. It's way like if you started
subsystems.
Yeah, if you started designing for something like 5e, I encourage you to go try and write something for like Shadow Dark or like Dragonbane. Because can I give an example of what? Like something being over-designed, or like there's too many subsystems going on. Multi-classing from 5e, if that's what you're asking. Multi-classing from 5e brings up so many fucking design issues everywhere.
Yeah.
It's the one thing about 5e design that it's literally impossible to future-proof. I'm not sure what you would want an example of. Stat buffs being equal to perks? Wait, can I give you an example of a stat buff being equal to a perk? Okay, so over here? Can I point to one that I was like, that's an example right there, those two are equal? No. Unless I literally wrote it out on the page, like, you get a stat increase. This is all going off of a feel. 5e certainly doesn't do that. Wait, what? Certainly doesn't do what? I don't know. There's like half sentences getting like I don't know. Like a lot of these are mechanics that you're getting. Like I would say getting Animal Companion is most likely giving you that oomph. But I'm also not trying to just make it like, oh shit, really? Okay. I'm also trying to not make it to where like everything is compared to like everything is absolutely a equal to a stat improvement.
Yeah, you start getting to the samey territory if you're trying to make everything exactly the same, like balance wise and stuff like that.
Right. A system where a stat buff is equal to mechanical complexity. This is a thing. Okay. I'm also not trying to do that. I'm not shooting for that either. Like, I'm not trying to quantify something like mechanical complexity into a thing that we can absolutely measure. That's not a thing you can do. It's gotta go off of a feel. Like, you gotta be like, all right, well, I think that this is probably worth it, and go with that. Yeah, you're talking about a thing that is like quite literally impossible to quantify unless the only thing that it represents is a quantification. Have you missed the Druid buff, or is that still coming in later? Oh, real quick, I guess. Druid change. Okay, so Druid's big scaling thing. So the big changes that Druid have right now are like Druid is going to feel less like a full caster and more like a kind of a wild shape brawler in a way. Primitive is giving you the ability to cast spells. You're casting them as a half caster. They're going to feel a little bit more like a paladin-esque in a way. So you're getting your rights known, you're getting your mana, you're getting shape changer, and then you're getting this one, wild growth. While focusing on a right, you regain 2 health at the start of your turns and have a +1 bonus to armor. These numbers each increase by 1 every 4 levels you take in this class. And then they're getting a lay on hands similar feature with Innervate. You can use your action or skip your move to end a status affecting you, or a being you're touching from either charmed, confused, or sickened, right? Rejuvenate is giving you some resurrection in here. Force of nature, self-res. That's, yeah. So they're reduced a little bit in their complexity, but they're still given a lot of oomph in here. 5e, you can level up ASI or feats, and feats are way stronger. How is Vagabond going to mitigate that? Is there another system that does that? It's not a thing I'm worried about. It's just not a thing I'm worried about. I have not gone over the Rune Keeper class entirely. No. If they're giving you that mechanical oomph, and everyone's just comparing, well, this is or is not worth it. In the 10 years that 5e has been out, we still haven't been able to objectively prove an opinion on the quantification of mechanical value. You're going to get a bunch of different opinions on that. So that tells me right there, that's not the thing I should be shooting to design for. As many times as people have put out things like the detect balance scale, which is it's fun for getting the idea for we can get a rough estimate here. That was still designed by a guy who put up their opinion on a mechanic, and people still debate whether or not that thing is good for that, right? So I can't really give these things a number and say, yes, this is 3.5 good, or this is 6.7% good, or what the hell ever you want to say. How do you say ASIs and perks right now? Or how do you get them? Yeah, it's so highly subjective. You get one every single level. So scrolling back up here. You get one at every level. So each time you gain a level, you'll gain each of the following: new and improved class features, increase a stat by 1 or take a perk, increase your max health. Boom. Yeah, detect balance also limits design. Vocab. Vocab, thank you. To what is, and 5e for me started to feel incredibly restrictive in the design space for what mooks on the internet deemed for acceptable interventions. Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is what I called Reddit funk, where too many people were designing things to be approved by Reddit because all Reddit knew how to do was comparative balance and analysis. And if all you're doing is comparative balance or whatever, and you're not willing to allow some things to be quote unquote objectively better than other things, your game is going to get stale. Some things will need to be more niche than other things, and that's fine. Some people want more niche mechanics for certain things. It's more a matter of, is the niche mechanic doing a thing it should not be doing? That's what I'm worried about. Are the perk class features still there? See, martial technique, or is that replacing that? This is replacing that. There are some that do get freebies in their class, but this is experts getting a free perk, things like that. So I'm not worried that someone who keeps taking perks will outperform someone who keeps taking stats. Is that not a concern? No, I'm not at all.
If they keep taking perks over stats, yeah, they'll get more toys, but they won't be as effective at a lot of the actions as well.
If they're gonna keep continuing to do that, and then their thing is okay, well, this turn I'm gonna be doing playing the cow, and that's gonna give me 3 milk tokens, and I'm gonna take those milk tokens over to the dairy farm and turn them into cheese, and then this next turn I'm gonna no, I'm not. That's the other moving parts of Vagabond are designed to not cause a lot of these big cluster types of interactions like that. There should be very few instances in which someone's going to have to stop the action and go, yeah, the Pro ZD, yes, yeah. I'm glad you all caught that. Someone choosing stats is better at their checks. There is value there. Yep. Hey, yeah, there you go. Tall versus wide. There you go.
Yeah.
So
and yeah, you didn't design a game with a lot of like domino interactions that would get like Chris or Cody like super excited per se.
I'm trying not to. That doesn't mean that I've absolutely succeeded, but like for the most part, I'm trying to avoid things like, okay, well, by using this action right here, I could, you know, what's another fucking reference? Summon an even larger man. Like, it's just, I'm trying to keep the interactions down to like passive abilities, maybe keep them around to like, you know, you get this little oomph in here and that's about it. Not a like constant chain of, if you use this action, you can use this other action to occur, in which this other action makes this thing happen and this thing happen. No. Yeah, Day Night. There you go. Yeah. Do I just throw like streamer quotes out there? We're the rats. Yeah. Mama Liz's hot chili sauce. How many fucking streamer references can I come up with now? You love Vagabond's lack of sequence moves where every mechanic only really interacts with other basic systems or one specific thing, no combos. I try because I think the more that you start like stacking up cups on each other to make towers, you know, like
yeah, it's important not to make too many convoluted subsystems that stack on each other.
Oh man. You learned the concept of tall versus wide in the Vagabond stream? Oh shucks. I learned it watching Civ 5 concept builds.
It's very much like a 4X style like gameplay term.
Yeah, I want to say I learned about tall versus wide like over 15 years ago or something like that. But yeah, that's been a game design discussion for a while. Combos are great if they're explicitly the point of the game. Yeah, maybe, but also like and this is like not dogging on optimizers whatsoever. It's just not the kind of thing that I personally really get a lot of enjoyment out of. I'm just like the kind of guy where if you play a TTRPG with me or whatever, I'm like, cool, that's my fucking turn, I guess. Like, I'm going to hit a thing and keep going on.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm not looking to, like, get every little bit I can out of every little interaction. I'm looking for, like, what's going to deliver on the fun fantasy of that moment of, like, aha, yes, and then go on. You know?
I mean, I'm not against optimizers. If you just want to play the game, like, well, I mean, that's kind of what you're doing there for the most part. But at the same time, the game is designed that you should be able to just, well, most of the games anyways, it's designed that you should be able to just like charge like into the game, like creating your character, and it should be effective without having to do that.
Yeah, I also don't like running games where I forget shit often. Because if I'm going to be real with you here, I feel more often than not, people forgetting aspects of the game says that there's something wrong with the game. Like, this is why, like, I really like rules light systems, because there's less shit for me to remember and think like, ah, fuck, I forgot about that. Why did I forget about that one thing? Whatever. Yeah. The players will optimize the fun out of the game, and you have to watch out for that. I mean,
I think they're being sarcastic.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? I was like, wait, that's I don't know what to do about that. So, okay. Insofar as the perks go, these are supposed to be like, the intention is that all the different perks should feel like enough of a mechanical oomph to do the thing you want to do. If I want to specialize in archery, well, I should know that by going up here and picking out, like, okay, looking at warrior, archer. Oh, there's a perk right there for that. Sharpshooter. Oh, okay, cool. So, like, archer, sharpshooter, maybe this one that says, like, akimbo trigger. I don't know. We might take a look at that later. What else? Oh, one sec. God, my sinus is still. Okay, so we have archer, we have stopping power. Okay, maybe I'll pick up that one as well. It's like archer, stopping power, sharpshooter. All right, so let's take a look at like archer. I wanted to do stuff with a bow. You can skip your move to gain favor on attacks you make until you move or are incapacitated. This should actually say attacks. Ranged attacks until you move or are incapacitated. Oh, okay, cool. So I can roll another d20 by like standing still. That's like steadying myself, getting the aim down, right? Like, got it. Okay, I like doing that. That makes my rolls better if I stay and do the thing I want to do. What else we got?
Given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of a game. I mean, there's always going to be some players, but if that's happening in your groups, you maybe need a different group, because I don't have that issue in my groups.
Yeah, if someone's optimization is taking the fun out of a game for you, I would just suggest, like, I don't know, like, maybe don't try not to be bothered by that person optimizing the game. Like, I don't know, that person's having fun in a certain way, and like, if it's hurting your fun, maybe that person's not the right person to play with, or like you're letting that person's fun affect you in a not great way, right? Looking at those perks, are the actual perks not getting reorganized? So you mean by like different categories, where like this one will be available to this or whatever, like organizing it by archetype? Or this is the thing, if someone's like asking like it's not getting reorganized, and I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? Like,
it's in categories. Yeah, VCXZ, it's not a video game, just talk to the player. I mean, that resolves most issues you see on RPG horror stories. Just talk to them like an adult, and if they don't respond like an adult, then maybe you have other issues you got to deal with.
Yeah, designers shouldn't have to limit their creativity to one random dude on the table. I do think that, like, designers do owe a sense of, like, you know, quality assurance and making sure that, like, their idea works and makes sense, right?
Yeah, don't make rifts.
But yeah, like, this is why I won't go to 5e, and this is probably why Daggerheart will never click for me. Daggerheart in particular is, I think, shoving too much of the onus onto the GM, and 5e is also really bad about this. It's my goal in Vagabond to never put the text DM's discretion at any point in any text whatsoever. The fact that there's mechanics in D&D 5e that say like DM's discretion, to me, almost always is asking for an adversarial, like, now the DM is going to be the bad guy. Like, no, I don't. Why couldn't the mechanic just tell me what I get? You know, like, have the system be the bad guy for you.
Well, that's partly a design choice between a narrative and less narrative game.
By the way, it's different. It's different for GM intrusion for Cypher because that's literally a core component of the game.
Oh yeah, no, I was even
like I don't mind it over there. Yeah.
Although Daggerheart wants to be a narrative game, but then made something kind of crunchy. So
yeah,
not that they have to be exclusive, separate.
That chaos subclass engaging this feature only when the DM chooses.
Yeah, I like systems that are a lot easier on the GM because you've got enough things keeping track of. You're creating a world and plot lines and all of this shit. I don't need to keep track of a billion different like rules and stuff at the same time. That's part of the reason I like Cypher, because I only need to tell you a difficulty of 1 to 10 and maybe intrude.
Right.
Or in Vagabond, it's going to be much the same thing. Like it's because the agency, the role agency is on the players, not the GM. It leaves the GM free to do the creative and cool shit.
That's the hope. Yes, are they getting organized by the archetype? You mean, am I going through and am I going to put like warrior and then all of these are going to fall under warrior and that's going to be separate from the arcanist or mystic? No. No, they're all organized. You can see the list right up here for your class archetype, and then they're organized in alphabetical order down here. So all the ones that are in the big archetypes are in this big list right here. And if you're like, well, I want to find the ones for my specific class or whatever, they're listed up here. I am not going to go through and organize all these piece for piece because there's going to be duplicates all over the place. And that's going to just eat up page count.
People that are having a hard time understanding that, I think it's just because it is the 5e mindset being left over. Like, you think of it as your class. Ignore the word class for a minute. Don't think of it as like a D&D class. That's just giving you a specific focused tool set, and then the rest of your character is built via these 4 categories.
Right. Doesn't the Risen perk have a mechanic like that as in work with your DM? No. Well, okay, so it has a work with your DM, not a DM's discretion. DM's discretion is allowing that DM to interpret the mechanic as they would like to. Not a like, hey, I'm a zombie. What is that like? Whatever. The game gives you the rules in here for becoming an undead. The game gives you the rules for whatever. But if we're talking about work with the LM to determine your cursed form, this is like, how did I get brought back? Right? Like in the story, am I a ghost? Am I a like zombie? Like which one are we going with here? Because like if your body gets destroyed and then it's like, okay, what if they do bring me back and I'm an undead? That sounds kind of cool. What would be the way that we go with that? Okay, well, they can't really get to your body. Maybe we could like be a ghost. Oh, okay, cool. Then like we'll do that, right? Or whatever. But the system isn't saying like, well, the LM is going to have to write your new stats for you or anything like that. No, it's just like, okay, well, what makes sense for the story?
Well, the core of the system to make it a game should be defined. Even in narrative systems, well, okay, Fate's a bad example because nothing's defined in Fate. But in something like Cypher or Cortex, like the core mechanics are going to be clearly defined, and then you just like narrate and flavor on top of that.
Right. You just feel like you complain so much about multi-classing because it creates these problems to the point that you took them out. Now it feels like you are telling me it's not going to be a problem with perks, but it sounds like you aren't worried about balancing them. Right. It's not a worry about balancing them. Okay. I got rid of... There's not going to be multi-classing, because what this means is that in the classes, I don't have to worry about those unique abilities and how those will interact with other aspects of the game. When it comes to perks, you do know that these are going to be interacting with other aspects of the game. Now, for the most part, I don't really want to be introducing a mechanic that's like here in a perk. Okay, I'll show you what like a busted perk would be for me, right? I'm just gonna write this. I know that this is not going to be balanced. All right, and not balanced, you'll see my perspective on what I mean by this. Okay. Stabby McFucker face. Sure. Okay. When you deal sneak attack damage, double it. Okay, sure. Now, this one is busted. This is broken, and not for a numerical issue here, right? Somebody tell me, why is this broken? Anybody? Why do I think that this one is broken? If risen to get to the full ghost stat block abilities, for example. Well, we're here. Let's stay on this for a second. So, why is this one broken? This is straight up broken and non-functional, by the way. I would never put this in. It only benefits the rogue, correct. This is written as an expert or warrior perk that only benefits one class. This is not fitting the design principles of Vagabond right now, right? We could even do this right here, and it still doesn't work, right? So, because this is only applying to a rogue feature right here, this is a broken and non-functional one. I would say that this is quote-unquote unbalanced, right? This could lead to a bad build, and I don't want that at any point. Now, assuming you can get other sources or damage can be exploited. No, it's literally because it's non-functional for every class other than the rogue. Yeah. But it still allows you to pick it up and presents it like, oh, if I'm an expert, I can get this feat right here, right? And that's not what we ever want at any point. Now, if we're doing something like sneakier attack, your sneak attack dice are now D6s. Like, well, it's still busted because actually it's on the... This is not a perk. This is not a perk for anybody other than the rogue, right? Let me see here.
Also, imagine with your perks, you're not introducing any new subsystems or anything so much as just playing off of the core components.
Like, if it does introduce something that's new in core, it needs to be like, that's a thing that is like a new play style that it's introducing. Mm-hmm. Not exactly like the light load lifts. These are like, it would be giving you the weight of a subclass feature. Other than that, these are going to be perks on top of doing things you're already doing.
And you don't have any perks that require other perks, right?
No.
Oh, thank God. That was one of the main reasons I stopped playing games like First Edition Pathfinder and 3.5 and shit was the feat chains. I hated it.
I am not a big fan of feat chains. I had originally kind of thought about doing that, and I would rather design the game to allow you to build what the hell ever mechanic into your character, rather than say like, oh yeah, this mechanic is only a thing you can pick up at 8th level. I'm like, why? Why do that? Or like, you know, if we wanted to say, well, here's a perk right here, and then the only reason you can get this other perk right here is because it keys off of this mechanic over here on this other one. I'm also like, why?
My main reason for feat chains that I really, really hated them was you couldn't organically grow your character as you played. You had to pre-plan. Like if I knew I wanted whips and it was like Pathfinder First Edition, there were like 4 specific feats I needed to take in specific order, which means I needed to pre-plan my character progression.
Right.
I hated that.
There we go. Yeah, class equals playstyle. And yes. Oh, thank you. VCXZ. Thank you. Feat chains might as well just be class features. Yes, 100%. Yeah. If you're looking at the way that I've been designing classes for Vagabond, you will see that all the classes have a cool core feature that scales up into infinite. right? So all of these could continue leveling on past their 10th level. These are all, quote unquote, future-proofed, right? These are all, if you wanted to continue playing on in with this class, it's going to keep getting better with you. That's the thing that distinguishes class features from perks. So class features are going to continue improving, right? Martialist, you're going to be able to keep getting perks with the warrior archetype prerequisite, and then continue getting one every 3 levels in this class hereafter. You keep getting better right there. Poise, yeah, sure, this one has a limitation. It was affecting a crit. I thought about this one continuing to level up afterwards, but meh. With the fighter, they're going to continue getting this thing with Martialist right here. They can continue building on, getting perks, all that other shit as they continue leveling up. The other ones are continuing to get more and more mana as they keep leveling up. Additional, like, essences that they're going to know, whatever. So, yes, the quote-unquote feat chain or, like, skill tree is actually going to be a base class, not a perk. So, yeah, your perks are going to be, like, nice mechanical oomph. They might be a little bit more variety in an option, but in general, these are not going to be huge heavy lifters or entire subclasses packed in, hidden in a tree. That might, the skill tree thing, I think a lot of people are very nostalgic on it because of Skyrim. I think Skyrim is like, is there another game I'm not thinking of, Ked, that did skill trees and it's just huge and that's the thing that like made people adore the idea?
Something like the Path of Exile.
Oh, okay.
That's an insane like version of that.
And even those are like the game is doing the skill tree for you.
Yeah.
You know. You want to see like the most insane leveling system, I think, of any game, but it's good. It's good, but it's not a TTRPG good. All right, here you go. Trying to get it pulled up. All right, can I get the entire grid? Anywhere, please? Okay. You want to see... This is the kind of like leveling system that was a lot of fun to engage with. This is a fucking nightmare to try and think about how you would turn this into a TTRPG. And that is the sphere grid from Final Fantasy X. This is such a cool leveling system that can only exist in a fucking video game.
Yeah.
What you do is you go through here and you can program or deprogram, like erase some of these little slots here. All of these swords right here, this is like you get a +2 to your strength, right? So what you can do, if you think this already looks complicated, wait, because it's gonna get worse, all right?
Wait, there's more.
This is a very cool thing if you're a mega completionist, because what you can do with this is not only go through here and complete the grid, later in the game, you hear how this is like a +2? You have certain spheres that you can unlock that are a +4 or a +6 or a +10 instead. And there are some people who have gone through and erased the entire sphere grid to fill out everything with like +10s to everything. So, and by the way, every single time you move on the grid is a level cost. So not only did they level up and clear the grid out, they went back through again to fill it out with brand new spheres. This is insane. It's a very cool one, and if you're a completionist and you're really into the idea of like, whatever, this is sick. But holy fucking shit. Did the never play Final Fantasy X? Actually, I recommend that you do play it. It is a really good game.
Yeah.
This leveling system, though, is... all I'm saying is, this is not the kind of thing I would ever try to replicate in a TTRPG.
No, if someone does, they need to stop and burn their book.
How many hours do you need to put into this game? Not too many. the base leveling grid is not that rough to get through. This is a cool leveling system, but like for the most part, a character is going to stick to one side of it. Like, you see how there's like a lot of white magic over here? We have Holy, Full Life. Holy is like the end of the path of where Yuna will be at the end of the game. Once you get to Holy, it's like basically you're at the end of the game and you can beat it and never really cross into somebody else's path if you don't want to. There's like Kira, that's still Yuna's side. Guard, Magic Break, we're over here in Auron's side. Ultimo, this is like Lulu's sector right in here. Kira, Asuna, there's part of Yuna's right there. Hastiga, Sloga, this is Tidus up in here. Waka right over here. So like a portion of the game for some people is like end game for a single character is a section like this right in here. But there's just some people that are like big, heavy completionists that just wanted to go and wipe the whole grid and then rebuild it with their own shit, right? Yeah. So these are set for all characters, or one character can get all of this. You can go through with your entire party and get the entire sphere grid.
They just have different starting points, but you can meander wherever.
Yeah. Let me show you.
Yeah, like what you're saying with PoE, how it starts with the classes, but then you can meander wherever. It's sort of the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably where PoE got it from.
Sphere grid. This
with Final Fantasy X, it will slow you down just because you're going to play a lot of Blitzball.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. All right, so this guy is going through. Okay, so he's actually showing you how to farm all the shit. Is he gonna actually show the grid? No, really? Okay, so this is literally just telling you where to find the spheres. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so this is showing you, most often, if you're just playing the game, your character is likely going to be, you're not locked into it. You are just sort of like, like Yuna is a priest, okay? So like Yuna is most likely specializing in the white magic side, right? So because of that white magic side, Yuna could just wrap up her whole path in the game at Holy and just be the white mage of the game, and that's it. But because it's Final Fantasy, it wouldn't be a Final Fantasy game without a billion side quests. And so that's what they unlock for you. There's like hidden mega bosses and all this other stuff that you can unlock in order to max out your characters and do whatever you want to. They make this path open to you to do. It's always an option. It's not a must, right? This character, by the way, Yuna, at sphere level 81, that's insane. This character doesn't just clear the game. This character is fucking with the base math of the game. Like, this is a one-shot kill on fucking Yu Yevon at the very end of the game. Yeah. So this is all completionist bullshit right here that you do with Final Fantasy. Not like, I think you can beat Final Fantasy X in like maybe 40 hours?
Yeah,
maybe?
You power through it. I think it's actually one of the shorter ones.
Yeah. X time to beat.
Oddly enough, I think X2 was longer.
I got super close on that. 46 hours. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, 46 hours. Yeah, I don't think you can beat it in a weekend. But yeah, you could definitely wipe out Final Fantasy X over the course of a week. It depends on how much Blitzball you play. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of liked the Blitzball though. I thought it was fun.
I did too. I always like those side games, like the card game in 8.
Triple. Oh shit! What was it? Triple Triad.
Yeah,
I think. Dude, Triple Triad was sick.
I spent almost more time in the card game than I did the rest of the game.
Yeah, this was like the Gwent for like our generation. Let me see here. Yeah, Triple Triad.
Mostly because although I adore 8's storyline, some of the mechanics,
dude,
so bad.
Worst leveling progression, worst magic system they have ever put into a Final Fantasy.
Which sucks because like it was one of my favorites for the storyline.
The world was super cool. The storyline was great. I liked all the characters a lot more than I liked. People are gonna hate me for this. In some cases, I like the characters more in Final Fantasy VIII than I did in Final Fantasy IX. You can crucify me for that if you want to.
I agree. I've always been a 8th stan, at least for the storyline. Once again, the game itself was.
The biggest problem is the magic system.
Yeah.
If you fix the magic system, it's actually a kind of a fucking cool game. I'll explain this real quick. Okay. This is a failed magic system concept. It was unique, but there is a reason they never did this again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's see here. You'll notice that this is called the junction system. Okay, so what you do in Final Fantasy VIII is you're not actually like, if I get fire magic, I don't have any mana. I have a number of times I can cast it. And that number is equal to like a unit of a thing that you have from the draw system. So what is the draw system? I can go to certain points that are like ley lines in the world and draw some of the magic out. Or I can draw it out of certain like cards. I can draw it out of certain items. I can draw it out of monsters, right? And that gives me like a unit of this magic that I can equip, right? Here's the other fucky thing with this. So I have this unit of this magic that I can equip to a certain stat. The thing that sucks about this, like he just equipped Ifrit, which allows him to junction magic to this stat right here, strength, right? Notice he can't junction it to anything else. Yes, that's the other really shitty thing about this. It is quantity based with how strong it is. Some magics are better than others in certain stats, like your healing magic is better for your health than other types of magic. So like you're going to equip some like really strong Curaga or whatever. But the problem with that is, remember this, the strength of it is based off of not just the magic, but how much of it you currently have. So if I were to cast some of that magic out, that I'm using that unit of it, and it hurts my stats for me to cast magic.
Yeah, it can lead to spirals badly.
What this always winds up doing is you stockpile everything. You don't use your magic, and the mages and shit in the game, you're like, I'm sorry, you just have to suck. I don't care if you have a compelling story here. Yeah, here we go. So this is showing you right here. You see the number? That number is indicating how many units of that magic they have drawn out. So you don't track mana in this game whatsoever. You're tracking, it's basically Vancian magic, right? So it's better to not
get
fight.
Shittier as you use it.
Yeah. So it's better to not fight enemies. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, this game punishes you for fighting. This game punishes you for leveling up. Because this is the only Final Fantasy. You want to hear the most back-ass word thing about this game?
Oh, I know what you're going to say, and I hated it.
The thing that sucks about this Final Fantasy is that the enemies level with you.
It's scaled, yeah.
All the world scales with you. Fucking dumbest decision they have ever made with a Final Fantasy. I love so much of 8. That was the dumbest choice they could have ever made. It's also, they don't do a good job of the scaling either. Things just have more health, and it just makes battles last longer. Whenever you're doing things like, I need to go grind and draw whatever. I don't know why they tried to do this thing where it was like, let's screw with completionists. You know, like, why? Like, we know that completionists really like our game. We know that it's a thing for people to really go out and like collect shit, harvest shit off monsters, or do whatever. Why scale? That seems like it just like fights with the concept of like growth, you know? Like,
yeah, that was one of the things I was also hated in like Skyrim and stuff as well. It's like, and other RPGs that have done it. It's like, let me, if I want to be powerful and go like grind in a corner and get all the levels, then let me do that.
Yeah. Scaling levels in linear RPGs is so bad. Open worlds, yeah, maybe, but in linear story-based games, why? I feel like they thought that this was a problem, that it just wasn't. Like, I don't really get why they would have done this. And we know that they felt like they made a mistake because they never did this again. They have never brought back scaling with levels. Skyrim did this?
Skyrim it would adjust by your level, but then their creatures would have a modifier based on your level. So if you were like level X, it would be X plus 3 for certain NPCs. Didn't Skyrim do that?
I honestly, I just kind of, it's been a while since I played Skyrim, so
yeah, leveled NPCs take your current level and add or subtract a modifier number to get their level.
All Elder Scrolls games do that. I don't notice it as much with Elder Scrolls, I guess, than I did with Final Fantasy.
There's actually whole mods you can download for Skyrim that like change it to like area-based level.
Yeah, I kind of prefer that because, like, I don't know, like, Skyrim is a walking simulator anyways. I mean, you can literally say that about any game, honestly. Like, I can get why in an open world you would be tempted to do something like that, because it's like, yeah, let's continue challenging the player. But at the same time, I think there's other things you could be doing there. Or like, I don't know, just not really present somebody with... Wait. Okay, here's a good question. Why is it that in Skyrim this is a problem, but in a game like Minecraft it's not? I see as many dudes that have like full... I guess just leveling, right? Like... I mean...
Different expectations for the style of game. Like, you're not playing Minecraft as an RPG with that style of progression. You're expecting it to just be an open sandbox environment.
Minecraft has leveling. Well, they have advancement in a sense. It's not really like your character's stats are not getting better, but your quote unquote tech does. In a way, right? It's easier for you to deal with things. Yeah, leveling doesn't give you more health. Yeah, I guess that's right. Skyrim also has save bloat and eventually corrupts itself if you play too much because the engine is just that mad. Well, you know, I'm not gonna stick up for Skyrim here or anything, but I will say I had fun with it whenever it came out. So yeah. Now, but yeah, so like in a game like Final Fantasy, the fact that you would be using magic that immediately makes you worse means that you never, like, once you click into this and you know that this is the way that things work, you wind up never fucking casting spells. You completely get rid of the thought that magic is even an aspect of the game, and you're just like, oh, okay, well then I'm just never going to engage with that, and I'm just going to use the best brawlers in the entire game.
The thing is, we've seen something like this happen recently in an RPG, and let's hope that that doesn't happen more. Because Daggerheart.
Really?
Wait, yeah. What? So I think it was D&D Shorts is the one that clued me in on it.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was a warrior and they were fighting a ghost or something, and the warrior was like, I can't do anything. Everything I do is kind of shitty, and every time I act, the GM gets to act. So my best action is to do nothing and just watch the game.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I love the idea of having this exchange going on. But yeah, like Will is saying, at some point you're better off not using an action because you get punished for using the action. And like that's not what we would hope would happen. You know, it's like if you use an action, you would hope that it leads to a change. Not, oh well, it just means that other stuff's gonna hit you harder or hit you more often, I guess.
Now, for anyone thinking I'm just hating on Daggerheart, it is playtest. It's early access. Like this is the point of it, to see what's broken, what's working, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they have done some interesting things I actually haven't minded, but there's some bits that obviously need to be adjusted.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there's just I guess to anybody that is around here and has never really heard about like the way that I'll do critiques or whatever. Anytime anybody's doing a critique, shit, I sat in on critiques and had this guy right here tearing stuff apart of mine. But like I need to hear it, and I value people like Ked's feedback, because Ked isn't going to sugarcoat shit. If something doesn't work, he's gonna tell me, and that's what I need someone to do. There's and I actually enjoy Ked's company. This isn't a what I'm about to say is not saying otherwise, but there is a reason why people like Jamie Heineman and Adam Savage work together despite not liking each other. If you find somebody who does give you feedback that you do get shit out of, that's the good person to work with, not the yes man who's just telling you over and over and over again, like, yeah, I really like this thing that you're doing. I don't need a hype man. I need like someone whose opinion I can actually trust. And a part of that is going to come with, oh, this is another reason why whenever Treant Monk tells me shit, I listen, because Chris does not sugarcoat shit. Like, yeah, if Chris says something and it's positive, I know he's genuine about it because he doesn't sugarcoat anything.
It's like you have all these pocket Canadians telling you what's what.
I know, right? There's also a difference between critical feedback and just being an ass, which is a fine line for some people. Yes. I have a habit of like, I try to take note of me just saying, if I don't like a thing, I need to follow that up with how I would prefer it in a sense, or like I need to be able to explain why I don't like it. If I can't tell somebody why I don't like a thing, I don't say I don't like it.
Yeah, I think Chris and I do the same thing. It's not like we just say, well, that sucks, and then Irish exit. Like we usually say, okay, I don't think I like this for this reason. Here's like some other ways I think you could probably do it. Take it or leave it.
Yeah. It is a skill to learn how to deliver that and speak with a sense of like, okay, this is how you can tell that people really do care to see a thing made better. For people that are watching things like my Candela Obscura review, I did tear it apart, but you will notice that everything I ever tore apart, and the reason why I had people that were telling me it was a fantastic review, was because literally every time that I was tearing something apart, I could tell point for point for point how they could have done something better. Everything that I said in that review, I was like, this is not the answer to do this, and I think that you're foolish to say that this was the reason, or this is how you do accomplish that. Instead, I would just say nothing at all, because you cannot actually make a change of like how people run shit at their tables. Yeah, it's nonsensical. Like there are bad people in the world out there. That sucks. You're not gonna be able to change what they do at their tables. Stop acting like you can, and like just move the fuck on and make cool shit. Like that's what we got to do. Like yeah.
And it just makes a better product. Like I received some feedback about Void Home that, like, honestly, at first I was like, oh, that part sucks. And then I look at it like critically, is like, I got like one guy, Zeus Legion, gave me really good feedback. He's like, this part sucks. You should fix it like this. I'm like, oh, and then I look at it and I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I prefer 100% if someone's like, dude, this thing really does not have good play feel. This thing sucks, but it's because I wouldn't want to do this right here. I prefer that over someone just going, this is not fun. If someone tells me this is not fun, I'm like, I cannot do anything about that. That's not telling me anything. Or like, well, I can't make this character I really want to make using this. I'm like, I don't know why that's a me problem. Right?
And
like,
if they just say it's not fun, I mean, that could be numerous things, including just like a personal issue or like style or something like that. It might have nothing to do with the game itself.
For all I know, this person doesn't like rolling dice. Right? Like I can't say anything about that. Yeah, but this is again like whenever was it you and Chris? Were you in that playtest with Chris?
Which playtest? Oh, with the duck dungeon or whatever?
Yeah, was that you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was in one. Yeah, I was in one with Chris, Tramp Monk.
Yeah, because like everything that he was saying on his feedback was like, I can do something about this.
That was the one where we're like, yo, magic system, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, there was an experimental phase where it was like you forget.
I gotta say, I had loved I was playing the pugilist. I actually was very impressed with. I actually really liked that.
The hope is that still like exists, you know. The hope is like with this shift right here, it doesn't gut the cool shit that Pugilist was doing. Can I give an example of a critique I liked? Yeah, so like, oh, actually, wait, I really can, actually, because you streamed it, Ked.
I did? What did I do?
You streamed the playtest.
Oh, that was one of your earlier ones too. Yeah. You were just starting as Baby Vagabond. Yeah, I did that with two other guys.
You streamed one of the recent ones.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, a month ago.
Oh, maybe I did. I don't know. I've done a lot of shit. Did I? Yeah, maybe I did.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Oh, okay. I don't know my own stuff apparently.
I know, right? Stick, not enough carrot.
Yeah, because fatigue's no joke.
Like, well, and especially since marshals have no stick, right? And they get
so
the same.
This is specifically addressing. Chris played two characters at this point because one of them died halfway through the dungeon. He rolled up a character, and we were talking about why he would or would not want to play a caster. I think I even asked him at some point, like, why would you or why wouldn't you play a caster?
I forgot I had streamed this. I remember being in it. I forgot I streamed.
Yeah, right. And I was asking him specifically, like, what's your take on this? And he brings up a couple different things, not just the fact that there would be forgetting the essence, because he already thought like getting the fatigue was too rough. He also felt like that 5% chance of just randomly this coming up and I get punished for this is an anti-fun measure. And I was like, yeah, I agree with you there. I was trying to give you a risk rather than a restriction. And it just turns out that it's a punishment, and that's not fun. Mm-hmm. I don't like designing for punishment as a balancing measure, and this was something that kind of solidified that. But the other side of this was Chris was basically talking about how he would only play marshals in the system because the magic system is just like it goes beyond the thought of this is a punishing thing into the realm of Chris legitimately just didn't think it was a viable thing to do at all. Like he tried to actively build characters away from the idea of ever having to roll for a spell. And I was like, that's a problem. That is a big problem. And in his critique, I mean, he doesn't hold back any punches. He lets me know straight up, like,
same way with that rule. Now, I'll just tell you as somebody who like looks at the mechanics carefully. Yeah. If it was not a one shot, I would never play a caster with that.
Yep, right there. If it was not a one shot, I would never play a caster. But that delivery right there, good. Like, let me know, right? sugarcoating it. It's not a thought of like, well, this isn't super fun and that's it. No, it's like thoughtful. There is like, if this were not a one shot, I would not play a caster. Okay, well that says a lot. If this were not a one shot. So if we were playing a long campaign, he wouldn't play a caster because he doesn't think that there's any legs on the idea. And I'm like, that's a problem. We need to correct that. He would only play marshals because he feels like there is too much carrot, not enough stick, while, he feels like there's too much stick, not enough carrot to casters, while marshals are getting all carrot, no stick. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. So yeah, things like that. A lot of people gave you shit for taking his criticism over theirs, but it feels like there's actually a point where this is a common complaint and the actual actionable criticism. Yes. So the reason why I think those people were upset is because I wasn't acting on the feedback of gut reaction to the change. Mm-hmm. Instead, I had run a game with Chris right here and heard his direct feedback after running it with him. Not only that, but Chris is able to deliver it like this instead of just going, I don't like the change. And I'm like, okay, I get you. I get you. I get that you don't like it.
Not all criticism is equal, and you don't crowdsource design like certain companies.
Like, this is something that, okay, a lot of people in the Vagabond Discord, I say a lot of people in the Vagabond Discord, people have to understand. Playtest feedback does not mean that what you say gets implemented into the game. What people are saying, if people are participating in a playtest feedback cycle in order to get the game they want made, that is the wrong way to engage with a playtest cycle. Mm-hmm. You engage with a playtest cycle because there's a designer who has an idea that you gel with or something like that. If the idea is that you are inserting yourself into a playtest phase to get the game you want made, that is not the way to engage with a playtest phase, and that is going to lead to a lot of upset shit. Like, if I say something like I'm pulling subclasses out of the game and I get people screeching at me, you see how this goes? So like, yeah. Now, I also, like, straight up, yeah, I will value someone I know is way more than someone I don't know. Yeah. Straight up, I respect the fuck out of Chris. The guy makes content that clearly he knows what the fuck he's talking about. You know? And like, I love engaging with chat. I love engaging with like my community and all that stuff. But like, it when it's coming from someone like Chris, it's someone that I have like, not that I don't respect other people, but like, I'm sorry, Treant Monk is Treant Monk. You know, yeah. Chris is somebody who I've had private conversations with about design philosophy or whatever. Ked's the same fucking way. You know, like, if I'm talking with Ked about a certain topic, it's going to have a bigger impact than, like, some rando on Twitter, right? Or, like, I've seen these people's work, right? I've seen these people have gone through the steps of, despite him not really talking about it, by the way, Chris has designed, I think, 3 classes for 5e. I think only
and
one
numerous things for Pathfinder back in the day too.
Yeah, I mean, he's been around in the TTRPG scene writing guides for like creating characters or whatever in the mechanics for like what, like over 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like yeah. You think it's a parasocial aspect? I think some people don't really understand that the development phase and the playtest phase is not really the time to be trying to get the game you want to make being made by somebody else. That's been the only time I felt like there was a conflict going on while I've been running this playtest. Or really why I've been doing the development phase and everything. Fucking, hey, what up, Josh?
Josh! What is going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I'm actually off today. So
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Whoa. Come hang out.
I was gonna watch you guys. I can actually join in this time.
Yeah, dude. How you been?
Busy, like super busy. I haven't been able to do much. But yeah, I've been watching and seeing you guys talking about feedback and design right now.
Yeah. Well, and it's also
what would you know?
Yeah, well, it's because you do the same stuff that I do, where like you're live streaming a lot of the process, and it's like it's a different kind of monster whenever we're here doing our shit, like to an audience, and even that audience, we have this oddness where someone's like, well, why would you do that? And I'm like, I had the idea, I wrote it down. I don't know, it might not be great, but it's an idea. Like, let me.
I gotta say, live streaming this thing is another beast. I actually had that conversation with Monty Cook when he was on my channel last time, and he actually asked me, he's like, how do you do this in front of people?
Oh, yeah, so like I think for me, my background's in teaching. I've been teaching guitar for like 20 years now. So like I taught guitar for 20 years. I'm used to this idea of like my mind thinking about a thing and how to express that thing to people, right? Also like I guess just with a background in jazz, I'm also used to just improvising shit on the fly whenever it's like, oh, okay, well I got to get over to here to what do they have going on in chat right now? Yeah, that thing. All right, well we can take that and move that into a conversation about a topic and go off from there. It's rough. I say it's rough. I can definitely see how there are some people who, even though they have like a YouTube platform and a big YouTube platform, feel completely thrown off whenever it would come to doing something like what any of us do.
I think partly for me is the farmer's field of my brain is barren of any fucks to give. So like I appreciate criticism, but if someone's just being salty or shitty, I mean, too many years working in a call center, I think broke me. So I don't care.
Yeah, I think there is a level of confidence you have to have. It's not necessarily cockiness. I think sometimes that can come off that way. It is a level of confidence you kind of have to have in your own skill set to be able to deal with that and just deal with constant barrage of chat and just people just generally disagreeing with you because they want things built a certain way, and just having a really clear idea of what you want to do and not necessarily do what chat wants to do. And I think chat doesn't get that sometimes. Yeah,
like, well, and I'm just using this as an example because it came up. So Titania was just asking, is it okay for me to push for large size player races when I'm around, right? I just like that fantasy. My answer to that would just be, if that's the thing that you want, go on ahead and like homebrew it. But like for me, I have a direction I'm trying to go with this that I know, because I was talking about this earlier. I need this game to hit the pulp fantasy flavor notes. And a part of that is going to be like, if somebody wants a large size like Minotaur race or something, it's not getting added into the base game. And like some people are going to have to be okay with just like me saying it's not going to be in there, right? Now, the other territory with that is like, if it's a thing you want to make, you can make it for you, but like it's not a thing I am adding in right now. And some people don't respond to that well, because some people will take it very personally. And I think also being like in the chat and having it up publicly, and that feeling of like, oh well, now I feel dumb because like I said a thing and now he said that my idea was not a thing he wanted to do, and now I feel dumb. And it's like, no, don't take it like that. Like, God, it's a conversation, and like in the future, there's probably other things I'll be adding into the game that mess around with mechanics like that. But like, there is also a lot of this game is not being made for me happening that I've been trying to reel in a bit. And yeah.
Once again, no crowdsourced design. That is not going to fly. That's how you get a really, really bad horse.
A really bad horse.
Yeah, there was a picture I saw at one point of crowdsourced designing.
A horse. That's fucking great. Oh man,
it was terrifying.
Josh, I haven't heard from you in a while, man. How you been doing?
Dude, work has been killing me so bad.
Yeah.
So, like I had like my output for content is like slowed down just because of how busy I've been with work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing two people's jobs right now. Fun in accounting. So, last thing I want to do is come home and sit at a computer and just stare at a Google Doc and try to design stuff too. So,
100%.
Yeah.
Although I will say, I don't know what you do right, but Josh, your YouTube is one of the only YouTube channels that alerts me when you go live.
Are you serious? I have no idea.
Like no one else. Like I had if I
Really?
hadn't seen Taron in this channel, I never would have known he was live. It never alerted me. But for some reason, every time you go live, Josh, I get it.
Maybe
What, on
I'm just
YouTube?
your favorite, man.
Yeah.
Probably what it is.
Yeah. I love you. I don't know.
Is that? Josh, what are you streaming through? OBS?
Yeah, I'm streaming through OBS.
Do you start up the stream with YouTube first?
No. I have it preset like a couple of days or a day before, and then I just start it all in OBS.
That's okay. That's probably why. I don't schedule mine. I just fucking go live whenever I want.
Mm-hmm.
I have to schedule because I have to let my wife know that I'm gonna be gone for like a couple hours.
Yeah.
Unreachable.
Yeah. Most of mine are usually scheduled as well.
That's well.
Yeah, but it's not just you. Like I get it with a bunch of people. Like it's just YouTube's just bad at that.
I'm just one of those people where I feel like if I start setting a plan, my mind is doing everything it can to figure out how not to do that thing I said I was gonna do. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna set up the schedule, and then my brain is like, God, fuck, we have to do that thing. Oh God, dude, why do you want to do that? Why'd you do that? Can't you just cancel that thing?
Why did I schedule myself to stream on Tuesday when I really want to nap?
Yeah, I can't, dude. I don't know what it is about that. I'll be like, yeah, we're down to make content, do all that good stuff. Yeah, and then my brain's like, no, you're not. You're the one that set that thing up. You can cancel it. And I'm like, yeah, I guess you're right. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with that? Some people will argue that the whole point of the Discord is that you open yourself up to criticism, but you wholeheartedly disagree with the assertion that we can't be fucking adult about this, any sort of criticism. Oh, that if I open up the Discord, then I'm opening myself up to criticism? I don't know why people would take that as the gateway for like, oh yeah, now let's go in here and what? And by the way, there's a lot of people that try to say that what they're doing is criticism when they're really just being assholes.
Yeah,
and like that, there's
your game sucks because it's not all dwarves, and I only like dwarves, and your game fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
That's why I was being an independent creator. Yeah.
Dwarf goblins.
There's Tyler Gibson. Hey, welcome. Yeah, like I'm also like, if someone gets in there and they just want to criticize, or like, I don't know. There was one time, the only time I've had someone jump into the Discord to like give me criticism or whatever, was after the AI art fumble. And it was just someone that jumped in to troll and be like, you're getting your comeuppance now, and then they fucking left, and it was like, okay, later, I guess. Like, if you wanted to be a petty bitch about that, fine. Where it was like, you're not involved with. Yeah, well, I mean, flashbanging, but also like, who are you? Like, what? Like, hi, I guess, bye. I don't know, and there was also just quite a lot of he really stuck into it. Yeah. There was also just quite a lot of people who, like, despite the fact that Nestor and I had talked, they were like, I'm still not okay with that. And I'm like, why should I care? Like, I'm like, yeah. Who cares? I talk with the artist, everything's chill. Like, I fucked it up and I'm not like reporting on that shit, so whatever. Like ninja vanishing.
I don't know. It's kind of like a twisted outlook on that stuff. Like you have, even if you fumble, you have people coming in and like pretty much harassing you and say that. I see that as a status of legitimacy because your stuff is actually being seen. So like,
I guess.
Yeah, for me it's like, okay, well I know people are paying attention now. So I maybe for the wrong reason, but at least people have eyes on me. So it's like,
yeah, I mean, that whole thing really came down to me just fucking shit posting on Twitter and listening to a couple of opinions and not really like thinking about, oh yeah, there's a lot of people that do follow my Twitter account, huh? And it just got way bigger than I don't know. You reach a point where you can't just like, I don't know, treat Twitter the same way.
Yeah.
You know, like, and that's where I was like, yeah, I fucked that up. Yeah, people were watching my Twitter for news on like the fucking influencer summit back in the day and like OGL news, and I was like, yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about it like that. I should have, and it was stupid. And yeah.
You can just be like me and just not treat Twitter at all. I just
Well, and that's the thing is like Twitter's not really given too much of an option on it either. Is like here recently, it's getting worse and worse and worse.
So
it is. I used to use it for like I've made a lot of good contacts through Twitter back in the day, but it's harder and harder to do all the time now.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, because like now it's just like porn. I mean, like it went from because I was watching and kind of got back on with the, like, I mean, all the shit last week with, like, Gabe Hicks and all that. I was just like, what the hell is happening? Watched for a while, and then, like, 2 or 3 days after that, there was a sudden shift where I wasn't seeing people in TTRPG Twitter anymore. I was seeing, like, the big viral, like, meme accounts and stuff. And I was like, I don't follow any of these people. Like, there's plenty of accounts on my timeline right now. I'll say I'll scroll through, and it'll take me like 8 posts before I see like a TTRPG Twitter person. I'm like, I don't follow. What the hell's happening here?
Guarantee they switched up their algorithm to
100%.
Whatever Elon wanted to see at that time.
Yeah, and sometimes on my phone I'll get like an alert and I'm like, oh, who's posting on what? And it's just some random like conservative politician I've never heard of before, and I'm like, why am I getting alert about this?
And I have how funny that. Yeah. I honestly think that's why I enjoy making connections and networking through Discord now. I honestly like Discord's been my favorite social media quote unquote like platform I think I've ever engaged with. It's just, there's accountability to it, right? It does all the functions I would ever want a social media to do. The only thing it doesn't do super great right now is archiving, which, fine, it doesn't need to. There can be so many other things that can do archiving. But I really, really do think that Discord is like the best format for social media.
Yeah. The only downside of Discord is it is hard to blind introduce yourself to someone in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of creators I've gone to reach out to, and like thankfully like some of them have been easy, like the Dungeon Dudes, they had their email there. I was able to send them an email. Great. But there's so many that like for some reason don't have that. And I have like no other way to like blind contact and be like, hey, you're interested in such and such.
Right.
And sometimes you got to make that first step. It's easier once you're in the community, like it is easier, like because you know people and people know people. But I remember those first couple of times I was like nervously trying to be like, hey, you want to play in my game? Yeah, it's good to have that open avenue.
Like, Twitter is okay for that. I will say there's nobody I really met. Right. There's nobody that I really met on Twitter that I couldn't have met somewhere else. Most of the, like, I'm very happy that we have this, whatever, like, networking, came off Twitter. And oh, by the way, there's also people who I am very much aware of were advised not to follow me on Twitter because of like their agency or their manager, but we're still friends on like Facebook or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's all a farce. It's all just for show, right?
Yeah.
Like there's I'm not shitting you. I know of at least 10 people who have been told they can't follow me on Twitter, but they can follow me over on Facebook and we can be friends or whatever. From either an agency or somebody else in the industry. It's like, dude,
so
yeah.
weird, man.
Good to know.
It's so sketchy.
I'm following you now.
Yeah, please do. I'm apparently a fucking risk. Yeah. This is a thing. Yeah, this is a thing that like Wizards of the Coast does with some of their employees, where they tell their employees you cannot follow these certain people that are on this list or whatever. I mean, I'm on the same fucking list that Linda Codega's on. So like, if that tells you anything,
that is a badge of honor.
Dude, yeah. Right? Yeah. You kidding me? Yeah, like there's Wizards of the Coast employees I'm a fucking pariah. Yeah, you kidding me? Yeah, there are Wizards of the Coast employees that are told they cannot interact with me or Linda Codega on Twitter.
Yeah, this tracks though, because I remember way back in early Magic days, like when they were barely starting to try to get a social media presence, that they were Wizards of the Coast staff, at least on the Magic the Gathering side, were kind of leaked out. They can't interact with certain content creators.
Mm-hmm.
It's 100% true.
Yeah.
And they still invited me to the summit. I got put on this list after the summit.
To be honest, I am still shocked you were invited and Chris.
I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue, dude. Like,
I'm sorry, but if anyone belonged to be there in your spot instead of you, it should have been Chris.
I tried to get him like Dixon's email address. I tried to get him like everything. I got wait, it was actually on stream. Like I got Chris like the email and everything. I haven't heard about WotC making contact with him at all. And I know for a fact that we were given 2 emails after that summit. One of them was like creators at Wizards of the Coast or whatever. And then like within 2 months, we were told, actually, we are going to have a separate email to handle just the D&D influencers over on this one over here. And I was like, great, cool. We'll use that one. And I'm going to fill out this form, yada, yada. Okay, here we go. Click. And then like never heard back.
I think that got scrapped already too.
Yeah, dude.
I think they went back to like a singular like community manager now, for all of Wizards, especially after they downsized.
Dude. That fucking company. Yeah. So I couldn't. I just don't really know what you can do in establishing a good creator like relationship with that company right now, because they just don't want it to be there. If you're not somebody that they know can make them like buku dollars like Ginny D, they're just gonna ice you.
Yeah,
you know?
I would say they generally don't care about it, and it's so weird. They do a lot of stuff with Magic the Gathering content creators, like a lot. And it makes a lot of sense because I think this week they've been promoting the new set, like the Cowboy set they have out. So they collab with content creators to share cards and leak a bunch of stuff out.
Right.
And they don't do any of that with the D&D side. And it just seems like they really want to just go full mainstream and only contact celebrities or people with a very big, very, very large following.
You have to have made like, okay, so for them to seem to fucking care about you, you have to have made over $250,000 on a Kickstarter. You have to have over 200,000 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. The 100,000 on YouTube is almost beat for beat. We can track that as a truism for whether or not you get the party invites at conventions and shit. we all went to like Dungeon Dude's party at 16-bit, and WotC was holding their party at the same time. And the only people that got invited to it, now Dungeon Dudes did get the invite from what I understand, but they were throwing their own party, so they didn't go. But the only people that got invites were basically YouTubers that had just hit like that 100,000 and above mark. So it was like Josiah, Ted, Ginny, who else is there? Will from D&D Shorts and Pointy Hat. They all like left the party for a second and came back. But yeah, it's doesn't 100,000 subs on YouTube exclude like most D&D creators?
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Where like when you see a big D&D creator, like at the same time, we're a niche, like niche hobby.
Yeah.
Dude,
like,
our biggest for years
numbers
was our biggest one that we had for years was JoeCat.
Yeah.
Like it was JoeCat was like that is the face of D&D.
And even
And then
most of his like I would even consider him D&D adjacent because he still
Right.
did Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Like he just dabbled in a bunch of like nerd content.
Yeah. He was just sort of like a nerd culture like floater, you know. But insofar as like how big the videos were for the D&D scene, the Craft Guide to D&D is like recommended viewing for every single newbie out there.
Yeah.
But
When I look at RPG creators and we're like, 100,000, they're a pretty big one. And then you look at like the video game sector and they're like, he's only got like 1 million. Oh, he's pretty small.
well, like, and it's weird about that because there's so many creators who are huge or like they're massively impactful that don't have anywhere near that. I like, for example, Day 9, I said a quote about Day 9 earlier, Sean Plott. The dude is like literally the whole reason why like StarCraft is as big as it was in the 2000s. He's a massive Hearthstone creator. They hire him at E3, or they used to hire him at E3 every year to do the PC, like to host the PC awards showcase. Huge creator. Had like 800,000 subs. You know, and it's like, well, yeah, he does video game content, and like, I'm like, wow, you would think that Day 9, as big as he is, should be like in the 2 million, 4 million plus, but like, no, I mean, it's fickle, man. It's weird. You're pretty certain he still does the PC gaming show? Probably, in some capacity. You found a stat for your next video which relates to this. The entire TTRPG plus TCG plus card games plus board games industry is about $1.2 billion according to EN. The video games industry is upwards of 350 billion.
Yeah, video games is the biggest entertainment industry.
Let's just quit TTRPGs and go make video games.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, but like I'm not really so video games are an anomaly in the YouTube sphere. I think like insofar as like the biggest content that you see on YouTube, number one, it's kids content.
Yeah.
And then from there you're probably going into music. So like I think kids content, and then you get into music, and then I'd say you get into video games. As big as you want to say video games are in the industry, which I agree they're fucking huge, I'm sorry, but like music has a more global impact than video games do. It's bigger than movies. I'll agree with you there. But like T-Series is just a music industry. Like that's the Indian music industry, and they're like what, the second biggest YouTube channel out there, or are they the biggest right now? Like
up there.
Video gamers might have some pretty ridiculous ones, like as independent guys go. But if you start looking at the country or the artists, if you start looking at the artist channels, they make up a way bigger portion of the huge YouTube channels.
Okay.
Right.
I think they're the biggest. Yeah, T-Series is the biggest now. They beat out Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
I would have to say, like, music, like, people don't realize how it's oddly powerful and influential the music industry is, because, like, YouTube, Twitch, all of them, the only organizations that have ever shook them are, like, the RIAA.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. TikTok is about to get in huge shit that they're gonna have to bend the needle like Universal Music Group.
Yeah.
You know, like that. Whenever we're talking about like what's big out there, video games are big. You guys, the music industry is bigger. The most subscribed YouTube channels right now are T Series, Mr. Beast. Yeah, so we've got a music label right here. Mr. Beast. Okay, so like kids content for Coco Melon. Set India, I'm not familiar with what that is. Z Music Company for India. Wow. Like Nastia, I don't know who that is. The WWE is in the top 10. That's fucking hilarious.
It's really grown, and after the Netflix thing, I think like that's just gonna grow even more. Actually,
dude, after making the Luchador, because after I was like researching stuff, I get nothing but WWE stuff now.
Oh really?
Yeah, and it is crazy because I hadn't watched since I was a kid, so now like on my Twitter feed and stuff, it's just all farming me, and I'm just seeing it, so I keep it up with the storylines. I see why it's back. I see why it's popular right now. Like they're bringing a lot of. And the first time in a very long time, they actually have a lot of people that can represent the company, which is crazy.
Yeah,
and they got rid of all the bad actors in the background of that company too. So
yeah, just to kind of illustrate my point. So this is the top 100 most subscribed YouTube channels. I'm just gonna like go through, knock it out real quick. So like T Series, that is a music channel. Mr. Beast, we all know what that is. Cocomelon, kid stuff. Set India, Sony Entertainment. This is music, right? Or maybe video. I'm most likely gonna lean in that this is another music label in India. Kids Diana Show, kids channel. Vlad and Nikki, no idea. Couples blog, I guess. This looks like another kids show. PewDiePie is PewDiePie. Another music company right here. So in the top 10, there's 1, 2, 3 of the top ones are a music industry one. Sony, SAB. Okay, I don't know what Blackpink is or Gold Mines. Another kids
is a K-pop band.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So more music. Yeah. Baby Shark. Okay, so kids
Shark.
content.
Jeez.
ZTV, no idea. Bang Tan TV. Hype labels. Hybe labels. Music, I'm guessing. Justin Bieber, music. Colors TV, don't know. Shimaro Filmy. Man, India channels are huge. It's crazy how many of these, T-Series are up here in the top 25. Tips Official, no, Official, okay. No idea. El Rhino, Infantile? So, kids, I'm guessing. Ash Talk, Wave Music, Movie Clips. Dude Perfect, Sony Music India, Eminem Music, Taylor Swift, Marshmello, Ed Sheeran, Ariana Grande. Guys, the music industry is huge.
Who would have thought a tiny little country like India would know?
Yeah, right. India's a huge... Well, yeah. I just didn't know that it would literally cause, that they would be taking up this much of the top 50 in
that makes sense. India's population is, 5 or 6 times the size of the U.S.?
That's fucking wild.
I don't know the exact numbers.
But yeah, I think that those of us really see a lot in the video game industry, and we see it all the time, and we're like, it must be massive. Music industry is the big scary one. For real. Yeah. I'd say even bigger than Hollywood.
Once again, the only companies the only organizations that have affected giants like YouTube and Twitch, well, not giants, but is music industry.
Yeah, they get Google to bend the knee.
Yeah.
Google, Apple, they guys, the kind of impact that a music label has is to tell Apple, change your policies. That's huge.
Yeah, and I think what people don't realize too, because Twitch, you can't really stream music or have everything in your VODs and stuff. And it's because Amazon doesn't want to pay the music industry their fees.
Yeah.
Allow you to play music.
Yeah, and I've been I don't know, I've been pushing it as far as the music goes. I usually only stream with video game soundtracks in the background, but anytime I've done a departure and shown I don't know, music from like a Rush album or whatever, the only thing it does is demonetize it, and I'm like, oh well, shit, I'm fine with that. Like,
you're not even safe with video game stuff sometimes now these days.
Oh, dude, I know, right? Have either of you gotten hit by like using a track that was totally fine, and then 4 years later someone changing their copyright on it?
Yes.
Oh, I got hit by Capcom from a live stream VOD just for watching Darkstalkers.
The last one I got hit with was a video I did forever ago. It was a live stream, but I had video game music in the background, including The Last of Us.
Yeah. Oh, dude, The Last of Us hit me too. The Last of Us and the other one, which I don't blame this guy, by the way. He's gotten successful, so like it's all good. And like I've only maybe gotten hit for like maybe $4 out of this. But Cthulhu Seeker does a bunch of like Elden Ring remixes, and yeah, they can retroactively hit you with a copyright claim. Yeah,
they can do what they want.
I mean, all YouTube's gonna do is be like, "We're not fucking fighting that." Like, no. Yeah, they own the copyright. You use the music. Like, maybe we just didn't have that info, so like, we're not gonna fight it. You deal with it, and I'm not going to because I'm like, I don't care, whatever. But what it's going to wind up pushing me to doing is just streaming whatever the hell music I want to, so that I'm not stuck listening to the same 100 video game soundtracks every goddamn day.
Well, I pay for Epidemic Sound, and I've made like playlists on there.
It's so hit and miss, man. Plus, like, I can't get like really good tracks over there.
Yeah, it's limited on certain things, but for some of the stuff that like I've got a strong playlist of like blues and stuff that I play for like my Sunday actual play, because that's got like a Western vibe to it.
Yeah, I can see using it a lot more for actual play stuff.
If it's like a regular stream, like I actually don't care about my monetization on YouTube. It doesn't really, like, I'm not going to earn anything out of it, so I really could give two shits anyways. So
that's kind of, yeah, I'd be like, if it just demonetized it to where like I couldn't make money off the stream, dude, I'll just start playing like Russian shit while I'm like hanging on stream. I'm not gonna like, yeah. You're surprised that I haven't stuck the Balatro theme into my playlist? Two reasons for that. Number one, as much as I do dig it, that song is definitely composed to loop infinitely, and I don't know, like it feels a little bit odd in the playlist. I did hear a really cool version of it though. Yeah, let me pull this up. Dude, I heard this drummer did a sick cover of it. Balatro. Josh, are you on the Balatro train yet?
No, man. I've had like hardly any time to play anything. I have Helldivers 2 downloaded. I've only gotten to like level 10 just because I haven't had time.
Oh my god, man.
Well, don't talk to him about Helldivers. He says it's dumb.
Oh, it is dumb, but it's dumb fun. Like it's a straightforward game, but it's like it scratches the itch because it's like it's really repetitive, but in the best way possible.
Well, next time you apply democracy, you let me know.
This cover of this is so good. Oh my god. I'm so glad it's becoming a jazz jam. This guy's hi-hat work is clean. Oh! Oh. Oh, come on! this theme song fucks so hard. It's so goddamn good. Oh, and it's a 7/4 jam. Like, so yeah, if it feels weird that you're like, huh, so it's in 7/4. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Dude. I love so much about this. That's part of the reason why it can just kind of go into infinite and like doesn't really get old, is because of that bar of 3, you don't really feel like you're hearing this whole complete idea, and it can kind of mindlessly sort of just vibe, and you whatever it is, our brain doesn't really track 7/4, and it doesn't really toil on us as hard as 4/4 does. So bizarre. Or like any measure that's a really consistent, like 3/4 or like 4/4, this alternating whatever it is, it keeps it lets us zone out easier. It's so cool. This in 5/4 too, by the way. 5/4 has a habit of like not forcing us to think quite as hard as well. Oh, so good.
A good drummer.
Oh yeah.
A video of Chad Smith here in 30 Seconds to Mars for the 30 Seconds to Mars for the first time, and like just nailing the drums even though he didn't hear the drums.
Chad Smith.
Yeah, from Red Hot Chili Peppers.
30 Seconds to Mars. Oh yeah, the guy that looks like Will Ferrell. I forgot about this. This top one, I guess. Chad Smith hears 30 Seconds to Mars for the first time.
Yeah, it was. He did. He's a really good drummer. Like
well, I mean, and 30 Seconds to Mars isn't exactly the most insane stuff, but
no, like his version was much better. Like he's like he did this, and he's like I might have overcomplicated that.
I thought for a second you meant Mars Volta, and I was like, holy shit, wait, what? And I was like, oh, okay, 30 Seconds to Mars, that makes more sense.
No, Leto's.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so he's doing a lesson there. Let's see. So he hears it.
Take a good musical stab at
so
it.
they play him the version without the drums, and he just kind of has to guess what the drums will be.
Oh wait, they've got the drums in here right now.
We hear it. He doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay.
Yeah.
He's never heard the song before. He has the freedom to come up with his own part. You're hearing the full track with drums included.
3.
Yeah, so 3/4.
I think.
3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah. Yep. A good drummer's gonna know that's where the build's coming in. Yeah. Wow. What? Okay, the cool thing is like how close he is kind of getting, right? He's interpreting the feel like really, really well, which like feel for one thing, if I'm telling a drummer like, hey, this is a funk beat, they're probably going to play something that's going to work for it. But like the fun thing is that he's getting extremely close to the original beat. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
and he really follows those highs and lows as the song progresses, because like you just know like there's a certain formula they're gonna follow.
Oh yeah. Can I do you a favor and look up Benson Drum Solo Real Life by EMC Productions for the best drum solo afterwards? Benson who?
Benson Drum Solo?
Drum Solo EM. Who is this? Wait, from the goddamn regular show? What?
What?
Real life?
We're watching some tunes?
Oh, whoa, this right here. Okay.
Today I will be playing Benson's.
Oh, this guy! Is this the dude that transcribed Mr. Krabs walking on Woodblock? And this is like an insane video. Wait, this guy's legit.
Oh,
150-piece drum solo from the radio.
Now, wait, after this, I'll show you who I think is probably the best drummer alive right now. Fucking JD Beck. Holy shit.
Show. It goes something like this.
How Buddy Rich of him. Oh, that's fun. Yeah. That's a very Buddy Rich sound. Okay, no longer. Yeah, now it's just straight up drum line.
That's awesome. His
That's
must wonder.
That's super good. It's Alex said, no. I already know about Van Halen. No. JD Beck. Trust me. Y'all, wait, for all y'all that are like, listening to these rock players, my guys, jazz players, I'm sorry. You simply do not understand the caliber of talent that's happening in the jazz scene right now. It's God tier. Best part. Okay.
Aren't they super young?
Yes, JD Beck is like, I think JD might have just turned 20.
Oh wow.
The video I'm going to show you was him at like 14 or 15.
So I remember seeing like a TikTok, them like getting it on the drum.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're mocking the well, I say they're mocking. They're doing a parody of the Neil Peart drum solo off of Russian Rio. It's a really famous one. Yeah. That's fun. Okay, so JD Beck, Ghost Note. Holy shit.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Zildjian. Okay, this is I in my opinion, best drummer in the world right now. You might not personally like a lot of what's going on right here, but I promise you,
there we go.
even if this doesn't click, this guy is absolutely like God tier.
Tyler,
Yes,
where's the click set at?
1 second.
Yeah,
You want 5? Let's start again.
yeah, that's JD Beck.
All right, cool.
All
Okay.
right. Our hearts and minds clear. We in church. Well, guys, we have.
And they've got mono neon in the fans on face. Holy fuck, this is a good set.
You know, man, it's levels to this. You know, you have your legends, you have your present day heroes, and then you have guys that are the future. Today, guys, we're blessed to be able to have one of those future stars right here in the form of Mr. JD Beck.
He's at Juilliard right now, I think.
Ghost Note.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of musicians that are just insane these days. Like what's that one guitarist, Marcin something.
I'm not totally sure.
Marcin Pasherzalek.
To it.
I'd have to look it up. Here you go. I'm not sure what the time signature is right here either, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1. So Maybe a bar of 8 and 2 bars of 5. I'm not totally sure. His snare work is insane.
It's really good.
By the way, that chick right there, Domi, is like incredible piano player. Okay, so it could be measure of 8, measure of 2, measure of 8. I still don't really know what's happening with the time signature. It's so bizarre. Okay, so there's a part that's coming up here. Domi's gonna get a piano solo. This is all great and awesome, but like it's the break that happens in here. I don't know how he's keeping time in this. It's fucking unreal. Not right here.
Everyone in this set. It's so fucking good.
Oh, they're all world class. Like, all right, so this is right here. What? Fuck! God damn, just Time Wizard. Oh my god. He's just... There's a lot of different things he's doing on this that are like just blending the bar, and like there are moments where he is so far into the like into the synchronization, or sorry, not synchronization. Oh my god, this is a basic music term. It starts with an S and I can't. Syncopation. He's so far behind on the beat in the syncopation that it's like he's basically doing the Jay Dilla feel on an extreme, like, I don't know, man. Fucking, this kid is insane.
Yeah.
There's moments where he is like, it feels like it's trying to drag the beat, but he's not. You know exactly where he's at, and he's just toying by like blending different time signatures on top of another and thinking about all this shit mathematically to adjust the bar. Like, holy fucking shit, man. And like JD Beck is insane. He is crazy awesome. But he is also like, I understand that this is not really like commercially like digestible stuff. And I think he realizes that too. Like this is way more in the athletic side of music, right?
Mhm.
This is extremely hard to do, especially on a song that seems to be, at least from what I can tell, it feels like it's a bar of 4/4, maybe a bar of, they're not going to call it 1/4, but it feels like there's a bar of 4/4, a bar of something, and then a bar of what feels like another bar of 4/4. But it's, god damn, this song is incredible. JD Beck is crazy awesome. But also Domi, the piano player that was on there. Sight reading, yeah.
Some good shit. I discorded you the name of that. I was trying to think of the Marson. I don't know how to pronounce it. Patrozelic.
I'll take this for just a second. Okay.
I've never heard of her before.
Domi? Domi is a Marcin Petrozelic. I'll check him out. So Domi is, I think she's Icelandic. I could be totally wrong on that. But she and JD Beck met and have been doing like a bunch of duo shit for a while. She and JD Beck are now playing with Thundercat, and yeah, I saw them doing a thing with Ariana Grande on Adult Swim a while back.
Oh.
But yeah, they were nominated for a Grammy for their first like studio album. This is by the way, so this is Domi sight reading a transcribed solo by Oscar Peterson. Oscar Peterson is like a one of the first like virtuoso jazz pianists. So she's seeing the music in front of her for the first time, and she's going to be sight reading it.
Whatever, I can do that. I just don't want to.
Yeah. What the fuck? Holy shit, the stamina. I'm just like, Jesus, man. Yeah, Domi just sight reading that.
That's nuts.
More than being able to play it, but to read it, to sight read it. Let me see here. Marson.
I can play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and that's basically the same thing.
That is.
This guy. Okay, yeah, I have seen this guy. He does the American Primitive kind of fingerstyle stuff. Yeah, okay. I do know actually this guy is signed on with Universal Music, and this will actually get your channel struck if you play any of his stuff on your
Oh, well, don't do that.
yeah. But I am aware of who this guy is. He does a lot of the like right hand style, almost like old Candy Rat record style stuff. Just so chat sees who we're talking about here. This guy Marcin Petrozelic. Now, good stuff. I will say, if that's the kind of stuff that you're like, okay, shit, this is killer. There's another guy, Andy McKee. Rylan. These guys were the ones that kind of kicked off this movement in guitar playing.
Mm-hmm.
This is Andy McKee, Rylan. You might have heard this one before.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, this is an old, like almost like an internet classic now. But yeah, so there's like that style, right, where they're doing a lot of the slapping for percussion. I mean,
Although I think my favorite live guitar solo I've ever heard was still Buckethead.
Jordan. Man, my favorite.
He just got really fun with it and it was super playful.
Like, dude, honestly, best guitar player I think has ever lived. Man, yeah. Here you go. Fucking Alan Holdsworth. This is the thing, is like whenever you bring up Alan Holdsworth, everyone's like, who the fuck? Like, what? Really? This guy, like, this is the guy that inspired Eddie Van Halen to even pick up guitar. Now again, fusion, jazz, yada yada yada, but like for real. Hang on, let's get to. Now, I'm telling you, you ask any virtuoso metalhead or whatever, guitar player, who's the greatest guitar player, they're gonna point to this guy. I promise you. Sweet picking, like, oh my god. Now, I will say, by the way, I know that this is like not a lot of like, he is very, very good. He's very, very good. But I also know as a jazz musician, this does not appeal to a lot of people. This is a music form that most people are like, what the fuck is happening? Right? Yeah, what did I just tune into? Yeah. So all, you know, there is making sense of this melodic structure that like he is improvising this entire melody over this harmonic structure. And a lot of these techniques that Alan Holdsworth is using right here either were barely applied or like he was coming up with. Sweep picking has been a thing for a while. Doing it in this sort of sense, Alan Holdsworth was like one of the first like metal sweep pickers. He's also applying a lot of like very bizarre harmonic ideas over these passages, and he's trying to emulate a saxophone player called John Coltrane. Yeah, Taron be like, I'm a high cultured individual. A lot of you just don't get it, Copium. Yeah, for real.
I'm fancy.
No, like this is, I understand. That's why I stopped it. Like this is pretty undigestible shit for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I criticize jazz a lot for not being able to be approachable. I think that there's a lot of musicians out there who do shit that is like going to get bigger and going to get jazz more fame that keep getting dunked on because of shitty pretentious assholes that are like, What do you mean that you're not? You don't like, dude? Like Snarky Puffy. Oh my god. Oh, hang on, Snarky Puffy.
All right. I haven't eaten yet today. I'm gonna duck out.
Bye.
You two have fun.
Goodbye, kid.
All right.
Later, bud.
We'll see you, man.
Oh, you too.
Yeah. This. Hang on. Some people are sorry about whoever's eardrums I just blew out right there. This is damn near like if we're talking about like commercially digestible music, but also like one of the most insane performances you'll ever see. Corey Henry's solo on Lingus right here is a perfect solo. Hang on. Corey Henry's playing synthesizer on this. Yeah. Oh, this band. All right, get ready.
Man, that's so smooth. Just catching up with the beat.
Right? It's not over yet. God damn. God. And that is a perfect solo. Absolutely. So, like, a couple things with that, like, whenever I'm listening for, like, jazz solos, and whenever we're, like, trained on, right? So, like, the intention is, whenever you're doing a solo, like, good practice, is to always be thinking of, like, a story that is supposed to be, like, evolving over the course of a solo. And, like, by the way, this song sounds like a fucking fist fight. Like, this solo is one of the best ever put on record. Corey Henry played a career-making solo right here. The guy's gone on to play for, like, I mean, the Metropole Orchestra, BBC. He is huge now. Partially because of this solo right here. You have a perfect opening going on. Like, here, let me get to that. Like, yeah, it's a 6-minute long solo. I'm not going to play through the whole thing again, but... Okay. This is a very calm opener. And it is all over the place. But you can tell there's consistency, there's an idea happening in here. He has a melody locked in that is making sense to him. There is a quote-unquote, sometimes I've heard it called like a meta melody sort of happening in here, where this is not particularly like quote-unquote like in key, but what's being implied is there's just pedal tones happening. I think it's like E, 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 E. Like, it's just like an E minor sort of a vamp. But they don't have like a specific chord happening in here. And Corey's just kind of outlining chords that contain notes like in the bass line, right? Like, oh my God, yeah. So he's just toying around and playing chords that contain these notes to come up with this overall melodic idea that serves as the intro to the rest of this. But getting into it, like, so whenever he goes over to the other one and you just get the simple melodic idea, think of it as like he's going to give you his intro now. That's just a very easy little bluesy line. But it gives you an intro into what not just the melody that he's going to be sequencing in here or doing whatever with, but you're kind of locking in what the like scalar idea is that he's operating with. We have this already kind of a flare of like Eastern, sort of like Middle Eastern sounding harmonic minor structure. No big, huge flashes of like 16th or 32nd notes or anything like that. Very simple, sparse, broken up ideas that are giving you the idea for the like intro to this whatever this is going to wind up being. You'll only hear him really picking up energy right at about like this point in here. So like I'll just skip ahead like right here. We call that repetition. As he's just coming up with an idea, developing it through. Now, this is picking up energy, but it's not really like getting into what I would call like a really, really high punch, really big fight like energy, like what we're going to get later, right? Like this is still lines that are, despite being like a lot of quick notes, it's still a somewhat subdued line. And now you can also hear like the rest of the band is picking up on that too, right? Like the rest of the band is also picking up the like, oh, okay, we're about to start picking up the energy. Now we're about to just go, you know, yeah. Is it focused on work and spending? Oh yeah, later. Let's see it. Eventually turning into what it does turn into, you know, yeah. There's one other one that's a it's a shorter one, but just as a good reference for like good jazz ones to pick up, Patrick Bartley on After You've Gone. Many of you might have already seen this one. Here you go. God, another just like perfect solo on this. This is Patrick Bartley, by the way, alto player. Yes, that is improvised, yeah. I love that he's wearing this shirt on this fucking track. shit. Holy shit. Just like the energy in that line, man. And like just how melodic. It just, oh, God. Yeah, it is again, just perfect solo. Like, again, building up that kind of like arc of the story, right? Starts out kind of calmer, establishes some ideas, keeps going, and then you feel that energy just whoosh, right? There is it's like a physical, I'll tell you when it happens. The drummer switches over to sticks. He's taking a cue that like Patrick's about to like bring the energy up. And you'll hear the second that he switches over to sticks, it just explodes. And it's such a good moment. Where was this? Watch this guy. Here. Oh! And see, now the bass player switched over to walking on 4s instead of on 2s. You'll hear like the 2 beat like 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. He's gonna take this cue too, by the way. So see them look. They're gonna stick, and then so 1 2. Bass player's gonna pick up he's gonna basically double the amount of notes he's playing right here. 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2. Oh my god, this set is ridiculous. I fucking love this. What an amazing solo, and the group is just so fucking tight. Like Emmett Cohen, if any of that stuff ever sounds cool to you, by the way, Patrick Bartley and Emmett Cohen do like video game, like jazz tracks and shit like that. So yeah, go check them out. It's so fucking good. God. Oh. The anime girl shirt kind of took you out of it. Yeah, I know. Same here. Oh my god. All right, now. It's yeah. Let me see. I guess let's get us on it. Oh, well, shit. This shit's already getting copyright claimed. I don't know. Boards of Canada. Yes. Yeah, I'm just gonna play Boards of Canada. Since this is already gonna get in trouble. Make someone go into your digital audio workstation and struggle with music for 3 hours. Honestly, go instead of like working in a DAW, go listen. Like go put on like Miles Davis's Kind of Blue or like Birth of the Cool and just go like really try to listen for a long time. Like sometimes the best thing you can do in creating is just observing. And like, especially if I find out like something is like a new inspiration, I'm like, absorb all the material. Any changes to the Luminary? Just the name? Just the name right now. I mean, well, and I also don't know when what you're comparing it to. Yeah. The feedback from last time was basically that everything about the Pugilist feels fine, but we have a different structure happening now to the whole entire game. And
is this structure change different from the most recent update you pushed out?
Kind of.
Oh, because yeah, my play group just tested this last Saturday.
Oh yeah.
We had a Pugilist, we had a Druid, a Cleric, and a Dancer.
Okay.
And the Pugilist was rocking.
The Pugilist is doing very well right now.
Yeah, he was their biggest damage dealer, and I can see a little bit of the frustration with some of the other guys. The Druid and the Cleric player, I knew they were frustrated just because they were trying to get the magic system down.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was like their bearings. The Cleric player for a long time didn't realize that they couldn't use they could use their spells to actually do damage. They thought they were just going to be similar to how the Pathfinder second edition cleric was, where they just sit there and heal. And then I had to point out to them, like, no, it's like your spells probably has 2 modes. If it has a damage type, you can use it to do damage. So as soon as he realized that, the light bulb clicked, and then he was just like, I'm spamming radiant damage everywhere.
Yeah, that's like, this is it's a growing pains kind of situation.
Yeah.
Where like people are not going to be super familiar with like, oh, okay, what do you mean about like casting with this? Like I can just, what if I wanted to make a wall of something? Oh, I can just do that now. I don't get to like, I don't have to wait until 4th level to do that. Oh, okay. Like it's odd. And I think for people, that's kind of my one ask that I have about the Magic system is I'm like, before you say the game is not for you, it's something different.
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm trying to reinforce. Because like the fact that it works is, to me, I'm like, I love that. You know, it is something different. But it's not that it doesn't work different. It's that it's just different territory. You know.
Yeah, and the Druid player, they spent most of the time just polymorphing, and then Rich really helped them out towards the end when I did with the Wet Dreams one shot, and it helped them out because they finally figured out that they couldn't kill the mermaid out of the like in water.
Yeah.
So he just turned into a crocodile and then chomped her down and it pulled her up to the air.
My favorite one so far I've heard was people threw like fishing nets on her and just stabbed her on shore. Like, well, yeah, I mean, that's part of what I love about the silver bullets is it's making people like have to I don't know, just strategize and come up with dumb things about like how are we going to kill this thing. I mean, I heard about another group that, you know, was able to telekinetically lift her out of the water and kill her. But yeah, the people that just wrapped her up in fishing nets and just prison shaked her. Like,
oh wow, yeah, that's funny. Oh, I know the dancer had a good time. He was moonwalking the entire time. So the situation they put themselves in, because it was at the time the cleric didn't realize how they can do damage. So the only source of damage they thought at the time that they could do radiant damage was moonwalking. So what he would do was moonwalk, like make a moonwalk barrier, and the pugilist and the polymorph would just shove people into the moonwalking barrier, and it was hilarious. So
as funny as that is, yeah, that's god damn. I mean, like, well, I guess a question for you in running it, did Wet Dreams like make sense?
Yeah. Okay. I would say, because pretty much back-to-back weekends, I ran Daggerheart and then I ran Vagabond. Yeah, there's a distinct difference in how to prep as a DM, and I will wholeheartedly say Vagabond is so much easier to prep as a DM. It's actually funner to prep because you're not sitting there trying to like put DCs or any of that stuff there. You're just like, okay, well, these are the threats I have. This is all I need to kind of just set up and prep, and I can just focus more on trying to just shape a dungeon in the story.
Yeah,
Daggerheart.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Daggerheart's a lot heavier on the DM to kind of set everything very similar to 5e. And I think even more more asymmetrical in that than 5e itself, where you have to like prep a lot more because everything's weighted on you to make the rulings and so on. So it was just like I had much more fun on the DM side for Vagabond than I did for Daggerheart.
Was there anything about the adventure specifically that you were like, shit, this thing didn't like, were there any notes that you had on like, because so far in terms of people that have run this, I think I know you, Inspiration, and I think there was a third person who got me feedback online that I'm not remembering their name right now. But I mean, insofar as like the adventure itself, was there anything that you were like, I wish it may have had this instead, or?
Shoot, I'm trying to think, because here's the crazy thing. The group speed ran and skipped out a lot of the actual adventure. They immediately just found, and they got lucky in finding like pretty much the quick entry points to get to like towards the end really quick. So like for me, it's like I can't necessarily give feedback on the rest of it because they just didn't explore it like too much of it because they managed.
Well, and I think that's even feedback right there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, they found they ended up finding the cave, and then through the whirlpool and investigating, they managed to find the secret doorway to get to the waterfall to find this ship. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, but that's also just them, because that's just them deciding to go to the cave and not actually checking out the lighthouse. Like, I'm trying to think, 'cause, like, yeah, I'm trying to think because the way I described it, and I let them know like the lighthouse was important, but they soon as they saw the cave, they're like, we're just gonna go check this out instead.
Oh, and like absolutely, like they, you know, so they absolutely should just be allowed to go do kind of whatever, right? Like that's kind of the way I've always sort of felt, was like it's a sandbox game. So like if they do just so happen to like beeline it for whatever the thing is, then like sure, you know, it's fine. I'm just I was kind of trying to take note of anything that stood out as like maybe if I say a problem, it's more so like something you wish could have been changed about it or different, just about the experience maybe. Yeah, I am definitely interested in hearing more like on your end of it. If you had any notes later on, feel free to like shoot them my way.
Yeah, I gotta collect them because I did get feedback from my players on how they felt about the game.
Okay.
But and it's nothing to slight on Vagabond. I just understand where their mindset at is and how we play as a group. I was very, very surprised that as a group, they really enjoyed Daggerheart a lot more, but it's because my group is leaning more towards RP now versus 5e's combat and dungeon crawling in general.
Yeah.
So I was just like, I get why they enjoyed Daggerheart more than they, in general, like playing 5e now. That's the funny part. And then they felt like Vagabond was a faster 5e, but still similar enough that they need to get more into the system, and that was like their big thing, is like how much into the system do they need to invest to really feel like they're doing a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. And I told them, yeah, like I understood that, like because there was just a lot of similarities in terms of how they felt like they were playing. But I think the biggest wake-up call was them in combat realizing the spells, because I think that's what held them back, is like figuring out the spells system, but also the silver bullets and really trying to figure out how to actually defeat an enemy that you can't just HP stomp like in fight.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been and that's been the thing I've been trying to figure out how to convey. Well, and I guess with this so like with this adventure, I have been trying to hear out what people thought on really the structure as far as running it as a dungeon master went. I mean, it sounds like in general, like the adventure was there, it works, but maybe they just like these players themselves were the ones who just kind of took off, right? And which tells me maybe there's a spot where I need to add some obstructions or some shit.
Yeah. And I think for me as a DM, the only thing I think I would have needed a little bit more out of the adventure is maybe just like a little NPC table, or just something that lets me know like, hey, there's an NPC here or something in the town that lets them interact with somebody, so that to kind of give them the quest even after like the initial zombie attack that you set up at the beginning.
Yeah.
Because other than that, like I was fine, because I'm like, I lean more towards free flowy RP centered stuff anyway, so like it wasn't hard for me to kind of like just put that on the spot. But I can see somebody who's a little bit more like my two other DMs in my group that were in the playtest. They're a lot more mechanical. So it's funny, as a players they're more RP centered, but as DMs they're way more mechanical. And
yeah, I'm just so much of a procedure guy.
Yeah,
I'm like I'd like to know, hey, if we're doing this thing, what's the step-by-step process?
Yeah.
You know, if it's like, can you step-by-step for the fun or whatever. Well, hell yeah, man, thanks for running it and everything. I'm still getting caught up. I need to go through and actually talk to like Logomancy and all of them about like some of their feedback and all that, because at this point I just love to get the game into a state of being able to write adventures for it.
Yeah, because it like as a DM it's fun to run, and I can't say that about 5e to be honest. Like, and that's the biggest thing for me for 5e hang up. Like, the only reason I liked running 5e games was because I liked RPing and interacting with my buddies. But the system got in the way of actually letting me do that at a lot of time. But as a like Vagabond, it doesn't get in the way of like playing the game. The game runs, and that's like I'm like okay, like this just it churns. I know what we're doing. But the only thing is, and it's a more of a problem with my play group and not necessarily the system so far, is that since they're more RP focused, the dungeon crawling aspect of it, not necessarily was a turn off. It just didn't turn the same gears that they were wanting out of it.
Yeah.
And for me, it's like I would run Vagabond like if we were playing a Diablo-esque sort of situation. Like this is a perfect for that.
Yeah, I think that like. I think that the dungeon crawler side of it is there. The dungeon crawler side of it is probably there, and I know at least in solo play that it's doing the things I had initially set out for it to do. But yeah, that's I guess for me, I'm such a like low like TR play or role play kind of a guy that I'm like. I don't know. I kind of you shit. I mean, I've run games with you now. Yeah. It's like I'm more of a like cartoony kind of like this is ridiculous DM. You know, like to where that's why I wrote this system is like this is the kind of game that I would want to run. You know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think for people that are looking for like a very good like. I guess dungeon delver, like that's what I feel like Vagabond is when I've ran it and I've seen how I've interacted with it. It's like I want to go down dungeons and just go kill shit. Like when we did the demo and I was just like barbarian, like I was like I just want to hit something, be the big guy and hit something, and I felt that way. Like even though the threat that was one of the things too, like the threat was there when we did the demo. Especially with that sword room with the sword people that just kept grafting onto my app. I was like, oh man, we're gonna get washed. But yeah, like the threat of death was there, which I don't feel like I've had in any other games. Even when I read Daggerheart, we didn't have that there. And it helped in very much in a, I guess, video game way when I've played Diablo and stuff where I'm like, oh shoot, we're getting really low. Like, okay, we actually have to think and back out so I can re-engage into the fight.
Yeah.
Which I enjoyed. It's like I liked about playing on the player side.
Yeah, I guess my thing right now is like where would I go from here?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, sure, filling out shit with more text and all that stuff, but was there anything that you would be like wanting out of the book?
Like to add in more? Are you putting in like as a designer, this is me being completely selfish, do you have a section saying here, this is how you can homebrew for my thing?
There will be a creator kit, yeah, because I'm a firm believer that like any of the if you have confidence in your system, you should be able to show the what is it, the proof in the pudding and all that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there will be a guide that shows things like where my mind was at whenever I'm making some of these things. You know, if they're martialists, they're specializing in single target damage. They're all getting harrying at 5th level because that's a reliable power spike that everyone seems very happy with. Experts are all getting, let me see here. Experts all get the expertise features. That is a freebie perk at 3rd and 6th levels. Most of the classes, if they're strikers, you're trying to figure out they need their striker core hitting first level easy, like, yes.
Yeah.
If they are experts as well, they may be getting a feature like survivalist or like page master for wizard. Survivalist is like that, like you can do a scene task or like an interaction a lot easier, like, or a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Right. You don't think goblin archers are in the bestiary either? Sorry if it's not something I'm focusing on right now. I need to clean that stuff up, but yeah, I'll put a note in there, but thanks for reminding me. But yeah, so there's certain things like that. As far as the spell structures go, that's all I would hope fairly apparent. There are a couple of odd ones out there that, you know, I mean, Rune Keeper is the one in particular now where I'm like, that doesn't cast like anything else in the game. Well, I don't really know exactly how to express, you know. Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah,
but,
because when I was prepping to run this, I looked over the adventure. It took me like 30 minutes just to get familiar with it and be like, I know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
I spent most of my prep time understanding the magic system and just getting down, refreshing on creating a character, because I knew that was going to be like the two hangups for my party.
Yeah,
for my players, just because no matter what game we play test, my one player always picks cleric because he just wants to see how they are compared to every system he's played.
Yeah.
Vagabond has reached the hurdle of just not being your static healer, because like when we play Pathfinder 2nd edition, he was bored out of his freaking mind. It's like,
so he was happy with Vagabonds?
Yeah, he was happy with the cleric. In general, his just hang up or it was like how long it would just take to get to the levels where he had more to do. Like he felt he had more to do. And I said, well, your main thing is going to be casting. So it's like, you have to have more points to get familiar with how the spell casting is going to.
Right.
Like, as soon as you figure that, I think you're not like, everything will just like you'll have the epiphany in your head. I say, because as soon as I read down and sat down how it was, I'm like, okay, I get it now. Like I'll probably play a Magus when I get a chance. So I was like, yep.
Yeah, so what I think I'm going to do is, with the casters, whenever they get the freegens and everything, I'm going to structure out a couple of different, like, hey, here's like a spell.
Yeah.
You know, like this is if you spend 2 mana, here's a thing you can do with that. Yeah. Because, yeah, there's people like, I mean, again, with Amanda, Amanda would probably not be the biggest fan of this spellcasting system.
Yeah.
But to be fair, she also does not like D&D 5e's. It's just spellcasting is not really the kind of thing that she... Yeah. Elegant Artisan makes it feel like an expert too. Yeah. Elegant Artisan is another one of those, like... whenever you can do a certain scene task and do it... Or you can do like a shift task even quicker. You know, yeah, you can spend a study die during a scene task to finish 1 shift's worth of work towards a craft task. You can make an item super quick. You know, things like that. But yeah, for the most part, a lot of Vagabond and creation, it's like I tried to keep it simple because I just don't really think high complexity class design is the way that the TTRPG scene needs to go.
Yeah, I agree with you. The more I get into 5e design, especially right now, because I'm just on a train of just releasing and creating races and species. Yeah. The more I don't like 5e's set up for that.
It's too wordy.
Yeah, it's too wordy. It gives you too many abilities to convey something that should be simple.
Like, well, there's a couple times, and I know that some of this is to like make sure that there's not like, this is a weird thing with game design where we go, okay, so we're establishing these rules here, but with a class feature, this is something specific.
Yeah.
So we have to not only address that general rule that we set and how this is breaking that, but also keep it restricted and clean enough to where that breaking the rule doesn't break what we want to do here.
Yeah.
And like, you know, this is why we have to do things like the phrasing that I have for harrying. When you attack, you can make 2 attacks instead of 1. Well, okay, so when you attack, you can make, if we say you can make 2 attacks, okay, I guess, but what if I get something later on that says like, when you attack, you can make 3 attacks? Okay, so does that mean I can make 2 attacks and 3 attacks? Oh no, they're both replacing the one. So that's the instead of one. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's why that's there. Gotcha. Like, and it's I get it. It's an accessibility thing, but woof. It's
yeah.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of other areas where I've done that, like to while you focus, if you're aware of the magic's presence on an object, you can freely interact with it without causing any spell or any magical effect to trigger. There we go. Let's just get rid of that. Oh yeah, here you go. Like creation stance. They reduce damage they take by 1. Okay, so this couldn't just be they reduce damage by 1 because then that would apply to their attacks.
Yeah.
Or whatever, right? Like destruction stance. They gain a +1 bonus to damage rolls they make. It couldn't just be they gain a +1 bonus to damage rolls because it has to have that they make.
Yeah.
Because then people can be like, well, damage rolls, other things make damage rolls. So like, does this apply to that? It's like, oh no, like
Yeah.
writing rules and having to be so specific about what the fuck you write is maddening. Ugh. Okay, but someone was asking about stuff with the Rune Keeper. Okay. So I had the idea for this last night to put it together, and once I had the idea, I was like, okay, since classes are so easy, I can... Guys, this is going to be the big perk to Vagabond. I can make a new class like every fucking week. I can make a new class every day. Like, making classes for the system, now that we cut out subclasses, is fucking cake.
I don't realize people didn't see how that was a big boon.
Oh, yeah, because the gut reaction is going to be like the individual love of something hyper specialized with something like 5e is going to be lost, but it's not. And yeah,
I even think 5e does subclasses terrible. Like I don't think they do subclasses correctly. Like you're approaching making your character with your subclass in mind already. Most subclasses aren't getting turned on by 3rd level. So it's like,
right?
Why wasn't that just 1st level? Like you're already gonna go in there like hyper specialized with the kind of like fantasy you want with your character anyway. Why don't you like design the game in a way that allows you to do that from the get go, right?
Yeah.
So
well, and now because now it's like you've worked on 2 classes.
Yeah.
Like whenever you're making all these different subclasses, it's a burden.
Yep.
It is a thing that you're having to keep in mind. Like, not only do I have to write out this class and think of all these features, I have to come up with like 3 subclasses for it that like all do something different and unique, or else this person online is going to say that like I'm a dog shit doo-doo person, and like they don't why they spend $5 on my thing, and now I've got to go spend artwork to get all new artwork of these 4 different guys.
That's why I'm just that's what's happening with Scourge right now, because I'm following more of the fighter kind of like chassis and how every subclass kind of has their own resource system to determine the playstyle. And I'm like, I like that because I didn't want to do a half-caster paladin-esque class with what I'm going with now. The problem is like now I have to develop multiple subsystems for every subclass.
Yeah.
I was like, why didn't they just get rid of subclasses if you're not going to put them at 1st level? And I'm really like that you just gutted subclasses from this, because it's like, okay, I can have a dedicated class. Like somebody, I forgot who, but they're playing an Alchemist and they really like the bomber archetype and they want to play bomber. Well, now you can just play a bomber. Like you make a bomber class. Like
it's it's the thing where I'm like, not only that, but you can do it better.
Yeah.
Like you can do more with that. You can emphasize that more. There are more options, not less. And the thing is, all the stuff that's in the base class, it might be reduced down. That's correct. But I promise, at the end of the day, you got more coming. Roster shock. You can change to another thing. Oh, that's why that needed to be there. Yeah. That's with an essence. Let's do this with a. No, that needs to be there for the. Yeah, I know why that needs to be there. Some people were saying that Alchemist needed to get a hold of a elementalist-like feature. I think that that's cute, but I think that that can be handled by an alchemical item rather than a perk. I don't just want to suddenly make a whole bunch of everything a perk.
Everything.
Because the moment you start doing that, like, we've only got 7 pages of perks. I like that. But that doesn't mean that every single... Yeah, not every single mechanic needs to be made into a perk. Okay. So, Rune Keeper, this is me bringing over... I think this is the... No, I still haven't brought the merchant over. I would need to do the merchant and the sovereign in the Vagabond. And then I would have, like, my full portfolio of 5e stuff ported over. So, with the Rune Keeper, this is... I want to say this is, like... This is probably the biggest thing I solo released for 5e. It was, like, 71 pages or some shit. But it was... I was not happy with the way that they expressed runic magic in 5e. For them to have this whole other magic system and just continuously say, no, we're not going to be doing that. But they still wanted to get some of that cake and eat it too. So, like, I was never a big fan of the Rune Knights. It was also just incredibly overbloated compared to every other fighter. And I just decided to set up and make my own. Sovereign win at some point, yes. It won't be incredibly hard to make it happen now. So I didn't really like what they had done with runic magic and decided to kind of set out and do my own. And it took about a year and a half, I want to say. But yeah, I was really happy with where that one wound up. It was a very unconventional sort of artificer replacement. Felt like it hit a cool niche for a character archetype. And I hadn't brought it over to Vagabond because I didn't want to do, like, runic invocation as a system over here.
Yeah,
the reason I do it...
I'm interested how you're going to convert that. Like, what steps you're going to make it to fit within your magic system now.
The whole reason I changed my mind is because of delivery.
Oh, okay.
Because I wrote glyph delivery. So you'll probably understand exactly what's going to happen here. So, with runic, the runic invocation, they're going to start out with Invoker. You can cast invocations using lore. Oh, okay, well, what's an invocation? You have 4 invocations known, which can be any essence. Any essence whatsoever. You can, You gain an additional invocation known every 3 levels in this class hereafter. So, start out, you get the 4 right up here. Anything you want to get, cool, you can get it. You're not restricted to a certain spell list. Runic Inscription. You can only cast invocations with a delivery of Imbue, Glyph, and Touch. You do not need to spend mana to cast invocations with these deliveries. Ooh. Further, you don't need to focus on any casting of an invocation, but can only have a number of invocations active at a time equal to logic. Ooh. So, if you want to go around and start putting a bunch of glyphs and shit on all your party's equipment, this is the way that you do it. One of the things that was super funny that they wanted to do in the actual play that I was DMing was... So James with Logomancy is playing a Vanguard, and Sarah is playing a Magus. And James had the idea that Sarah could put, like, a fireball on his shield, and he could run in and have it, like, blow up on the other side of the shield. And I was like, I want that to work. I want you to be able to do that. But they were thinking that the thing that they would need to do is imbue. Like, imbue the shield, and then they could do that, not realizing that would just, like, make the shield do fire damage. And I was like, we have to push you in that direction, but I really like this. So, yes, the new essences you would gain would count as an invocation if you did pick it up. Yes. So, here with the runic invocation and all that stuff, you're not spending mana, but the restriction is the only way that you can cast these things is by imbuing weapons and armor, glyph casting, and just with touch. So you can't bolt or anything. You don't need mana to augment the casting. Notice something here. Because you don't have mana, you can't augment it. But because it doesn't cost you mana to cast it with these deliveries, you can do that infinitely. Right? But the thing that you're missing out on here is you can't increase the damage. But you're still causing little effects in here. This is doing everything that spell storing item from the Artificer in 5e would do. Like, everything. And because of Vagabond being that narratively open, if you cast Levitate on your buddy's boots, it should work. Like, yeah. Elegant Artisan. This is another, like, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard quote. Whenever you study, you gain a number of additional study dice equal to half your Rune Keeper level round up. Additionally, you can spend a study die during a scene task to finish one shift's worth of work towards a craft task. So, you can make items super quick. Now, Rune Stance. Once per round, you can skip your move or use your action to align yourself with runic principles known as a Rune Stance. It grants a benefit to you and your allies that you can see depending on your current stance. Creation, they reduce damage they take by 1. Destruction Stance, they gain a +1 bonus to damage rolls they make. The numbers increase by 1 every 4 levels you take in this class hereafter. It is bland. That's the intent. It's an easy cake. There's a bonus. Cool. Hermetic Intuition. You can use your action to sense magic energy around you while you focus. If you are aware of magic's presence on an object or surface, you can freely interact with it without causing any magical effect to trigger. So you're the arcane demolitionist that you were originally in my 5e Rune Keeper, right? So if there's a glyph on a door or something like that, of course they should not send the rogue in to fuck with that. That's why they send you in, right? I always thought of the Rune Keeper as like a philosophical, like, arcane demo man in a weird way. And I love that identity so much that I was just like, do it. And some people have brought up, like, this might sound like very, very niche. Keep in mind that curses are magical effects.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and having that niche is still a good thing because the Rune Keeper, I guess, for 5e competes with Artificer, who just gets to do everything, which is boring. Yeah. Gotta like that. That's better. Like I like having that niche. You send the Rogan for non-magical stuff. You send the Rune Keeper for all the magic stuff.
Yeah. What if that feature keyed off of beings with your imbued items equipped rather than beings you can see? I don't know how practical it would be that they wouldn't just be the exact same thing in all practical play. Like, yeah, you're going to be giving these to your buddies. Okay. Like, and the tracking, if we're being like 100% honest, tracking, if it, by all practicality, this is meant to affect your allies, then just let it. Like, otherwise they're going to be thinking about, well, now you're going to be getting this item because we need to make sure that you also get affected with this thing as well. So, instead of doing that distribution, just let it be. Philosophical and demo man are two words that shouldn't go together. Yeah. They're going to get harrying because this is a little bit of a gish in a very weird way, which, sick. If this could just replace a paladin in your worlds, go for it. Omniscience. You have telepathy out to a range of 120 feet. Further, you can cast with a delivery of imbue and glyph, on an area or item you can see rather than needing to touch it.
Oh, sick.
So if you can see one of your buddies is out there and they're like, I need a rune grenade, you can cast it on them.
That's sick.
The telepathy with the range out to 120 feet. Some people have been asking about whether or not psionics are going to be in Vagabond. In the future maybe, but I'm like, cool. Here's a little telepath for you. Sure, tiny bit. Shouldn't they just be an expert and a mystic instead of just a mystic? I thought I did put expert on them. Oh. Yeah, there you go. So. Ta-da! It was a pretty easy port. This is the big strength. I wanted to do something on this, honestly. This was yeah. I wanted to do something with this to show people why I got rid of subclasses. This has been probably the most requested one of all my 5e stuff to put into Vagabond. And I was like, okay, I can show you guys just how easy it will be to do that. I'll just do it in a night. And yeah,
that is smooth. Because even when I had the dancer playing, and they were just doing everything based off performance, I was like, oh, I think I figured out how Luchador can port.
Yeah,
like, that'd be a sick way to like do a melee class that uses performance for a lot of their abilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you basically become the Sheikah Slate from Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild had a big impact on the entire Rune Keeper development. Like, you making runic bombs with Gukliak, yeah, that was all Breath of the Wild. Subclasses are gone.
Yeah, they've been gone for like a week.
That reaction was hilarious.
Yeah, I think there's like two of us that were just like, oh, that's sick. I'm down. Like, hell yeah.
Most that's the thing is like most people that weren't how do I put it? Most people that had experience with games outside of 5e really understood why I did it.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan, Professor Dungeon Master hit me up on like 2 social medias and he was like, hey, yeah, man, this is the right way to take it. And I was like, I appreciate it, dude. Like, which, by the way, Professor Dungeon Master, for those of you guys that like aren't subbed to him, if you've ever thought that like, dude, PDM just seems like an old grognardy guy, he's cool as fuck. Like, you guys should go sub to his channel. You Thanos? Yeah.
And it makes sense too why you would have to like you gutted these subclasses. You already have so many like base classes in the system.
Yeah.
And eventually, like you even pointed out, they're going to start overlapping each other. Like the subclasses will start overlapping with other classes.
Deleting subclasses was the best I felt about this game so far. That was the one decision that, like, as soon as I started making it, I was like, absolutely, this is the right path. Like, there's no looking back anymore. And I've had people that were like, well, we could maybe, and I'm like, no, it's not happening. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not even really sorry. The mechanics are still in the game. I haven't gotten rid of anything. It's just, it's not there, And
even if you want to flavor how you get like a barbarian, you want to be a dragon barbarian. Okay, there's ways to flavor that for your character. You don't need like I understand the want to have mechanics that flavor it, that feel like you're doing it, but at the same time, like how many times can you do that with every subclass? Like we see it in 5e, like compared to 5e, where there's multiple subclasses and multiple classes that are practically doing the same thing. And then even then there's overlap with other player options in that system too, with like race options and backgrounds and stuff that are kind of doing the same thing that a class would do. So you kind of get a non-bow stuff that you would want to actually work together.
Is it possible to make subclasses with strong class identity in the Vagabond classes, like maybe Hexblade? The only thing that would be keeping you from doing that is time. Like, just do it. Make it. Do it. Go for it. Like, go for it. I'm telling people, like, I promise you, you're okay. Me writing some content for 5e, if I'm making a 5e class, it's gonna take me at least 2 months minimum. Like, I have
that's
Yeah.
fast compared to me. I've been working on mine for like half a year now.
Well, I mean, but I've been doing it for like
Yeah.
8 years, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, I've
Like, shoot.
written, I think I've written 9 now at this point.
Yeah.
So like I know the structure, I know the beat for beat where the all this shit comes in. So like I can make it, churn it out, do whatever, right? But I know the quickest I ever had a turnaround was the Alchemist, and it was it was the Vanguard.
Yeah, no, yeah, it was the Vanguard. You turned that one out really quick.
Because as soon as I figured out the ready action thing, it just clicked and it was like fucking ready to go. I think the Alchemist was 2 months. But that's like at least a month, right? Concepting, getting that out there. That same concept of an Alchemist, I took over into Shadowdark last year. And once I was getting to know the system, I always try to design something within the system. And it took me 3 hours to write an Alchemist for Shadowdark.
Oh.
It's like, guys, it takes me about that same time to write some stuff over here. And I don't want people to like try to make third-party content for Vagabond and be intimidated by it. I not like what I had to deal with getting into 5e. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad I did. I'm sure you are too, Josh, because it's
hell yeah.
It
I think because it goes through like a growing pain. Like obviously, like you start as a player, right, and then you start wanting to develop and create your own content for homebrew, and then there's that gap of jumping into being a designer, but like not trying to just design stuff and create stuff for your table, trying to design stuff that you want to actually have other people play.
Yes.
That don't fit in your table, whether you want to sell it or not. It's a completely different jump. I think that's the hurdle a lot of people struggle to get over a lot when they're doing that. But even then, like after you get to that designer point, you kind of realize what kind of games you actually want to play.
Yeah.
What kind of games you want to design for, because like I don't regret getting into. I stumbled my way into 5e design. Like I was on accident. I didn't want to do any of that. But it was just like, I'll try it, and then like, okay, I like doing it.
Yeah.
But my God, a much more streamlined system I would perfectly want to design for that can convey stuff clearly instead of having to like care about every minutia of like text and rules, so they just don't break the game.
Well, and it's like it is and it isn't restrictive at the same time. Like once you quote unquote like peered beyond the veil and you understand like how it makes a 5e class or whatever. I mean, I that's why I tried developing my metaphysics for it, where I was like, okay, well if it's a D8 hit die class, that means that it has to have a disengagement tool given to it at first level, or at least medium armor, or else it's just not designed like a 5e class. You actually think that the system is going to be easier to implement into a VTT2? I mean, maybe. We'll see.
They're talking about wanting to play a Hexblade. I think you have the Magus there in Vagabond to kind of do that. You flavor that your weapon that you're using is the weapon. I don't know what else you would want from Hexblade as like 5e to convert, unless you're like trying to do the curse thing.
So they probably want something like the Mystic Mark might not really be hitting the right feel for it. Honestly, the Magus at this point is just, for me, so number one, it's another homage to Ben, because without Benjamin Huffman, you don't have like me or Ross Leiser, right? Like we're guys who like, because we reached out to Ben and Ben showed us like, his professional sensibilities around 5e homebrew, we got into the game design. So like this is essentially Ben's Magus ported over into Vagabond, but it's also become a some ridiculous shit that I kind of wanted out of it. Yeah. I always wanted this. I thought out of everything, saying that the Magus could parry casts, you can parry a fireball now, was just, I knew that that had to be a thing.
That's sick.
Wait, that is an old ass hangover. Wow, that is, a really super old one. Is he still recommended? Yeah, recommended starting pack. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think my goal this year is to release 2 classes for 5e, and then eventually when the update, the one I'm not looking forward to, make sure my stuff's not broken, that it still works, and then start porting those classes to other systems. Mainly like the systems I want to port them over to is obviously going to be a bit selfish, and it's the systems my players are going to be playing in.
Right.
And then so it's like I know Daggerheart's one, because I'm actually surprised at how much they actually liked that game. I was like, wow, okay, like you guys actually really enjoyed it. I was like, let's play Cypher System. You guys might like that a little bit more. Like, yeah, like it's in the same vein. They liked Vagabond.
What was it about Daggerheart that, like, I mean, was it just the fact that it was a narrative game structured for narrative?
It was that. Yeah, it was definitely that. The back and forth of combat, of having to go back and forth and having that ebb and flow, not feeling like we were pulled out of the scene like you get with 5e. We're like, okay, now we're doing combat. Roll your dice.
Oh yeah, we the loading screen phenomenon.
Pretty much like you get into any Final Fantasy game where you just random battle encounter. That's
yeah.
So it was like you're just feeling like you're just flowing into it, and then also they really liked the duality die.
I actually think that it's a pretty clever idea.
Yeah.
And I've heard people call it a gimmick, and I'm like, fuck off. Like, okay.
Of course it's going to be a gimmick. Every game has to have, like, the thing. Like, it has to have the thing that you're going to be, like, that turns you. Pokemon does this. Every release, they have their gimmick mechanic. Every game is going to have that thing that makes them stand out. Like, and the duality die is fine. Like,
you bitches love Mega Evolution. Shut up.
Yeah.
You know?
Gigantamax. And they had that chandelier-looking one that this last game.
Yeah. I think it's like it's fine for games to have their gimmick. Honestly, a lot of this is just coming from people that are parroting the same shit they hear about on Reddit, and it's like, okay, look, I get it. I get that some people are not big fans of Critical Role, but you don't gotta hate on everything that comes out of that fucking company.
Yeah, and that's why I see most of the critique, and that's why I kind of just turn off. Is like they're just using this as a way to just take jabs at CR.
Yeah,
and it's just like, man, you guys need to go outside, touch some grass.
Well, and that's the thing is, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what have they done that's so wrong? Like, I'm sure, even honestly, because I know you see this too, even outside of like political agenda shit or whatever. Yeah. Like I see Critical Role just gets like a crazy amount of hate. Is it just like responses to like the way that their fans act, or what?
I think it's a combination of a lot of stuff from both sides. It's you have people that don't feel like they're doing enough left-leaning politics to support.
Oh, yeah, it's because they're not doing it the way that they would want them to do it.
Yeah, and so obviously since they're not doing it that way, they're the most terrible people in the world. And then you have their really rabid their fan base, where they're very vocal. They're a minority, but they're still very vocal, and they're gonna have that in every big sort of franchise. Like you have a very vocal, very hostile fan base that is just rabid. Like Star Wars is the exact same way. Like it's the exact same thing, and anything that tarnishes Star Wars the way they see it, they attack. And then, well, that's the same thing with CR. You have a very small group of people that are very vocal, very online, and that are just going to attack you if you dare attack to say any naysaying. So people don't want to interact with CR at all.
You were wondering, talking about Magus says damage dealt by imbued weapons trigger elementalists. Yes. If the way I try to design any perks or any mechanics is, does it look like it should work? If so, allow it to work. Like if it's intuitive, let it intuit. You feel like some hate for CR also comes from people who feel like they've been playing D&D longer than them. I was around before you mentality. There are so many people, like, as a creator, I think anybody that gets any modicum of success is going to find out how many people will fucking hate you because you succeeded where they failed.
Yeah.
Like the fact that Kelsey Dion got hate because Shadow Dark did as good as it did. Oh my god, there were some fucking morons that came out of the woodworks to hate on Shadow Dark, all because Kelsey made money on it, and they drove up all kinds of conspiracy theories about how Kelsey must be like doing what the hell. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry nobody bought your shitty fucking basic expert knockoff. But
yeah, like you just have that gatekeeping mentality. Like it's still in the TTRPG scene, and the thing is, like, I think what people don't kind of realize in terms of like success in this space, but even just on YouTube in general, there's a shit ton of luck involved. And and then even then, I would say, if you're a person that's in a minority group, whether you're female, LGBTQ plus, pretty much Black, Mexican, Asian, it's even harder for you in that space because the thing I think people don't realize, the people that tend to succeed in the space tend to be a reflection of the viewer.
The relatability, demographics, and
So you're gonna see a lot of things where like people do break through. Like you have people like Jenny D. But my thing is like we should have more people like Jenny D. There shouldn't just be one Jenny D, right?
For sure. Yeah, the fact that like she is, I mean, as the biggest personality in the YouTube space right now. I mean, because Joe Cat's gone.
Yeah.
You know, so like as far as the like D&D personalities go, actually it was funny. You know, for a time there, Rune's not Rune, is it Runesmith? He was bigger than Jenny D.
Yeah, because he came off and split off from
like taking XP to level 3?
Yeah, XP to level 3. Like they were buddies, and then he started his own channel.
And then, wait, is he the one I'm thinking of? No, wait, maybe it wasn't Runesmith. Mr. Rex.
Oh, okay, yeah, Mr. Rex with his with lore videos. Yeah,
so Mr. Rex.
There is no.
Oh, geez, hi, Mr. Rex. Yeah, actually, it's super funny. I misspoke. It's not Jenny D that's the biggest content creator in the D&D space. It's Mr. Rex.
Oh wow.
He has 812,000 subscribers.
Oh.
I mean, you know, to be fair, he got his start as like a Skyrim Let's Play channel.
Yeah.
But like he's transitioned it over into like D&D content. Yeah. But yeah, it's Rex also doesn't really like engage a whole lot with the community and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah. Luck, what do you mean luck? Anyway, D&D romance stories, am I right? Okay, so like here's the thing with like what does or doesn't really succeed with like the YouTube D&D side of things, or like TTRPGs in general. I was having a conversation with this with Crow and Will about this the other day. This whole entire industry has got to fucking kill its parasocial relationship with Matt Mercer and Brennan Lee Mulligan. Y'all gotta start clicking on videos that don't include those two guys in the fucking thumbnails, all right? Like this is I'm gonna talk to my audience here. Y'all gotta be clicking on some content that isn't just fucking Matt Mercer jacking off or whatever. Because it's there's literally channels that know this formula and have based their entire thumbnail game off of this. I like this guy, by the way, Bonus Action. I like this channel. I like his content. He's playing the same fucking hustle that we all know we have to.
Yep.
But I want you all to see what it takes in order for this guy to make this work out, all right? These are his thumbnails.
And he's one of the better ones that actually make like content that is actually like evocative, like it's actually good.
Yes, he has good content.
Yeah.
But this is what it takes to succeed.
Yeah. And then there's a lot of channels that do the exact same thing, and they're not to trash on the content, but it's like it feels empty. But they're succeeding and it's just because they have faces on these things because you guys like to click on them.
Yeah. Professor Dungeon Master admitted to having to do that for his thumbnails for you as a turn off now. That's the thing. We can't, but it doesn't succeed otherwise.
Yeah.
I'll show you guys something. I worked on a video last year that I will never fucking do again because this will not get the attention that I know this video deserved. It never will. I have done the integrity game. I worked the integrity game for a long time. I'm going back to it today with a format that I think people are interested in doing the video essays. But I will say, this video is my heartbreaker. Political intrigue in TTRPGs. I have changed this thumbnail. This is 41 minutes. I scripted and worked on this bitch for like 3 months.
Oh yeah, I remember this, and you sent me the script and for feedback too. I remember this one. It was a fucking awesome video.
It's oh dude, it's one of my favorite videos on my channel. It has 3,000 views. I worked my ass off on this thing. And yeah, so like all in all, it's made me all of about $15. Maybe. Right? Yeah. This is, I mean, I have had people that are in the TTRPG scene that hit me up and they were like, best video you've ever done. Absolutely. And yeah. But because I did this one, that did actually get me ready to transition into the format for what I would be doing with where is it? Like Candela Obscura, Dragonbane, Vaesen, Shadow Dark, Zweihander. Like these have been the ones where I was like, all right, I got it. I know what the kind of content I want to do is. And the view counts are finally fucking showing.
Yeah. Yeah, those videos are awesome.
Thanks.
That's what I told you. Like, I remember when we were talking with all the drama and stuff was happening around, but just like making dope shit eventually finds their audience.
Yeah.
And the stuff you want to do will eventually find its audience, and that's like it's proof. Proof is in the pudding right there. You have every overview of those videos, and it's showing. But it's not like compared to like what bonus action. Like it's still not having Matt Mercer, Brendan Lee Mulligan on those thumbnails. It's still not putting them in front of people that would benefit from seeing those videos.
Yeah, there is another one actually that there's a channel that's starting to get really big. What was it? Deficient Master? Dude, yeah, holy shit, dude, this channel blew up. I don't know if you've seen them yet. Deficient Master. Subscribe to this guy's channel. He only started a couple months ago and he's at 27K.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but his presentation is better than, oh my god, dude. Like, this guy has a formula that fucking works and he's hilarious. Deficient Master has got a kind of there's just a whimsy and a like charm to his videos that just hasn't really been around. And we need more people that are doing shit like this. Just not really just some guy sitting there looking into a camera.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. He's got a great format here. The other one though is, I think we're gonna watch Val take off this year.
Oh, she already popped off, man. Like she's already like at 20 something.
Is she?
Maybe 30? Yeah.
No, she's at 14K. Holy shit!
Yeah, she's 20 I
was like, no way she hit 20 before me. Fucking no, get out of here.
she's getting there though. Like,
oh yeah.
She'll hit it this year. Really, really, really solid. Like, you guys want, I guess the best way to say it is like a European teacher perspective on like TTRPGs and how to like incorporate those ideas into your games. Like, she'll let you think about playing TTRPGs differently. Like, it's from a non D&D centric lens. Yeah.
These are strictly like, oh, later, Gavin.
Yeah, later, man.
She's doing video essays in the same kind of format as, like, I mean, I've said Jacob Geller. She's never watched Jacob Geller. So I was like, oh, okay. ContraPoints, maybe? I wasn't sure. But yeah, so like Val's been doing we do have video essayists that have been in the YouTube TTRPG scene. The one that got me into it was Dale Kingsmill.
Okay, yeah.
But like, dude, Val's the best at it.
Yeah.
Like, Val's essays are the top tier.
I would also say
yeah.
Legal Kimchi.
Kimchi is gonna, yeah, he just passed 10K.
He is being wasted in our space. That dude should be doing more and just in general topics.
I'm
my
really
God.
curious what he could be doing. Or sorry, no, yes, you're right. He could be doing shit that isn't just TTRPG stuff.
Yeah. He's
Absolutely.
He's so good. Like his content's so good. It's informative. It is thought provoking. You really you're actually learning. But man,
Yeah.
I'm just like you can be so much bigger if you're not sticking with us, because the stuff he's talking about is just
Yeah,
it's good.
I get I get the love for it and why he wants to stick around.
Yeah.
But yes, he definitely has the potential. Because like, dude, look at his view counts.
Yeah.
These are not the view counts of a guy who has a 10,000 sub channel.
Yeah.
You know, everyone's wrong about critical race theory. He goes through and provides, by the way, even to people who like disagree with his takes, like you see them go and comment in his sections where they're like, oh, okay, well, I guess I hadn't like thought about that perspective.
Yeah.
There's a reason why a lot of the not the grognards, really more of the like Gamergate grifter types,
Yeah.
don't respond to Kimchi's videos. Like, they'll pull me up and try to turn me into a lolcow or what the fuck ever. It's not working, but they won't go and respond to one of Legal Kimchi's because this dude he knows his shit.
Yep.
You know, like, yeah, again, if he weren't like a TTRPG channel, he would be one of the bigger ones out there.
Yeah.
What the fuck did you just come back to? Oh, we're just like
Showing love.
bullshitting. Yeah.
The
And then
channels you
Trek-
should be paying attention to.
Yeah, Trek, Val's existence means you'll forever be, at best, the second best French Val. Dude, Trek, okay, so Trek, you tell me, what the fuck did you tap into to be able to, like...
Found the secret sauce.
Yeah, you, like, 25K. What the fuck? Like, we've been doing this, like, Josh and I have been going at this for, like, nearly 4 years now.
Yeah.
And then you show up in 1 year.
10K.
Like... did you have like a content strategy, Trek? Like, because I know that you do the like short, and then you do your like big release videos.
Yo.
But like, I just didn't know if like there was like a rhythm to it or something. You were aiming for 1K, my dude. Fuck you.
Yeah, I was just trying to get monetized.
Yeah. The other 24K just kind of happened. You piece of shit.
Well, if you're only wanting 1K, like you can throw the other 23 back our way. That's fine.
Yeah, right. I would like, so looking at like, because I'm interested in content strategies. I definitely do what makes me happy. I'm more interested in being successful on YouTube isn't really my end goal.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's fun to make the videos and stream and shit, but it's not really like, oh yeah, I want to be the mega successful YouTuber.
Yeah. No.
If I got successful, it'd be fun, but yeah.
Do you really want to Mr. Beast it? Oh man, that dude. You see, I think you shared that article about how Mr. Beast pretty much doesn't do anything but content.
The one that I shared was, oh fuck, what was it? No, Wisecrack.
Okay, yeah. Pretty much it was the Wisecrack video, and yeah, I'm just like, yeah, that's gross. Like that's.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like there's oh god, how do I put it? It doesn't seem like they're making content that they want to make. It seems like they're making content that they have to make, and that's not fun. I hate.
Yeah.
I've been taking sponsorships because like, if I see the product and I like it, then like I'm all down for it. It's a way for me to make extra money for Vagabond stuff too.
Yeah.
But especially whenever I got sick, the stress of knowing that like shit, there's sponsored videos that I need to make and get out there.
Yeah.
And I'm running behind on it. and I'm sick right now. What the hell do I do?
Yeah.
Luckily, like Daniel Fox has been cool as shit, and he's just like, we'll talk about whatever later on. Just focus on getting better. And then the guys with Tales of Argosa were just like chill. So, but yeah, I don't like that stress of feeling like I gotta get this out. Oh my god, we got sponsorships.
That's how it was all this week too. So like any spare time I had to get out the video I put out today because there's a sponsor on it because their Kickstarter just launched. So it's like,
is that for that Wandering Island one?
Yeah, Tales of the Wandering Tavern. So.
Yeah. They hit me up and I was like, it looks good. And they, you know, because I asked him, like, I got the little questionnaire, like, you know, what systems is this for? Is it system neutral? Is it using any AI artwork, any AI generated text?
Yeah.
And then, does it espouse any real world political beliefs in its text?
Yeah.
If they can answer, you know, those 5, and I'm like, all right, we're good, then I'll check out the stuff. But anytime if it's like it is a 5e material, the thing I always tell them is like, the vast majority of my audience these days is not interested in 5e. You know, and that's the reason I turned them down. Is I was like, I don't think it would be a good fit for you or me, and I don't want to waste your money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like for me, like I kept putting up polls just to see like what the hell is like people that are sub to me. What are they wanting to see and play?
Yeah.
And that's why I was like, everybody still wants 5e. I'm just like, okay, I guess. Like,
yeah.
I don't plan on leaving 5e because that's what my play group wants to play as like their base game.
They still really want to play it, huh?
One, the main guy that DMs for us, which we prefer him to DM, like he's so invested in it that it's easy for him to run.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm just like, okay, cool. Like I don't mind that. I just don't want combat to take up 3 hours of our playtime, but you know, we'll figure something out there.
Yeah.
But like now that's why I was very surprised Daggerheart got them all interested, because it might be the first system that breaks through that we're just like, okay, we don't have to play 5e anymore. And then I was like, okay, then we'll get into Cypher. We'll try to slip back into Vagabond. Well, they're just gonna kind of slip into all these other games that we can just play as a main system.
Yeah, the whole selling point, I guess, for me on like Vagabond with people like it, whatever, has always been like, once people get a feel for the magic system and like the combat, they'll be able to tell it feels different, and either that's gonna sell them on it, or they're just gonna be like, whatever, you know. And like for the people that it hits, I think it hits really hard.
Yeah.
For the I know specifically with Amanda, it's not just because, you know, she's with me. It's literally she's had an impact on like decisions I've been making about how you do character generation.
Yeah.
You know? So like she prefers like more simple character gen like this right here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, for me, it was always I set out to make a game that I wanted to play, that I wanted to write for, you know?
Yeah, no, I can tell. Like it's just, this is your game. But like in the best possible way, because this shit it runs smooth.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, I think if anybody watching they haven't actually play tested, got to see it, like play it. Like it as a DM, if you're gonna run it, like it's very, very easy to run. You don't really.
That's the big seller for me.
Yeah.
Is telling people like, look, it works in play, but to feel the change in this system, you have to be behind the DM screen.
Yeah.
Once you're behind the DM screen and you're running this, it's like, holy fuck, wait, like I can just put things on the board and it just works.
Yeah. Like I don't have to worry about like setting DCs or doing anything. It's like this guy does an attack, you roll. You decide how you're gonna you're gonna tank that hit or you're gonna dodge it. What I liked, it puts more agency back on the player.
That's what I always wanted, was like so this is a big sticking point with a lot of guys that are old school revivalists, not old school renaissancers. Old school revivalists really like Thaco for it, not just because it's old and they're familiar with it. They really like Thaco for the fact of they know what they need to hit.
Yeah.
That's a big deal to them. There's a there's a sense of I'm not getting screwed over by that guy right there. Which, like, you gotta think, if they're all boomer brain, this is kind of a boomer brain thing where they think everyone's out to get them.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, yeah, if it's on my thing, or this is what's on my page. What's its armor class? A 6? Cool, then I need to roll a 13. Bam, got it, whatever. Like, okay. Now, yeah, it's not Howard on Vagabond, it just works, yeah.
And that's one thing I really enjoyed about Vagabond, and to some extent Daggerheart. It's very immediately, this is not adversarial. You're playing with your buddy.
Right.
And it's I think Vagabond does that. Like, I can't try not to put Daggerheart down either, like, just, or put another system down unless it's 5e.
Well,
give a shit. But, like, Vagabond does it in a way where it feels better. That's the best way I can say it, that it's not adversarial, because the system already just says this is what's going. You guys need to do these things, and this is going to happen. So there's less of a load on the DM. While Daggerheart does that in the same way, but the DM still has to do the rulings. Like, they still have to the narrative flow and decide whether there is a rule that's going to impact it or not. And Vagabond, I love that, because it just takes that load off of it, and it's like, no, like we're running the game, we're playing this game, we'll RP and stuff, but if there's any interaction, it's back on the player.
Yeah, like, I wanted the game to do the heavy lifting like that. Yeah. Where the rule set is present, and if you're engaging with the rule, a story is being told, combat is taking place, and, like, the combat still feels like it's delivering that same mouthfeel, which, like, in all reality, honestly, combat in D&D is not unfun. You know, but the procedure of it is intrinsically unfun.
Yeah.
It's the combat itself is a fun activity to partake in. It's just that the procedure's not clicking.
Yeah.
You know, and that's
what takes too damn long.
Yeah. That's
too long.
Where as soon as I had played games like Merkborg or holy shit, like, I mean, Shadow Dark even, these are games where it's just like, oh shit, wait, that we wrapped that up. Oh my god, like, in 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so there's, like, more we can do. Because it's not that, like, you're fighting less, you can fight more. You know, you can get into more combat if you like that. You can just keep doing it more. You know? But yeah,
you're not trying to put Daggerheart down. It just comes naturally. No, I honestly, Daggerheart has a lot going for it. But it's not going to be the game for people that are on TTRPG YouTube. At least in the sphere that we're in, it is very apparent that in TTRPG YouTube, D&D YouTube, a lot of the viewer base really likes the minutia mechanics of combat and optimizing and figuring out how the rules work. So you're not going to like Daggerheart because it doesn't really care about any of that. It wants you to help tell a story. But that's why you have so many people that like Pathfinder 2nd Edition. That's probably why they might gravitate to MCDM system, where it's going to be a tactical system, like, which is fine.
You know what I think is actually going to probably kill Daggerheart?
Oh, it's who?
It has nothing to do with the mechanics or whatever they've got going on for their game. It's going to be the same issue that plagues a lot of content that tries to propose a brand new system. They are not going to have a lot of third-party support.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine someone like Skull Fungus making one-page dungeons for Daggerheart? It's not happening.
Yeah.
You know, like, they've designed a system that requires learning how to build out their stat block structure. It's going to require learning their new damage structure. Like, there's a lot of procedure that goes into making something for Daggerheart.
Yeah.
And the third-party scene is just not going to latch on.
Yeah,
I don't see it happening.
Yeah, because even then, if, like, you're looking at player options, right? It's very, since they're using the card system, and that's why my group really liked it, because they like the card system, because they're all Magic the Gathering.
I like the cards. I do actually like the cards.
Yeah, the card system's interesting. I think a lot of the people that had the hang up for that kind of stuff were not realizing the card system and the way that they use the tracking of dice and stuff was a physical way to do something a VTT would do. That's
say it one more time. Say something what?
it's the physical cards and the dice tracking system, or a physical at the table way to track things that a VTT would do.
Oh yes, yeah.
And a lot of people were overlooking that because they were just like, it's just, why are you putting a board game in my tabletop game?
Right.
I'm just like no, like they're putting in virtual tabletop things to do at your table, so it's easier to track stuff, because we've all been there with 5e where we could get.
This was always going to be my worry with MCDM RPG and with Daggerheart. Once I started seeing the playtest materials for MCDM RPG, it became painfully clear this was going to be a lot to track. This is a game that needs a VTT in order to run it, and to me, I'm not interested in any game that requires a VTT to run it.
Yeah,
it's just not me. I'm bringing this up, just so you guys know, the vast majority of content that's being made in the TTRPG scene, if you want to know the most bustling ass like content creators that are making endless adventures, a crazy amount of just free content out there, it's the OSR space. Like, this is Skull Fungus, who works with Stockholm Cartel and a bunch of the Merkborg guys, but Skull Fungus just makes maps like this all the time for free as like one-page dungeons for any OSR structured game. So if you're going with like basic expert D&D, this will run with that. If you're going with Shadow Dark, this will run with that. If you're playing with Merkborg, this will run with that. Cairn, Knave, Deathbringer, Vagabond, this will run with that. This is the reason why I'm making Vagabond an OSR structure for damage, because there's so much content out there already to play with.
Yep.
There's very few OSR games though that will do this solo, which is where I think Vagabond is going to stand out. And like, it's not just because this content is already there that I'm making this. It's because this content is good. You genuinely, I have fun with like doing this kind of shit right here, and like being able to roll up a Vagabond character and do this solo. Like, yeah, there's hundreds of hours of content already out there. Whenever it comes to like Daggerheart and MCDM RPG, their damage structures don't work with this.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lack of compatibility. It sounds like, yeah, the listing RPG sounds like listing classes sometimes. Yeah, that's true. You know, so like this is a thing for me. I had planned this out last summer. I was like, yeah, well, you have to have a content strategy plan about what is going to support your game and what it's going to work with. This is a huge reason why a lot of people build shit out for the OSR. There's also, oh shit, I put it over on the couch. Oh, come on. The works of guys like Charles Ferguson Avery and Nate Trim. They make a bunch of system neutral stuff, but system neutral always comes with an asterisk. That system neutral stuff assumes that it's at least obeying the damage structure conventions of, at the very minimum, 5e. But like if you're doing bizarre shit like rolling 3d6 plus a d8 plus a d4 for your damage or whatever, like MCDM RPG, the damage structure doesn't work. You know, it's just, yeah. So I don't know, maybe they've already lined up, they're going to have a shitload of adventures that they're going to drop the MCDM RPG with or something, but
I wouldn't be surprised if either of them do. They're big enough to both kind of just court people to help run stuff. Because like if you really think about both of them, Daring to Press has the CR audience that is bigger than the D&D audience. Like,
yeah, but I wonder, like,
so they can court people to at least do adventures to help start and run Daggerheart, and the same thing with MCDM. Like, I guarantee that they have to have people.
Well, the vast majority of the people that they hire on at MCDM are adventure writers.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's, yeah, but we haven't seen them write an adventure yet.
That's true.
Like, I mean, they've had Arcadium for, of all the things that they've put out, I would honestly think that MCDM should be really good at putting adventures out.
That is, I agree.
Like, I mean, I don't trust them with class design. I just don't. I've seen their sensibilities whenever it came to like 5e stuff. So I think that that's going to be kind of all over the place. I don't know. I feel like Daggerheart's probably got a better shot at appealing to a niche audience. I think that there's actually more interesting mechanics happening in over there.
Yeah. And I agree with that. I think MCDM, I haven't even looked at their playtest stuff, but I just heard it's like very tactical. And there's already a ton of art, like post 5e D20 Dragon games that are doing that same thing. While while Daggerheart and Vagabond are more reductive and going in the opposite direction, and we're gonna stand out more because they don't have to compete in that space. And since like Daggerheart, I guess they're asking about third-party content mesh. Part of it, Daggerheart has very much, from what we've seen, is a very insular system. Like if you're just say you want to develop a class for it, right? So that you have to develop cards for that class and see which domains they interlink with. On top of that, because you only get to pick 2 domains, and if those 2 domains already are the same that a base class already does, or there's no point in having your class because you're just going to do the same thing. On top of that, I'm trying to think what else you have to make cards. You have to make sure they're printable. There's already hurdles, and then there has to be subclasses to support those to add more cards. And that's just classes. Race options are probably going to be the easiest thing. The ancestries, because it's like, okay, you just one ancestry, a line, boom, you're done.
Yeah. There are ways to handle it, but the third party barrier for entry, and like if I want to make a class, now suddenly I'm under the assumption of like, well shit, now how am I going to print these cards?
Out. Yeah.
I guess I go through drive-through cards in order to get those printed. Yeah. But now I have to learn like a different layout formatting, yada yada yada. You know, it's can I answer your question you asked a little while ago? Something you said in my review, I wanted to clarify about Daggerhearts. Oh, I have not gone all the way through Daggerhearts yet. I didn't do a review of Daggerhearts yet. I did a first look. It's fine to put in recommendations on how to deal with the social aspects of playing D&D, like scheduling or dealing with a problem player, right? Oh, yeah, like, okay, it's fine, but like, in all reality, that kind of stuff is ultimately a little bit fruitless.
I don't want that in my like manual, my book manual.
Yeah, don't eat up my page count. There's a million other things. Like the thing that I criticized in there was the way that they were discussing safety tools. Mostly because I don't think that they're really plugged in on I think what the public perception is around them right now, or I think the more practical opinion is of them right now. Xcard is essentially a useless tool. Nobody uses Xcard. It's if you're talking about the use of Xcard in your games, you're not really keeping up with what the current discourse is around those. Lines and veils are pretty much the only ones that people are like, use this. That and just simple communicate with people. And by the way, sorry, Session 0 is also a part of the safety tool paradigm, talking on all that, some people do call that a safety tool, some people don't. I was talking with Grim Jim last year. Grim Jim does not view that as a safety tool. It is a thing that he has at his tables, though, so it's like, you know, there's a semantic disagreement there. Only works in online settings where it can be done anonymously. I've also heard that as well.
Yeah. The game shouldn't police social. It shouldn't put in rules to help you manage your table. That is a more so people that are showing up to the table need to be adults and actually, you know, have conversations. I know it's hard for some people to be able to talk and have conversations when there is an issue, but that is a very, very valuable skill set that will help you outside of TTRPGs. And if like you need help learning how to do stuff like that, there's tons of like content creators on YouTube that need to make money to pay bills and stuff that have videos on how to do these things that will work in various ways to help approach that. So like the content's already there. They don't need to put that in the rule book. I'd rather have the rule book tell me how to run their game. Like my biggest criticism of Daggerheart is like they feel so passive when they're writing the rules. Like you can do this, but if you want to, like it just comes off very much like that. Just like no.
Ken and I were like, the whole book sounds like it's written by someone that's having an anxiety attack.
Yeah, just like no, just say straight out.
You
need to do this. Like,
put a foot down and tell me like this is what happens. You know, I don't want this like futzing around about like, well, you could do this, I guess, if you would like to, but like only if you're really sure it wouldn't hurt. You know, it's like, God, stop. Like, tell me how to play the fucking game.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna be playing Monopoly, please tell me I'm playing with money. You know, like, do I pass go and collect $200 or $300? Tell me.
Yeah, because it's like very much the way the rules come off. It's just super, super passive. It's like it needs to tell me you need to do this thing, and if they want to expand on it, it's like, and if it's not working, here's other strategies you can use to get you back into this part.
Yeah,
like that's literally what it needs to do. Because it like with Daggerheart, I think that would be beneficial since it's a more of a social reactive sort of way to run the game and tell a narrative story. Compared to something like 5e where it's like, no, the rules are there. Like, just kind of have to go back to just the rules, even if they get in the way of the play. Like, go back to the rules if you're struggling.
Yeah. You remember that there was a stream where I criticized 5e for not having enough DM tools, and 4e actually had DM tools and talked about scheduling. That's why you asked. 5e doesn't have enough DM procedures and tools. 4e has a lot of very good procedures and tools, as well as talking about the types of people you would probably run into, not telling you here's specifically how to deal with these types of people. These are like the kinds of players that have come up. Here's what they feel has helped in rewarding them at the table, or like what they're looking to get out of the game. Not necessarily. By the way, this is the 4th edition Dungeon Master's Guide, which I do think is a good Dungeon Master's Guide, but that opinion has kind of reformed in the last 3 years, I think, since I first really went through it. I think it's a good Dungeon Master's Guide as a intro to dungeon mastering. But in terms of practical usable advice, there is actually, I think, a better book out there now.
Be right back.
Oh yeah, man. So You Want to Be a Game Master by Justin Alexander, the Alexandrian. This is, if you're looking for good beginner dungeon master advice, check this one out, right? So like the 5e books, I mean, Wizards of the Coast has admitted this. The 5e books do not have enough substance for dungeon masters. What they need to do with the 5e like Dungeon Master's Guide, I guess if they had, which they haven't hired me on, but if I had been brought on to like work on that, I would basically be telling them, gut every fucking thing from the Forgotten Realms out of the Dungeon Master's Guide. Gut all of that. All of it. Right? Pull all that out. Start talking about the basics of like what it means to be a dungeon master or whatever. All the stuff for like magic items, all of the game mechanic shit can get pulled out into a separate book. Like, yeah, what that needs is procedures in there about prep. That needs procedures in there about world building. Usable, functional, high utility shit. Not these like lofty ideas about tell me fucking dungeon structure. Tell me story structure. Tell me about things like what should I be aware of about certain classes? What, like, if I'm going to bring in my own option, give me a tiny little workshop creator kit to start structuring out subclasses. If you wrote it, by the way, this is part of what I'm doing with Vagabond. If you wrote it and you feel confident about your system, You should be able to tell me how to make shit for your game. You should be able to explain that. Yeah, if I'd be so weird about settings, yeah. Do I think if Daggerheart had a section as a YouTube video separate from the book, it would have been better? No. No. Daggerheart still is, it has not seen an editor. They have not gotten the book to an editor yet.
Yeah.
I don't think any no TTRPG, here's my personal philosophy. No TTRPG should rely on any digital tools to express itself. If you do not know how to play a fucking game after reading the game's rulebook, or like, you know, whatever, then it has a bad rulebook. This is why I was saying, like, in the Daggerheart First Blush that I was doing, I wanted to make a character offline. I did the character creator in Demiplane, and you can feel Demiplane doing all the work for you. Like, you feel it doing that.
Yeah, I and even then, none of my players used the card system. I was not going to print out a bunch of cards for them. I straight up said, "Here's Demiplane. Go make your character. Like, just go to it. It's faster. It's easier. You guys won't fumble around with it." And it does all the heavy lifting for you. You don't have to sift through your items and see which items actually fit with what you're supposed to do. It just has them all there.
Yeah. Did you feel like the cards were necessary for play?
Since they all did digital, I would not. I think for my player group, yes. Especially since half the time, half of them forget what they do in 5e.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it comes around to their turn, we sit there for like a good 10 minutes so they figure it out because they forget. Having those cards there would have helped them physically, but having them in the digital space still helped them because it was streamlined too. Like, and that was like the biggest thing is like it's 1 or 2 lines of text.
Yeah,
it tells you what you're supposed to do. You don't have to thumb around especially if you're a caster, how many freaking spells you have, and figure out the right one. Like,
so we're still talking about a feature tracking issue.
Yeah.
Weird.
It was very easy for them, and if they would have had the physical cards, since they're all Magic the Gathering players, they would have screwed them up anyway, because they would have kept flicking them together. It's such a terrible habit that they all have. It's like to shuffle them in between each other.
Yeah, I mean, I know as somebody who like deals with that tick all the time. I'm constantly like, I'm doing, oh god, I'm cutting in one hand. You guys can't always see this. I've got it off screen, but I'm like doing this all the time, or like Pharaoh shuffling. But yeah, I know because I had the deck in my hand at one point where I was like, oh yeah, sick. Yeah, it's Pharaoh shuffle. I had the deck in my hand at one point and I was like, oh, okay, cool. So these would be like my abilities and everything. All right. And then like, I realized I shuffled it and I was like, oh no, I have to reorganize all those classes and everything. Oh shit. Yeah. If they remove, but Taron, if they remove the Forgotten Realms stuff, how will they hold on to licensing opportunities? Really though, licensing opportunities helps justify cost to managers. I think that's why it's there. Licensing, putting that stuff in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Well, I mean, okay, either way, I think it's still a bad guide. Like, I mean,
yeah.
Whatever their justification is, the Forgotten Realms shit that's in there just isn't necessary.
Gut. No setting option stuff should be in your core rulebooks.
Nobody gives a fuck. Like, they've already got that in separate campaign setting books.
Yeah, you like your core rulebook should just be the system and tell you how to play the game and the various aspects. That's it. You release supplemental books for your settings, either a dedicated setting book or through the adventures, and just have that explain how that setting works. Like
if they brought in Matt Mercer, I mean, because they brought in Matt Mercer on the this is another thing I was kind of curious about. What would they be bringing in Matt Mercer to advise them on for the Dungeon Master's Guide?
I would hope story structure, like a ways to help help the DM to structure their story. Like that'd be the only thing I would think off the top of my head.
I would really want to see Matt Mercer's writing. or anything like that. Oh hey, what up? Oh hell yeah, there we go. Finally got paid. Jesus. Oh yeah, I think you were on last time I got the gig for SpongeBob too, Josh.
Oh yeah.
What? Oh, that's Josh.
Oh. Hi, Josh.
Hello.
Hello. Have you eaten lunch yet?
No.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah.
And then I'm gonna do trivia with Jess and Avery tonight.
Fine.
She's gonna make me. Yeah.
Oh, look at you go. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm pretty open. Chat says hi.
Hi, chat.
He'd advise them on acting. Like, it all really depends. I think what Mercer's probably really good at, or at least like Critical Role in their writers, which whenever I say writers, I don't mean script writers. I don't believe Critical Role uses scripts. I think that they have plot points that are planned out, and that Matt Mercer has helped building their world out.
Yeah, like an
that's
SNL
it.
Kind of thing,
like,
where, like you have a thing you want to do, but it doesn't go like beat for beat when you do it.
I think they have like an SNL style writers room. That's basically what I think is going on.
For sure. Like you have like a game plan of where you're gonna go, but obviously changes course as improv.
Is there something in particular that sounds good to you, Josh? What did you eat for lunch today, man?
I actually went a little healthy for like my breakfast / lunch. I did just some sourdough bread, little egg omelet frittata thing, and then some avocado.
He says grass, so yeah.
You know, typical typical California.
Yeah, I'm good with a sandwich of some kind.
Okay.
Whatever that hotzi Italiano or whatever the hell it was, that Subway, it was all right. Or I don't know. That's my idea. They could relieve it. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's funny because it doesn't necessarily sound good, but every time I walk into a Subway, it smells amazing.
Yeah, it's
and
not
I'm
bad.
Like, hey, okay, I guess I'll eat this. Okay, but do you want a 6 foot or
a 6 foot? Jesus, no.
I mean,
it's 6 inch. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, it's a 6 inch. I'm telling you, man, this COVID brain is wacky.
Nah, you're good.
Okay, so a 6 inch
Hotzi Italiano or whatever the hell it was. Because yeah, did you know that Subway got rid of the spicy Italian?
What?
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, it's now like the Italiano Hotzi or something like that.
To Tanya, I'm a good snack.
Yeah. Snack wise though. Oh man, I don't know. What's the last like snacky thing I got? You know, Tate's cookies are actually pretty legit. The fire that has an injury, he's dead.
Separating settings makes sense from a book design perspective, but good luck explaining that to a bored Hasbro manager that doesn't even actually know what he's managing. Well, okay, if you have a setting book, right? Say you got Forgotten Realms, and then they want to make sure it sells. Okay, you put in player options, like a subclass here and there. You put racial traits and like variants that are exclusive to Forgotten Realms, so it makes a lot of sense. Feats, backgrounds, and then you just have a bunch of tables and stuff how to run the game in that setting.
I don't know if chat. Well, Josh, have you seen this book, the Campaign Sourcebook and Catacomb Guide?
Oh no.
This is a better Dungeon Master's Guide than 99% of them out there, honestly. I mean, it's literally a beat for beat. Like, how do you like running a game? It does give you advice on like, you know, the pep talk of, don't worry too much about being a dungeon master. It's actually pretty all right. Sure, the DM burnout, I get all that, but like the build of like world building, pacing, and theatrics, there's fun ideas in here. But it's really the fact that they tried to give more of a solid foundation for like, here are the instructions for running an adventure, not a like, well, it's all open game, you know. Yeah. You'll have to check the trove. I'm,
luck.
yeah, I guess good luck to you, man. Let me know if you find it.
Yeah.
Hey, 3 because hey, thank you. Well, yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be feeling better.
Aside from Curse of Strahd and some Waterdeep Dragon Heist, what does Forgotten Realms offer that's not just legally distinct Tolkien or historical mythology?
I mean, that's also kind of reductive because like it's supposed to be a generic pulp fantasy kind of a feel. I mean, yeah, it's supposed to deliver the mouthfeel of what people are expecting out of it, because if it didn't, people would be like, this is weird, why is it set here?
Yeah.
It's the fact that it is neutral, that's the reason why they go for it.
Yep. That's why I find FR boring. Like, I don't care for. Well, I was a Final Fantasy kid, man. Like, give me Eberron. If I'm gonna play
Oh, exactly. I think that this generation, like you and I, definitely are like more into the Eberron idea.
Yeah.
Plus, like, I mean, shit. The direction they're taking D&D is going to be, the fact that guns are going to be like core. Like, that says a lot.
Yeah.
That's really saying a lot. I don't know, man. Honestly, with Ed Greenwood doing as much as he is in kind of being as outspoken as he is about Forgotten Realms now and starting his own YouTube channel, which is doing fairly well. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to make them more or less likely to want to do more Forgotten Realms stuff.
Might be the same thing that's happening with what's it called? Keith Baker with Eberron.
God, I feel so fucking bad for Keith.
Yeah. Like, if you guys want more Eberron stuff, like the 5e Eberron book, official book, doesn't even scratch the surface. I would go to DM's Guild and go get the Eberron books by Keith Baker there.
Yeah.
Because, my God, it's lore, this deep
Exploring
lore.
Eberron.
Yeah.
I mean,
and the cool thing about the lore in those books is that it helps generate ideas and stuff for a DM, but also it's useful for players if they're trying to connect themselves into the world to create a really sick character. Like, it's, oh my God, Eberron is such a badass setting.
It's tied up in such an odd legal loophole right now. My favorite, my big hope, I guess if I could say that there's one thing that I would have a hope for right now, it's that in all the news that we've been hearing, that it would turn out to be true, that Hasbro is actually falling under and they're about to fold, and all of these settings and the works of other people that Hasbro has just put up the money for in order to go back to those original owners. As far as D&D goes, I think D&D just needs to go into the public domain. I don't think anybody needs to be in control of something that has that much sway over the entire fucking industry. If Hasbro actually went under and it became whatever, I don't really think that D&D needs to be sold off to anybody. I think it just needs to exist as an idea, and we let it just sort of be this nebulous thing. Let's let it be let's let it be something that is just known as a collaborative community project.
That would be the hope. I'm thinking whoa. If that was the case, definitely Hasbro would sell off D&D before they sell off Magic the Gathering. They would sell it off just so they can make money to kind of keep all their other stuff.
I don't really know who the hell would pick it up, is the weird thing.
Anybody who wants just the branding for it. That's all they would use it for. Especially now with Baldur's Gate 3 being a success as it is.
The SCP Foundation. Yeah.
That'd be the only reason they wanted to pick up Dungeons & Dragons. So they can just turn out video games for it.
I could see not even the company buying it. I could see if they offered. I mean, okay, if you had to put a valuation on D&D right now, what do you think the brand is worth?
Not as much as it used to be.
Yeah. You think it's worth as much as they put into that VTT?
No.
Like 1 billion?
No. Oh, okay. Hold on. I think with the success of Baldur's Gate 3 and seeing the potential that the branding can have, yeah.
For some perspective, the entire, I think Michael Jackson's entire estate was something around like 4 billion. If I'm remembering this right. Hang on, let me double check that actually. Just for a perspective as to like how big of a cultural shakeup you really got to do here. Net worth, I think.
$4 billion small, like always seems like small fries, but that's a shit ton of money. That's a lot of money.
Posthumous total was 2.4 billion. So if you think about someone who literally wrote like Thriller and like had that big of a huge like cultural impact, you know, that's $2.4 billion.
Yeah.
Now, you know, I think Baldur's Gate 3 was very, very good.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's going to have the cultural impact of something like. Yeah.
I think it's going to have more of an impact, or the video game industry is attempting to. As soon as Baldur's Gate 6 was out, was trying to downplay it because they the potential ripple effects that could have on the industry because of how good it was and how dedicated of a team and the time they allowed to actually make a game that way. Yeah. And well, obviously, I know why people were downplaying it, because they want a faster turnaround to churn out cheap shovelware and make a bunch of money on that. There's only, so many Call of Duties you can play that make you a bunch of money and they still feel like the same game.
What's even happening with the BCC anyway? Ted from Nerd Immersion told me it looks good. Like, it looks, yeah. Actually, another person who would know better would be Sarah. Sarah got to demo it at PAX East, or what was that? PAX Unplugged. There we go. Ted was at PAX East. That's what I was thinking of. But I will say everybody's more excited about Alchemy right now than anything coming out of Wizards. Like, basically everyone I've talked to that's done any work with Alchemy is just like, dude, the company is cool. Their VTT looks slick. It may not be 3D, but really, who cares?
It doesn't really need to be 3D.
I honestly prefer if it's not. What's Alchemy? Hang on one sec. Get ready. It's my favorite VTT. I only use Foundry and Roll20 out of necessity.
Layered Studios' statement about not making more Baldur's Gate 3 content was very sad. Yeah, like it sucks, and that's why it's like actually gonna hurt D&D's branding, because the only reason they will sell off D&D because Hasbro realizes they can't make money off of it, so they'll sell it, and whoever buys it will want it for the branding, so they can churn out Baldur's Gate 3 like games.
Yeah,
that won't be as good.
So this is Alchemy. It is the sleekest UI of any VTT that's out there right now. Like, this is incredibly pretty. The production that's going on with this VTT is top of the game. It's also all licensed within all the official shit for Free League stuff is all over here. All the transitions, all the scenes, the artwork and everything is ported over. You have GM notes that actually are sorted like GM notes. This is a very, very, very pretty VTT. It is not my preferred way to play. I'm letting you all know. Hey, yeah, I see you guys in chat. It's a very pretty way to play a game. It's not my preferred way because, of course, I love being there in the room with people hanging out, right? But if your only option, like if I'm trying to get together with Josh or like whoever and trying to get a game with guys who live in different states or whatever, I would prefer to do it in a VTT like Alchemy. this is so intuitive. I'm gonna go back. Where was? So like here's running Merkborg, right? Like everything's just kind of themed for the game. I just really like the UI. I think that they have a slick UI compared to all the other VCCs out there. Compare this to Roll20. Just think about that. Compare what you're already seeing here to fucking Roll20.
Yeah, Roll20 is rough.
And like Foundry, if you are really into the like, you know what? I'll tell you what. This Alchemy is like owning a Mac. Foundry is like owning a Linux. Roll20 is like owning Windows. Yeah. You forgot about the game? Did we ever reschedule it? No, I never heard anything back. Yeah, my friends live 30 to 90 minutes away. Some of us don't drive. VTTs are your only option for regular play. Yep, I understand. In-game UI, RPG Talk Persona 5 is pretty good. Or it's super good. Yeah, I still need to... Oh, in terms of like game UI. I think it's very stylized. And stylized doesn't always equal great user experience. But I do agree that there's something to be said about like the response that you get out of it. That feeling of like, that looks good. That means a lot. More RPGs are learning that you gotta have good look to your book, or else people aren't gonna play. Because god damn, there's some ugly TTRPGs out there.
Yeah.
But Foundry being Linux is the biggest compliment you gave it. I didn't mean it to be a dig at all. I actually can really appreciate Foundry for what it wants to be.
I've played in Foundry a couple times. It's really good, but it's not new user friendly. You have to really be invested to build the environment you want to build in. And I'm dumb with text, so that ain't happening for me. Like,
yep.
I use Albo Rodeo like for if I have to do VTT.
I think of it as a... Whenever I was saying Linux, I literally mean it's like that sort of hackerspace.
Yeah.
Like you have a lot more customizability over it if you know how to use it.
Yep.
And yeah, that's not a dig at all. It's like, hey, it's got its own vibe, which is good. I would rather it occupy a special vibe. I would like to establish more vibes too. Roll20 is great for being free. Sure.
It works.
Yeah, I mean,
it's laggy a lot of the time.
Yeah. It functions.
Yeah. Like you want a free, really easy to use and just clean and light. I would say Albo Rodeo is like a perfect option.
Yeah. No muss, no fuss.
Yep.
That's how they've been doing the Vagabond demos. Inspiration's been running Vagabond over in Albert Rodeo, and it looks... I mean, it serves the purpose. You just need tokens, you need a map. Yep. There you go. I was just scrolling through to see something real quick. And in all honesty, whenever it comes to like real world as well, like I'm even clipping back on how much I'm using minis. Like, I'm just going to like tokens and like cardboard standouts now.
Yeah, I have dry erase tokens for most of my stuff, and then my players, we all like having minis of our characters, so we just get Hero Forge customs. But none of us really like to paint, so we throw down the $50 just to have it pre-colored and everything.
I have had way too many Hero Forge minis snap.
Oh, okay.
Dude,
yeah. The premium plastic are probably the better ones because even though like I think those are like $30, but they're bendable, but you got to paint them.
Oh, Okay.
Yeah, if you get the regular like $25 plastic one, yeah, those are gonna snap.
Yeah, this has been the longest that I've ever had one actually last, and it's because it hasn't ever seen play. Yeah, I just got this one from my desk. Oh, come on. Focus. Focus. Come on, camera. Yeah, there we go. Okay, shit. Yeah, right? Like it's me playing guitar. Right? I thought that was fun. But, I got that one a long time ago, and it has never seen a board. It's just like a piece for my desk, you know. But yeah, I'm done spending $40 a mini just to have it snap on the way to the fucking game. Oh my god, I got so beyond pissed.
They have a new option too. So like they're kind of like the cardboard cutouts that are on acrylic. They're acrylic standees.
Yeah,
that they're starting to do too now for customs. Like I'm tempted to just do that now, so I don't have to.
Oh, Hero Forge is doing that?
Yeah, Hero Forge is doing that now.
Really?
Yeah. And they're definitely cheaper than the mini option, and they're in color because they're just printing them inside the acrylic.
Yeah, I would actually prefer that, honestly. Is it what is it still the like Hero Forge look?
Pretty much, yeah. You have to custom make everything in your Hero Forge the way their creator is, but then they'll print it back at, like, if you put it on the acrylic standee, the front will have like obviously the front of your character, and then the back will have the backside. It's 2D, but like, yeah, it does its job.
Yeah, at some point I want to do the cardboard standees for Vagabond. God, I just want I want. There's so many things. I'm like, God, if only I had. You know how much cool shit I could make if I just had like 500 grand. Oh my god. That's always the hang up. You know how cool it would be if I just had like,
you know how much
if I was just rich.
Yeah. You know what I can do if I just had money?
Oh man. I guess that's the question, right? What do you do? Let's hear it, Josh. You get $1 million. What do you do?
Stop making YouTube content. Go travel.
I've never seen any of you fuckers again.
Yeah, I was like no more YouTube content. Just go travel and just relax. Invest some of it so it makes money for me, so I don't have to actually work.
Yeah, that's always the step that everyone forgets. They're like, oh yeah, if I make $1 million, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna spend a lot of it and take this trip. And it's like, you're gonna be that $1 million is gonna be gone in like 5 years, my friend.
Yep. I go back to Japan, stay there for like 3 months, and yeah, invest the rest of it, let it make money for myself. That's it.
Yeah, there was what's the strategy now? The hack is like, if you make 100 grand, you put it in with a 1% yield, or what the hell ever it is, where like it's just depositing like 1% of that into a separate account, or like even like 3% interest or something like that. Have that deposit over into a separate account that you're just living off of.
Yep.
Or what the hell ever.
Live off the annuity. That's it. You got to do. Yeah, like that's why you win the lottery. Obviously, buy your house. Don't be stupid and buy like a mega mansion or whatever, some dumb or a bunch of dumbass cars. Right, buy yourself something that doesn't have to keep maintenance, that you can just live in. And then you invest and
research your property taxes.
Yeah,
Jesus fucking Christ! You know how many times people have gotten screwed out of their like fortune over that?
Yep.
Like, I think they even did like an It's Always Sunny bit over this, and it was like actually like, yeah. So like, you know, all those homes like an Extreme Home Makeover.
Yeah.
So my mom was actually involved with one of the projects here in Oklahoma. That group, what was it, ABC, NBC, or whatever?
Yeah.
They have gotten in some hot shit because they wind up getting these houses for these people and then leaving them with like the basically property taxes on this shit that now they're having to pay. And in some of these cases where people like their house was unlivable or what the hell ever, if they have to come in and tear this house down, well, there's like a bigger process to that than just like, well, we build something new on the lot. Yeah, all right. No, it's like, wait, you're affecting the land value of everybody else around this house right here. Yeah. Like, so there's other people that are now like, well, shit, now my property taxes are, dude, that is a whole other thing. Yeah. Well, it looks great. You have no idea how anything works. Character building, setting stuff up, nothing. It feels super unintuitive. Oh, Alchemy. They're still working on that for most games other than the Free League stuff. All the Free League stuff on Alchemy is supposedly like totally like incorporated.
I'm actually surprised Alchemy isn't trying to work with like Demiplane.
I know that they're working right now with Start Playing a whole lot.
Like it would make a lot of sense. You have maybe Demiplane integration that already has like support for a bunch of games that you could just port into Alchemy.
Yeah. Dude, you know who you ought to meet sometime if you ever go to a convention is Devin with Start Playing. He's also with like Total Party Chill, I think it is.
Okay, I've heard of Total Party Chill before.
Dude, the guy was just we went to whenever we were at Gen Con, we went to the party that Dungeon Dudes were having at 16-bit, and Start Playing had rented out the other side of the bar. So like Dungeon Dudes got our first drinks or whatever, and then Devin and all the Start Playing guys saw me and like Ted and all of us, and they just brought over a bunch of coins and shit. And they were like, "Here, let's take these. We need to get rid of them." And they were like free drink coins. And it was just like, oh, okay, awesome, yeah. Thanks, man. And then like for the rest of the weekend, anytime that we ran into Devin, he was just like, just big. I think he's like 6'5", if I'm remembering this right. He was like big, full beard, feels like fucking TTRPG Santa, and just loud, super funny, very just warm, charismatic guy. And it was like. There's managers who are nice dudes, but like, whenever a manager is just trying to be too much of a people pleaser,
yeah,
and they don't know how to really manage.
Yep.
This was a guy that you could tell like, oh, that's a captain of a ship. That's a guy that knows his shit. Yeah. Like, yeah, he's not just out here like trying to be buddy. This guy knows his shit, right? Like, yeah. Anyways, Devin from Start Playing, if you ever run into the guy, very cool dude and just super kind. And he's honestly a whole part of the reason why I even signed up for Start Playing. Because like, I think that I have faith in that company because I met their manager. Yeah, I was like,
it's always a good feeling when you meet the person in charge of something and that you can immediately tell like how not only how good of a person they are, but just in general like off of just vibes and stuff that they know what the hell they're doing.
Well, if someone's going to be a visionary, you would hope that you can trust in their vision.
Yeah.
And Devin's definitely a guy that I was like, I think you got a super good head on your shoulders. What the?
Well, I'm hoping within not this year, but another year or so to start getting out and doing maybe go out to Gen Con and stuff. Just trying to get established and get a better job or put myself in a better position. I'm gonna relocate. Hopefully the end of this year to another place in California that has a little bit better job market.
Yeah.
Or YouTube actually works out. Either one. We'll see.
Why is that doing that? That should all be bold. Why is it? Wait, why are you applying black? Oh, god damn it. I know what it's doing. Yeah, like, well, wait, because you're in California.
Yep.
Oh, that's right.
I'm in like this most southern part of California. I'm like in a small town area, so
there isn't
really a lot of job opportunity here unless I already work in law enforcement, but I work in the accounting area so I'm not actually an officer. But still, that's all that's here is like a lot of law enforcement, whether it's border patrol, immigration, or it's local stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't want to do any of that.
Well, have you ever I guess, did you ever look at the time that it would take for you to drive to Indianapolis? That's gotta be like a 2-day trip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just fly that. Never mind.
Yeah, we'll just fly.
Yeah, it was worth it though. I think whenever, I think our whole trip, cause like, whole trip was probably around $3,000.
That's not bad.
No, and I happily, absolutely happily do it again anytime. It was one of the most fun experiences I've had, I think probably ever. And like I don't even really go shop the con floor or anything like that. Dude, it was just fun to hang out with people. Like, yeah, it was just a fucking blast to like actually meet, Josiah, Ted, Sarah, Jordan, PH is silent. And, God, man, there were so many people there. What is Start Playing? So Start Playing is a service to get people in contact with professional dungeon masters. If you ever wanted to try out a game that you're like, okay, I don't really know shit about this. I would like to run it, or I would like to play it with a person who has definitely known some things. Start Playing is like the best place in the world for you to do that. It was... Oh, another cool perk to this is if you do DMing for Start Playing, I've heard of plenty of people that made full-time gigs out of running games for them.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. Without disclosing anything about money or anything, or really, I guess, whoever, I heard a ridiculous amount. That is absolutely verified, by the way. I heard that there's a dungeon master who, in 2022, made over $80,000 through Start Playing. Yeah. Right? That's just running 5e.
Just running games? Damn.
Running 5e, man. Like, and you can do that. I mean, like, I was running Zipperon, Steely Sam, Will, D&D shorts. We ran into, I spent all of Sunday, the last day that we were there, we ran into Antonio from Pointy Hat. He was just like ready to be out of the con and not go back in. He was like wandering around, and we were both like, fucking yeah, right? We're good to be out. So we just walked around fucking Indianapolis drinking Starbucks with Pointy Hat that last day. God, that was so much fun. Yeah. And yeah, Dingo, we went out and ate lunch with Dingo Doodles, and I was like, oh shit, okay, hi. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, it was wild. I was like, these are people who, whenever I was first getting into D&D, were like already in it, and it was wild. Plus, I didn't think at that point I ever knew what Dingo looked like. I was just like, yeah, you have the monkey character on YouTube.
True.
Pointy Hat seems like such a warm person. Antonio is my kind of like super vibrant, charismatic personality. Never gets tired. Like, I don't know how he does it, but that dude seems like just constant energy. But yeah, just super fun guy to be around. Very relatable experience when your wife and you went to TwitchCon and you hung out with a bunch of Overwatch streamers. My wife used to mod for some of the more notable
Overwatch.
God. Yeah, Ted. Ted from Nerd Immersion. This year is gonna be fucking awesome because so I just confirmed, I guess Amanda, I confirmed with LB. So LB is gonna be there. But also William, SRD, and Crow are gonna be there this year.
There this year.
Yeah, Crow, I mean, because they live out on the way West Coast. So I think Crow's up in Seattle.
Oh, so he's in Washington. Ooh.
Yeah. But yeah, it sounds like, well, and plus, since Amanda and I are like in our, we're like mid-30s, we're like, okay, well, as cool as it would be to like, get an Airbnb with like a community group or whatever, we were also both like, I kind of just prefer if we have our own place.
Yeah, my wife and I are in the same spot. We're just like, yeah, we'll drink a little bit. We're gonna have fun, but we want our own space. We're gonna turn in a little early.
The roughest part about doing anything with Gen Con is just getting the fucking hotel.
Oh, I can imagine.
Dude, it's so hard to get any housing out there in Indianapolis.
I remember back in the day when I used to do what's it called, news reporting and stuff for Comic-Con. When I had me, my brother, and a bunch of friends had our own little like geek vlog site.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a hotel and space for Comic-Con was ridiculous.
It's absolutely insane.
And that was before the lottery system that they implemented now. It was like early days of Comic-Con, before, or like right when Hollywood was starting to like infiltrate into San Diego.
Dude, like right now, right now the only thing that you can really do about getting a place to stay at Gen Con this year is going to be an Airbnb. And I'm like, well, fuck, I can't really do anything about that until I get the cash from the Vagabond Kickstarter. And like, so I gotta wait until last minute.
Oh wow.
And then I'm gonna have to just throw down some cash on getting a, Airbnb last minute. But we're fucking going. I mean, god damn, dude, I'm not missing that again. I say again, I'm not missing another one.
Yeah, that's gonna be a bit before I can make it out there. I think I eventually will, unless I just disappear from the space.
We have another OGL thing, and
we have another OGL.
Everybody's just like, "Fuck it, I'm done with this hobby."
Yeah, I'll just go do other stuff. Like I've thought about starting up other channels for other stuff, but I think part of it's I'm too invested already. That I'm just like, I know I can make this work.
I mean, to me, it's just. I got a lot of respect for like NoNat right now.
We're just
because NoNat just hard pivoted.
The cool thing too is that City Heroes, that was like my game in high school. I used to play the hell out of that thing. I remember waiting when that game was like pre-beta, signing up to the beta forums and just waiting.
Yeah,
and that game is sick. But yeah, him transitioning into like being a City Heroes content creator is like. It was crazy. Like I have much respect for him to just say, "Screw it, I'm doing what's fun and not what's viable."
Yeah, I'd love to talk to him sometime and see like what was it that made him distance himself from like. I mean, because I would understand with D&D, but he distanced himself from Pathfinder.
Yeah,
I was like, what happened? I don't know. I guess it's. Maybe there's just other stuff going on in the Pathfinder scene I'm just not super up on.
I think my biggest thing is like just trying to find what I want to do post OGL with content and having fun with it again. I think that's the hard part too, because like everything's in a weird space. Like it's like people still want D&D content of all things, but they also want rage.
They want to bitch about it too. Yeah.
But they still want to play, and it's like, well, I don't do that content. Like I just don't care for it. Like I don't even watch channels that do that, even if those people are like good people. It's just like I just don't want that kind of content because it's too much. There's already enough negativity, and I'm already on the other side of the screen and already aware of what's going on. That I don't need to watch things that are about that too.
Exactly. I much respect to Mark and I mean, Steven for the hustle they're doing, but I also think like they kind of gone pretty far into that area and they know it. They know they're essentially serving the I guess the drama cycle of what happens with D&D right now. But like I don't blame them either.
Yeah.
Cuz like I mean I've been there too. Where you get, for me it was like people just kept telling me shit. I was like, well, this is what's going on now, I guess, huh? And then it was like, well, I guess this is what I'm gonna report on. Okay, that's what I'm reporting on. Like, yeah. I mean, I'm way happier just talking about the shit that makes me excited to talk about. But
and I think that's my problem right now too. There's nothing in main 5e that's making me excited to talk about. I like talking about like designing weird shit and designing stuff, but that is still a niche within a niche, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, it's not gonna be successful, but like even then, like I stumbled into design. That was the funniest part. It's like I didn't really want to do design. I wanted to get more into the actual play kind of stuff, but not necessarily with the actual play community. It's not that they're all bad or it's all good. It's just the way I envision how an actual play works. I would rather do it with my buddies in person.
Yes.
And then I would want to change the format enough that it's entertaining to watch and it's not 3 hours, 5 hour session block the VOD. I'd want to cut it down to like 30 minutes max.
Yeah, I would need to curate it a lot more.
Yeah.
I only really got into it insofar as like we're doing you know, the stuff for Vagabond, sure, but like if I were to get into the actual play space any further, thank you. If I were to actually really get into that space, it would be like, I need to pre-record everything, and we need to edit shit down.
Yep.
And I think a lot of it, oh god, you know, I don't know why this guy has come up now twice in conversations in this last week, but anyways, like another thing that this would help out is in situations like the Adam Coble thing, where like there's sometimes a joke don't hit, and like I think that whole situation, I'm like, man, if that had been pre-recorded, people probably would have been way more comfortable standing up and saying like, hey, yo, not really down with that, you know, or instead of getting it dragged out on social media. Not excusing anything really, but like, you know, maybe in situations like that where like something not graceful happened, or like, we had a little bit of cringe, we can edit that shit out.
Edit and talk and discuss.
Yeah, you know, like I kind of wonder if maybe the live actual play thing makes some people. No, that's not really it.
No, it's not even that. It's not to excuse what he did, because what he did was fucked up. Like, it's straight up.
It was dumb. I'm like, it's really
like you're a idiot. Why did?
Yeah. It more so like I'm bothered with how hypocritical it is. That like he was a guy that for years was always like, oh, you know, the safe space and use safety tools and all this other shit, and then like does that.
Yep. And it's honestly, it's because like it's social media platforms, and especially like we see it on Twitter all the time, and then we see like the big fallout whenever somebody that's big in the space turns out they're a big asshole.
Yeah.
Ends up being because like the platforms themselves incentivize this. It's all toxic behavior to say something that's purposely like toxic and engaging to piss off one side if you're on one side of the argument, and then you get a bunch of clout, and then finally when you're actually doing your content, if you don't act right to not necessarily a Twitter mob, it's just like you don't act right within the community, well, they're gonna backlash. But it's like depending on how that backlash is, sometimes it's rightfully so, like in Coble's case, but also it doesn't allow for a level of discussion amongst peers because of the engagement you have on social media.
Yeah, that's a rough thing. It's like, because I mean, the thing that I was always kind of going into those conversations with is like, I think the really screwed up thing more so is that he did that to that woman on a live stream.
Yeah.
I number one, I never make a joke like that. Just me personally, I'm not comfortable with that in the TTRPG. Definitely, I've made like sexual jokes or whatever, like innuendos or whatever. Whenever I'm, I just made one the other day about like, you know, they weren't merfolk, they were seamen in this fucking dungeon, and like that's not like a innuendo as much as it's just a stupid
even in
joke.
our Vagabond demo, your mermaid flirted with Bob, like.
Yeah, but like it never crosses a boundary.
Yeah.
I'm sure as adults, people are like used to whatever. There's a certain level I can just assume. I think, and but I'm also better at reading the room, I think, than maybe some people. Well, definitely some people, but
yeah.
Anywho, the kobold thing. It was like, God, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I do wonder if there would ever be a path back for him, but he's also just so gone now. I don't think that there's really a way that he comes back from any of that.
Yeah, no, from what I've seen, because Twitter's Twitter, and like everybody airs out stuff.
Yeah.
Like there was just much more surrounding him that he's not coming back.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm only just saying based off of what I saw on the live stream thing. I've heard there was some other stuff, but I don't know what. Dude, you hear so much shit that it's just like vague posting on stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, well, what happened? Well, you should already know. It's like, wait, what the fuck? Why should I already know? Like, what happened? Did it involve me? Oh shit. The recent stuff with Hicks is a different kind of monster, I think.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're talking about like extreme manipulation happening in that situation. But
yeah. Oh, I saw that and I was like, man, why? Like, I just don't understand why there isn't a level of professionalism in the space where everybody like it makes the industry, whether it is the content creator side or just in general like the TTRPG industry as a whole, look very unprofessional and childish when you have people that are like luminaries in the space that are just very prominent figures just doing the kind of shit that he was doing. It's like it's like what they're Twitter clout and space clout is only get you so far, man. Like and it shouldn't even be a measure, a parameter. Like then again, meritocracy isn't a thing. So,
well, you would think, but like, dude, there's so many stories that are going around about Hicks, especially around all that. Like, I mean, I was hearing about like Hicks was turning in projects for like other systems, like writing that he was doing for other systems written in D&D 5e. So I mean, this guy's like, I mean, his reputation is beyond scorched, not just from that, but like all the professionals that were like, you know what? We were originally holding back some stuff because we were like, this is a guy that we think should probably be working in the scene. We want to see more creators of color. We want to uplift people like this and not really like take a big old, doo-doo dump on, hey, this guy's not good to work with. So like, it sounds like there were some cases where Hicks was just turning in some work that was like written for D&D 5e. And then like the designers were like, well, we're going to go on ahead and port it because we would like to have Gabe Hicks's name in the book. And like, this is not an infrequent occurrence. So like the dude had a pretty cake gig of like, hey, as long as I don't fuck this up, I can just keep writing D&D 5e content and I look like a god of, I know all these other systems and I have this great mastery or whatever. Dude, fuck that up. I mean, who is Gabe Hicks? He got outed, what was this, 2 weeks ago for, was it last week? Big COVID brain.
I want to say it was like almost 2 weeks ago at this point.
But yeah, got caught lying to multiple women about being in a relationship, not being in a relationship, in order to, I guess, insert himself into certain relationships with other people. It was a whole thing. The guy basically wanted to have his own harem.
And originally it started off as that, right? It was more of a social thing, and it was like, okay, cool, but how does it affect you in the TTRPG space outside of traditional social stuff?
Yeah.
it ended up getting into like that the way he was moving and acting in that space was also affecting people's potential for jobs because he would mouth the shit out of them.
This is the other thing that, like, I mean, this is the thing that made me post about it. Gabe Hicks is just a symptom of a type of behavior that happens very, very often in the TTRPG industry, and that is like shit talking behind the scenes in order to like prevent other people from getting work, or like for trying to put them on blacklists and things like that. And it's like, look, we have actual bad actors in this scene. Like, I mean, really actual problem people. Not just like, I disagree with this person because they like metal and I don't, or something like that. No, like, whenever we have people that are throwing up saying that dog whistles are happening every 5 seconds, it hurts the cause. Yep. There are actual bad people that work in this scene, or I guess that try to work in this scene or whatever. And every time we keep doing these false flags on literally anybody that's getting an opportunity that you just simply don't like, you're fucking it up for the real progressives out there.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. You know, so yeah, Gabe was given a lot of opportunities that could have gone to many other people that probably would not have treated them as dog shit terrible as he did. He was trusted with positions of power, abused them. As far as like the cheating aspect of it goes, I'm more concerned about the manipulation of women in order to, like, you know, if someone's, maybe it's just me, if someone cheats on somebody else in a relationship, that's a them thing. I don't give a shit. That's on them. Some people have very, very strict feelings about that, and I'm just not one of them. For me, I care more about hearing about, like, if there's actual, like, manipulation happening or exploitation happening.
Yep.
Yeah. Remember what happened with Arcadum, right? Yeah, but Arcadum was more about being pathetic and more of a sex pest. And I think, like, that's more along the lines of sexual harassment. And this was, like, manipulation. Like, entering into, like, a romantic relationship under false pretenses. Right? And then there's more of a sinister thing to that. Yeah, personally, I think. Right? But everyone's got their own takes on it. So, yeah. But also, just the reason why I think the guy, other than all the shit that was going on with all these women that were coming forward, the fact that there is proof of this guy actively shit talking people in the industry, like, and I don't just mean like shit talking, like, you know, whatever, rubbing buddies with your friends about, like, I don't know, man, this guy said some dipshit stuff on Twitter. Everybody does that.
Yeah.
But, like, this is going up and, like, inserting yourself into a professional setting and saying, like, you don't need to work with this guy. He's a whatever, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, shit was literally handed to him on a silver platter. Guy didn't have to do fucking anything. All he had to do was shut up and keep writing the same shit that he had been writing and keep collecting paychecks. And, you know, I mean, people probably still would have hired him. I don't know about after all the emotional manipulation stuff that came forward, but yeah. And it's not really tea as much as it's like there's a very well-known freelance TTRPG guy, worked for Critical Role. Actually, shit, Gabe Hicks is on Dagger Hearts.
Not for long.
I was about to say, yeah, they're probably scrubbing his name off there.
Not for long.
Because I'm very sure he worked on Candela as well. Introduction, getting started, yada yada yada. Oh god, I don't know. All right, I don't want to dig through all that. But yeah, they'll probably.
You don't want to dig through all 400 pages. Find where his name's at.
I mean, I was hoping it was on the front cover or something. Shit. His partner is what? Well, it's not so much about the partner, right? They still have to have their
consent.
Yeah, they still have to have their agreements about all that, right? Like, I mean, you know, Amanda's pansexual, and like we, you know, so like we have a fairly like we have fun, okay, and like the thing is there needs to be communication. There's an agreement that happens with that, and like if somebody else is entering into the relationship or the like agreement in a under false pretenses and something like that, that's a severe violation.
Yeah.
At the very least, I never speak with that person again. We have fun. Go goon, yeah. Go on. So like, if somebody opens up their house to you and you do some shit like that, yeah, no, that's unacceptable. At the very least, you're never invited in to not only their shit, but anybody else that they talk with. Yeah, that's it out of that scene. They agree to be exclusive with each other, total violation. Yep. It's like, rather than talk about it and potentially set something up that could have been cool or whatever for them, turn into a whole big blast. And, I mean, yeah, just not cool. Yeah. Does being pansexual or panromantic imply that you're also polyamorous? No, it does not. Nope. It's all a people are different shades of gray. Worst part, IMO, is that he would get people pushed out of the industry opportunities since he followed the Australian schemes. Yep. The point could have just talked with anyone, but would have probably got what he wanted, but instead he decided to turn the main character absolute dumbass. Yeah, it's a fumble. Dude, it's a fumble. Like, there's so many ways in which it could have been like, hey, you know what? Because he's not a bad looking guy either. Like, straight up, could just be like, you know what? Here's what I'm thinking. Let me know if you're interested. Talk it out. Hey, here's my partner. Like, is she down? You know, like, let's talk. Whatever. Like, I mean, this is the kind of thing that you can set up. I already feel like I fucking overshare here on YouTube. All right. So like, this is the kind of thing that you can just communicate with somebody, or you can go the intentionally sketchy way of hiding it from your partner and the person that you are talking with, and manipulate that not the partner, sorry, the person you're talking with into sleeping with you under false pretenses, which is what he was doing. He was telling this person that was in another relationship he was interested in getting into a relationship with her, and that he wasn't in a separate relationship. So like, it's just, why make it messy? Why?
Yeah. It all comes down to, you know, being a damn adult and actually talking to people, having conversations.
Yeah.
Like, it really comes down to that. Pat said it's got to be a power trip thing. He wanted to have control of being able to ruin someone's spirit. You can't really armchair psychiatrist that. There's a lot of factors that can be involved with why he was acting in that space to act in it without actually knowing him.
It could just be ego too.
Yeah. It could be ego, insecurity. It can be a lot of different things.
And I'm not so dense that I don't recognize that. Like, dude, I've had ego get to my head before. I've done stupid shit with YouTube. I haven't done something quite like this, but you know.
Yeah. Oh man.
How do you set yourself up for failure? It's a fucking bad fumble. It's worse than just a fumble. It is a manipulation. That for me would be personally where I'm like, just I don't know, man. As a manager, it definitely, if I'm a project manager and I find out something about this, I get that guy off my fucking project.
Yep.
That guy's a liability. If he's going to be at different conventions, and I have to deal with a controversy because I paid for that guy's fucking hotel room, and that was on my bill, or what the hell ever. No, I get that guy. There's multiple different reasons why you get rid of somebody that's done something like this that is attached to a project that you're on. Beyond just the fact that you're worried about Twitter, that person is a liability. Oh god. You wouldn't be friends with me if you were ego pilled. The more you think about it, the more it's, you know, like the thing is, Trek, it's about Gabe Hicks. It's just an aside as I was trying to correct the pre-flight on this thing. So like you have to consider the liability that people like this pose to your brand, and whether or not your brand can survive something like that. With Gabe Hicks, if the guy isn't even really contributing much of anything to a project, which, like, insofar as everything I keep hearing, it sounds like the guy was just collecting a check. Like, you know, if he's not contributing anything and you're literally just writing coattails in order to get his name into your book, wow, that's weird. Like, I hate the fact that that's the way that this industry is going. And based off of everything that keeps coming out, or, well, I say that keeps coming out, there's one story that's come out that he contributed all of, like, maybe 5,000 words to, like, a 50,000 word project. And, like, guys, that's nothing. You can... 5,000 words. I've had video scripts that are double that. Like, yeah. You gotta hear about lawyers about defamation. Gabe. Oh God! I put that. In my head, I was like, "Oh shit! What did I say?" I was like, "Fucking what trick?" Yeah, I was like, "Oh shit! Do I
conversation?"
private the fucking stream bot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Depending on. So like maybe maybe that's the case.
I even think it's worse, Gavin. Like, it's not even just having celebrities at E3 promote games and in a situation, because at least the celebrity is engaging with the project, like, and they're using their platform to like promote the game. I don't even think he was doing that on his own. Like, he was just like collecting a check, put his name on there, and the platform was putting his name and saying, "Oh yeah, we worked with this guy."
Yeah. Yeah, if you put that guy's name in your books, I mean, dude, like, you know how bad this can be. Look at what happened with the Zach S accusations. You know, suddenly Wizards of the Coast is like, we're pulling that dude's name out of all of our books in our next print. Because that association, it's bad for your brand.
Yeah.
You know, like, that is damage control. You find out about this stuff because it almost comes off as an endorsement. Well, I mean, it is. It's an endorsement to leave their name in there. You know, it's, yeah. You feel like we've hashed this out? Let's save the VOD. How are Vagabond monsters coming? Oh, I'm trying to fix... You see this thing that says 35 errors? This is what I'm trying to correct, and I'm looking for inconsistencies in this, the stat blocks. Jesus. But we shoot shit.
What's your latest monster that's immune to death until specific conditions are met?
There's a couple of them that I am looking up in. Okay, so what was funny to me in the last month, one of the things I wanted to include that I haven't seen many people talk about is I wanted to bring in a new quote unquote generation of monsters that aren't just D&D's monsters, but feel like D&D's monsters.
Mm-hmm.
So I started importing a bunch of monsters from like North American folklore, and just other weird shit that I could find, and tried to like give it a bit of a Dungeoneer kind of a feel, right? One of the ones I found is this motherfucker. Have you ever heard of a Skelljask Grimsley?
No. What the hell?
Skelljask Grimsley, known as the Shell Monster. A Skelljask Grimsley is an armored aquatic creature that resembles a bear. When they feed in the water, the act of opening their mouth can create a small whirlpool. I gotta show you what these dudes look like.
Okay, yeah, that sounds...
Skelljask Grimsley. Plus, I just love the name. Skelljask Grimsley.
What is this?
Yeah, so it's like a fucking Pokemon.
Literally shell monster. It's just
yeah.
It's like
that looks like a D&D monster.
yeah, it's like a pangolin.
Montrillion,
Keeper.
hey, welcome. Yeah, right. It's like a mix between like a pangolin, but like it's the size of a bear, and just imagine like you're out paddling your boat, and then this fucking giant bear thing just comes up and like grabs your boat and sinks it. They're awesome. I love this guy.
And the one you have image that looks like a Rhydon.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like a Pokemon.
But the other one is like look like a sand shrew kind of stuff, just in the water.
Right.
Oh god.
So yeah, there's a couple of guys like this that I was like, dude, there's some cool folklore monsters. Yeah, I love this guy. This is just such a goofy monster design, and I want it. This absolutely perfectly fits in a D&D book. So, a cancer maybe. Another one is have you ever heard of the Agrapelter?
No, definitely not. The heck?
The Agrapelter is a spindly, rubbery-limbed primate known to attack from treetops. They have a particular distaste of woodcutters, and as the stories go, if you find a dead lumberjack with a log nearby, beware of Agrapelters in the area. Now, it just sounds like it's a monkey that's up in a tree, but as Josh has probably seen from the pictures...
Yeah, I'm looking at the picture right now. Oh my god. And this is from North America. I'm trying to think, maybe at a point there was primates here in North America? Well, holy
yeah, it's Lanky Kong. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's that red image right there is the one I'm looking at. I'm trying to think, how would like North American and Native American folklore like come up with this thing?
Yeah, right. So like maybe it's a mix of well, no, because this is all happening up in the north. Like that's where they seem to originate from. So it's like, I mean, surely somebody probably saw it on like a trade ship, right?
Yeah, fearsome critter from North American folklore, specifically folklore of the modern era. Oh, okay, never mind. It's more modern than it is of a Native American origin.
Okay.
That's why.
Yeah, because all the lore was about like lumberjacks and shit whenever I was looking them up. Also, the Snallygaster and the Hodag. I'm writing an adventure about a Snallygaster now at some point. Like, here we go. If you've already played Fallout, you might know the name, but you probably don't know what these things actually are. God, I love this art. All right, Snallygaster. It's a giant drunk dragon. It's great. Hey, you have an RPG question? My friend wants to run a campaign that can give you the feeling of Monster Hunter. Do you know, or do me or anyone I know have a recommendation for what system can do that best? As in, like, finding monster weaknesses and hunting them down, or like Monster Hunter feel. If it's like, I want the, like, take them, cut them apart, do make ingredients and make armor and shit. I know of somebody who is making one called, I think it's called Tales of the Myriad, and that's by Emberwick. I think Emberwick is working on a system that is meant to do that. Yeah, the thing gives me Parrington vibes, and you love it. Okay, so, like, this is another really weird thing. Have you ever looked up the lore behind the Parrington, Josh?
Parrington?
Paraton, or...
Oh, Paraton. No, I haven't looked up the lore. It's been a very long time. I know what they are, though.
That is, like, the most undersold monster for all of D&D. They're, like, fucked up. And D&D does not do them justice. Yeah, okay. So, like, part of the horror of these things... Yeah, sure. Part of the horror of these things, I'm really glad because... But this art still kind of undersells it. Peritons are, like, the spirit creatures or whatever, the reincarnations of, like, messed up serial killers and shit. And...
Why do they look like a stag with bird wings?
Yeah, if you'll notice... some of the art will depict it and some of it won't. Notice that its shadow is not casting the shadow of the creature.
Yeah,
they always cast a shadow of a man.
Yeah.
Until, like, they eat their first heart. Like, they go out and they have to, like, kill a human and eat its heart in order to, like, get a regular Parrington shadow. I'm like, what the fuck? How sick. Like, awesome. I dig it. I don't know. That's just like a weird quirk to it that I'm like, all right, let's go for that. Little minor quirks like that are so cool.
I think it's undersold because it just doesn't look scary.
Right? Yeah, it's just like kind of a deer
Looks
thing.
Very fayish. So it would look friendly, you know?
Yeah, but like,
that'd be the perfect way to play that up. That was like, oh, it's this friendly thing. And, nope.
Now it's eating Bob's heart.
Like, get your heart.
Oh man, I don't know why I randomly thought of this. Dude, I watched Nope last night for the first time. Have you seen that?
Oh hell yeah, that movie's
dude, that was
sick.
Great.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I was not expecting that to be that good.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Like, I don't know, I hadn't really watched a whole lot of like Jordan Peele stuff, and then I was like, whatever, I'm in for like a weird scary movie or whatever. People were like, okay, Nope, sure, whatever, put it on. Dude, best alien flick I've seen in a long time. Like, yeah, really fucking good.
And the design of the monster too is just
aces. Yeah. Absolutely aces.
It's not traditionally like gruesome, but it's like that haunting, scary, like this unknown entity.
Oh yeah,
there.
That it was best alien horror I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scene I guess where they're inside the thing.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh no. Immediately I was like, oof, that makes me so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I like that one. I like the Nope more than the one he did that before.
Get Out.
The one after Get Out.
Us?
Yeah, like that Nope a little bit more than Us. Us was still good, but it played more on the horror and the thrill of like body doubles and the interplay between family and people. Yeah, so like. But I think Nope was a little bit stronger, or was actually stronger as a film.
Is Vaesen the best cryptid hunter / X-Files system? For me, it's my preferred. I don't personally really like Monster of the Week. I know a lot of people like this isn't really like the Monster Hunter, Cryptid Hunter kind of game, But I know some people prefer Alien RPG for horror, mostly because the narrative behind dice mechanics are different, and the game incorporates that really well. Alien is more like survival horror, whereas Vaesen is more of that like investigative horror. So that, yeah, but I mean, just personally for me, I would go for Vaesen, but everyone's got their different tastes.
Yeah, Vasen's dope as fuck. Really like that one shot you ran for us.
I wish I'd gotten to finish it.
I know.
I was, because I like the idea of the combat system. I'm just not sold on the need for zones. I think that I think that the way that they do zones in Vaesen is a little quirky, but it's like the only hiccup I've got with the system. The other weird one that I'm like, yes, of course, this is a D&D monster. I pulled it from like North American folklore. The Hodag.
Okay, yeah, I pulled that one up. It looks like a little like dragon-esque.
Yeah, it's just like a little stinky, like monkey bull thing.
Yeah.
But like, if you look at the old school like owl bear, this thing would have fit right into a fucking D&D book. Like, yeah, you love that fucking Dodongo, yeah. Yeah, they're just like big stinky like dragon boys that live in swamps. That, yeah, what is a Hodag? Plus, I love that they were like, here, we got a picture of one. All the pictures are so fucking bad. Like, not even bad as in like, you don't see much of it. No, you see all of it. It's just unbelievable. I love this guy. You interpret his mouth as a shit-eating grin. Oh, man. Yeah, but I wanted to get a bunch of these just sort of weird dudes. Because I think your dungeon crawlers need these weird guys like that.
Yeah, most definitely, because like they're gonna see, unless you're doing something vastly different with traditional monsters like that people have already seen, then I don't really like having some new spice in there. It's just gonna help differentiate the system and give it another style to it.
Yeah.
Have you seen Delicious in Dungeon or Dungeon Meshi?
I have not. I keep hearing people bringing it up all the time.
Okay, when you get a chance, you need to, because it treats monsters in dungeon and dungeons as an ecology.
Mm-hmm.
And it really will change how you view certain monsters. Like it does a lot of stuff really, really well.
Is it? So the last I heard, it was like these guys are going through cooking fantasy monsters, right?
Yeah. So that's like the core of it. I guess the main plot is really just this group of adventurers are going through the dungeon to go rescue one of the character's sisters.
Okay.
And they have to, since they don't have enough money to buy supplies to cooking the monsters that they're killing to survive and get to go save her.
Yeah, I keep hearing.
It's good. It's equally funny. It still has a lot of like serious moments to it, and then just does the world building is just really, really well done.
The squonk is said to live in the bottom. The squonk?
I will say though, watch it after you're done with Vagabond, else you're probably gonna rewrite everything.
Yeah, At this point, I am. Oh my god. Oh, can I show this on YouTube? It's just like a little testicle boy. I mean, yeah, this would definitely fit. Yeah. Wow, that's super unfortunate. Whoever decided to put this thing is literally just a testicle with legs. I mean, I guess what does it do in combat? It is, yeah, but it is just a scrotum.
What? That looks like a heavy-set mole rat. Squonk.
The squonk. That's so funny. God, all the AI images just taking over everything. Oh god. Oh, they had one in Pathfinder, and it's. Oh god. Why? It's just crying and sad. Well, that's definitely an image. God. It cries, then it dies. It rehydrates itself in the blood of its victims. There's an entire ecology video made by Thought Potato with this little guy. It sits there looking sad and rehydrates itself with the blood of its victims. It would squonk all over you, honestly. It probably would. The sad life of the squonk. Okay, I'm just getting upset with this boy. There was one called the Jarjacha, or Arjat. Yeah. Alright. This one's hilarious. I wouldn't look at the lore though, but you just gotta look at what this creature is, alright? Get ready. Because it's just a fucking... someone just made an alpaca, but they gave it a human face. It's...
Oh, that is... Oh, it's kind of Sphinx-like, I guess, in the same way that... Like a giant lion with wings and a human face.
I think that that's okay, but honestly, the interpretation of it I love is this image right here. That picture... Yeah, Carl, that kills people. Yeah. So, like, I wouldn't go with like the humanoid face thing over here. I would whoever came up with this design, this is incredibly compelling. Like a hooved equine thing with an owl-like head. Like no beak, but it's got the sort of like, yeah, the owl face is kind of spooky, right? Don't make it an owl, but just give it that like sort of. It reminds me of there's a creature at Meow Wolf. Meow Wolf, snow. Is it the snow owl? No, what is that? It's like the space owl, right? Yeah, so it reminds me of this creature from Meow Wolf for some reason. Like an owlbear, I guess. God, what a cool design. Very simple, like... This thing. Whatever this... Oh, that's so cool.
Space owl.
Space owl, yeah. Just, what a cool design. It's so... utterly simple, and then they can make a million plushies out of it, right? Very where the wild things are. Yeah. Yeah, I love finding monsters that are like that, where it's like, oh, what is that design that makes me go like, I want to write stories about you, you know? Like,
yeah.
Other than that, it's mostly still, the cool thing right now is that just about every single monster that's in Basic Expert is ported to Vagabond. So, Bestiary's big. At this point, I'm also kind of asking people, because I got to do the class structure, but I'm also asking people, like, what would you want out of the book moving forward? That's like, so I guess to anybody in chat, what do you want out of Vagabond in the future? Or I guess in this book. because right now I need to be talking to a publisher. I don't... Gavin. They made Daddy Dungeon for a reason. Or Dungeon Daddy.
You might get some people that say they want their subclasses back, but
Just start passing out bans.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can get behind that with essences. Yeah. Yeah, if I get one that says subclasses, I'm just going to start passing out 10-minute bans. If it keeps happening. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We can make more essences. You want to add a playable outer that's just a stupid gray alien?
Oh, that's funny.
Dom classes? Dom?
Yeah, what do they mean by Dom?
Is the barbarian not Dom enough for you? Orange. Rather than subclasses. Oh, fuck off.
I want
you
lineage
want lineage perks. I have never been down with the narrative of that. Simply because it feels like it's like I took a perk and I evolved.
Yeah. I don't know. I used to be like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. Like you to help a player like feel more like their race is more part of their character, which I like. I can understand wanting that feeling, but the weird narrative like that you're actually putting into the game at that point is just like, yeah, I'm a dragonborn that gets more dragonborn because I'm out adventuring compared to other standard dragonborn.
I'm like, about the only time I ever think I really agree with it is Dragonborn getting wings.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's like, yeah, it's very specifically Charmeleon becoming Charizard.
Yeah.
And that's about it, you know? Like,
and even then, that doesn't even have to be like a specific perk to Dragonborn, because if you're like you're doing a sort of story or whatever that's involving dragons, obviously a dragon can bless your character, whether you're Dragonborn or not, to give you more draconic stuff.
A human evolving wings, but they just have regular human skin on them. Oh man. If you can with the Risen perk, can you play a skeleton? Yes. Magic items. Oh god. Human wings would have hair.
Honestly, if the humans had wings, it'd probably be similar to like a bat.
It's just like scrote skin. We need to not be conjuring up that imagery every 5 minutes.
Oh no.
You feel like if there's any subclasses that don't fit in the perks, I've asked people like what subclasses would they want, like what are the subclass feats and stuff that you would want expressed in the game somewhere, and nobody, like I wasn't really getting anything that wasn't already a perk, so I don't really know what else people would want, what subclasses they would want put into. How can I stay up while eating? Dude, I got no shame. You kidding me? Yeah, item pack. Oh, thanks, Gavin.
I want Dragonite Magus back with perk. Okay. What was Dragon Knight's like thing? Was it like more like a dragoon or?
So yeah, the idea was they were able to like make a lunging charge, and based off of the height or like the vertical or horizontal distance that you leapt in order to get to the target, it did an additional like d6 damage for every 10 feet.
Oh, okay. Oh, what? Why don't you just do a fucking sick ass dragoon class? Like don't need to tie it to the magus. Sick as.
Yeah. Hang on, I'll be right back. You want to get into my chat, Josh?
Yeah. I think the removal of subclasses in general from a lot of systems, like even if we were to look at like 5e, and especially we're seeing now with like Vagabond transition, it just opens up a lot more room for narratives to have a dedicated chassis, a dedicated class to explore that fantasy. I think you see it right now in like 5e design with a lot of subclasses that there's a considerable amount of overlap of narrative that while it may work for a specific a very specific kind of like adventure you guys will play, it doesn't necessarily make the class feel that is playing anything different from each other. So by having dedicated classes, you'll end up leaving a lot more room and a lot better support. Like a dragoon, dedicated dragoon class instead of Dragon Knight Magus would feel better than, you know.
That is also very Final. I mean, it's literally the origin from Final Fantasy.
Yeah, and
that is the kind of thing I wouldn't mind turning into a class later on.
Yeah, I would say like an expansion, not a core class, but like an expansion that has like more, I guess, JRPG elements and classes.
Yeah,
that'd be sick. Like
Beast Tamer class, we already got a perk.
Yeah, and they saw Humboldt Gallipot said you escape the X class should be a fighter subclass. Yeah, and that's actually a big problem because when you're trying to onboard people like into 5e, especially if you're third-party designer wanting people to play your classes, if you're a player option class, a lot of players will not jump on it because one, it's not official, and DMs won't accept the class because it's not official, and they're worried about balance. But at the same time, it's that same thing. Well, why is this thing a dedicated class when it can just be a subclass for that class?
That is my least favorite comeback to any kind of proposal for a class. Why isn't it this over here? Like, in some cases it's justified, but in some other cases that person doesn't actually really know how to make that argument. And it's just like a reductive, add nothing, absolute nonsense comment. Giant potion? Got a giant potion. Oh,
yeah. I feel that 5e subclass problem is that every good subclass is just a flavor of another class rather than the original thing. Exactly, that's the problem. Like I would, as somebody who started really playing TTRPGs through 5e and was like super into that system because of video games and stuff, jumping into the design space, it's like, oh yeah, I would gut that. Yeah, I just want dedicated classes to help me play that fantasy. I can flavor all the other stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, it's more material to write, like, and in a good way. It's like I get to make more stuff fun, you know. You like to hear as to why you don't like the idea of lineage perks in more detail. Narratively, the only thing that I can see them really like clicking as or making any sense as is that you have literally evolved something biologically, and like that doesn't really fit for me. As a like, I don't know. Anything that would be a lineage perk, I couldn't see a mechanic that couldn't just otherwise be a good perk for anybody else. And lineages are also pretty restricted in Vagabond to like 1 or 2 features. And the only time I could see them really being justified in 5e is off of a, not a flavor pick, but because they have a mechanic in the race that requires the mechanic to work for the perk to be there. right? Like if it was like Dragonborn, okay, well the breath weapon. No other race has a breath weapon.
Yeah.
So then building off of that makes sense, right? But like if it's just, well, Dragonborn because scales, okay, I guess. Like, and then it's just weird that suddenly you take this perk and your scales get stronger.
Yeah.
That's all very Pokemon and not fantasy.
It's strange playing a class with a subclass makes you feel more unique than just picking a class. To some people, it's like picking a character and style in a fighting game over picking a character. I think, yes, if you don't have like a perk or feat system, like a actual developed perk or feat system that doesn't allow you to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
5e struggles with it because they have a feat system that will now be mandatory with the update, but still, they had to retrofit their game so that you actually have a feat system in it. It was so like that's so, but then now that waters down subclasses a little bit.
Is there a way to become a giant with a perk or class? No, not right now. Just a potion that's in the game. Perk with a creature type prerequisite, but like, again, these things could be in the game, but like, we're looking for reasons to gate people out right now. Like, what I mean by that is, the things that are being proposed are preventatives, not options, right? So it's like, what makes a perk interesting isn't the idea of, well, other people can't take this. It's like, well, wait, what's the mechanic adding? You know, what, like, I would rather not be looking for restrictions and see like what mechanic isn't expressed just yet, right? Oh, and the other thing, there's a very weird thing whenever it comes to 5e, where I think people feel that a feature being unique makes it better. I completely disagree with that, and it's not the kind of thing I ever want to try and evaluate, like a perk around. Some certain class features I could kind of see, right, where it's like, well, yeah, it's what the Alchemist does. But I still want to open up some features that are quote-unquote class exclusive for others to potentially get, but it like couldn't scale or something. Is improved essence accuracy a perk or class feature? It would just be you're better at casting that essence. What are my thoughts on hold person not working on a skeleton because it's an undead and not humanoid? It's a dumb restriction. Vagabond doesn't have any restrictions like that. Yeah, better at the check. You might be able to get like magic items and stuff for that. But no, as far as a perk goes, that's not really where I want to put some of the math budget on that. Because then that just becomes so good that everybody takes it. If it's like, well, I can get a perk to just get a +1 over here. Or you could just spend your stat to go get that in anything that applies to that, right? Right, the hold essence doesn't have a creature restriction. Yep. Where's the line? There's not. Open your mind.
Hold this. There doesn't need to be a separate spell.
Yeah.
If there, yeah, like it's so dumb. Like we've had it come up in 5e. It's like we want to use the hold person, but it's a monster, so we gotta wait to level up, they'll use hold monster.
How to answer their entirely valid questions. Yeah, like the way that I'm going to be handling shit like that is by making monsters more interesting wherever I can. My best example to point to, and like this is just basically going to be spoiled for anybody that's interested at looking into Vagabond, but I want to try to do more of these silver bullets in classes, or sorry, in monsters. Already, guys, this like one sentence I put into the mermaid stat block has already spawned like 20 different stories about killing this thing. This feature right here proves to me that this needs to be the de facto thing I include on nearly every monster stat block. Like Josh was just talking in here about him running his party up against it. I was talking about one of the playtest groups literally throwing nets around the mermaid because they realized, shit, it can't die in the water. They threw nets around it, dragged it out, and were stabbing it to death whenever it got to shore. Like, these are hilarious.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's good shit right there. I love that. You know, the werewolf, of course, silver. Gotcha. But like that moment where it's like, oh yeah, shit, does anyone have silver? Like that's fun. I love that idea. Right? Yeah, that's playing the game. Exactly. You need a high level spell to hold a mouse in 5e. That's kind of funny. Looking at, where's it at? Oh, there we go. The dragons are going to have them too. Here we go. Where were you? Yeah, here we go. It's the zombies. Its zombie resurrection feature does not work if it's covered with 1 pound of salt, or if the being that kills it has a divine trinket equipped. Cake. So it doesn't do its resurrection up here. Not if it's like only doing a crit or radiant damage, but if you throw salt on it, fucking okay. Like things like that. Somebody throw the bag of salt at the zombie. Like dumb shit, you know. Pride dies a lot. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Can I point to a piece of media that's not a book to show the power level of the party? You mean like the power level in the game? Can I point to a piece of media that I have not watched Dungeon Meshi? Josh was just trying to sell me on it.
So good. Actually, new episode today too. So.
See, the one I wanted, I spoiled myself, and we watched like all of Spy Family so fast that like now I know I have to wait another 3 years to watch it again.
Yeah, Spy Family's good too.
Dude,
my wife and I got on an anime kick. So we've just been going down the list. Like we started with Demon Slayer, and then got her to watch Gurren Lagann, and then now we jumped to Spy Family, finished that. We finished up Jujutsu Kaisen, and now we're wrapping up Apothecary Diaries and Dungeon Meshi. Or Delicious Dungeon.
Yeah, I feel like I've been like, because I really don't ever watch much of anything, honestly. I've just been kind of catching up a bit on like movies I've been missing. I used to watch like Godzilla movies all the time with my dad whenever I was a kid, and I watched Shin Godzilla the other day, or like I guess the other week, for the first time in my life, and that's my new fucking favorite Godzilla movie I've ever.
Yeah, I heard Shin Godzilla was really good.
Dude, it's sick. Oh my god, so good.
Yeah, I gotta watch that one. Godzilla -1 is also supposed to be really good.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. I'm telling you, with Shin Godzilla, oh dude, you are not ready for what that movie turns into. Holy shit, it goes wild. Yeah, the fire breath and the laser beam is like, yeah, dude, you should watch it tonight. It's so fucking good, man. Have I seen Godzilla fly? No.
I know what they're talking about too. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I know what they're talking about. There's a gif of Godzilla just doing like this drop kick, but they're literally floating above ground.
My favorite, man, I can't show this on stream. My favorite gif, someone just made it the other day of Godzilla. I gotta share it with you, Josh. Sorry, stream, I can't show you guys. I was crying, laughing, watching this shit. As soon as I can find it. Yes. There's no... you know what? It's fine. No, I'm not gonna risk it though. It's Twitter. Oh,
Godzilla flying. Oh, it's even worse. Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Honestly. All right.
I just gotta hear your reaction to that.
Oh my god.
I love the fucking moment they just start making out. Yeah. It's so fucking funny. What is it? It's a gif of Godzilla and King Kong running at each other like they're gonna fight, and then they just start making out.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious.
It's so fucking funny. Okay. Now, I think with that, yeah, you've seen that one, yeah. Woo.
All right, at this point, I gotta bounce. I need to get something to eat.
No,
also.
I know. I need to figure out what I'm doing with the rest of my day. But dude, shout yourself out.
All right, I am Dungeoneers Pack here on YouTube. Actually, today I just dropped a new video where I take the Dragon Turtle and Dragonborn and allow you to play a Dragon Turtleborn for your games. It's out there. Watch the video. You can get a link for free, and then if you're a patron, you get a PDF. So,
Hey.
Yeah. So I'm kind of doing this more design lore, making player options for D&D. So if you're into that stuff, there's at least 3 videos out there for 3 free stuff. See right there. Yeah.
Go subscribe.
Yeah, you got a Dwar, you can play a blue goblin, and then also have my luchador class out there, and I'm currently working on a scourge. So the scourge is like my is guts and cloud strife all put into like a class. Big old heavy armor, 2-handed weapon, dark powered, badass. So that should be I'm wanting that out by the summer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right, man. Well, we will catch up with you very, very soon.
Yeah. Good talking to you, man.
All right, man. Yeah, good seeing you. We'll talk to you later.
Later.
I think with that, because my throat still not 100%, but I'm gonna kick you all off. Where are we going, chat? Yep, Amelia's in here now. No wait, shit. Wait, fuck, wait, no. Alright. You came on the end? Yeah, I've been on here for a while. Advised Delver. Oh, Delver was almost on. There's no one streaming right now. Yeah, everything else is scheduled out. Okay, well, I'll kick you over to ill-advised records because sure, why not? All right, everybody. Have a great day. All that good business. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I'm gonna go kick back. Work on more shit. Yeah. I don't know. Everybody have a good one.